All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, May the 12th. All right. Microsoft is up a bit this morning. So is Apple. NVIDIA is off the highs of the morning session. It's up as well. NVIDIA. S&P is down a few handles. Currently down 22. Remember, we have positive gamma for the most part. We don't have an update yet on gamma, so I'll update that when we get it. Let's see. Let's go to trace. Okay, you can see it's a light purple, a little bit of red down in here. Mostly red though. 0 day, non-zero day. Most of this is red. Purple. So that's positive gamma. Good to know. We'll probably get the dip. The dip probably gets bought soon. All right, I got to take a 2-minute break. I'll grab my coffee and I'll be right back.
So BuzzFeed is the content creation machine yeah, but it hasn't made money. And it has made yeah. I mean, also like just a brief word about the stock. Because remember, BuzzFeed was a public company went public or SPAC in early 2001. Yeah, I mean 2001, 2021. And the stock is trading even with a huge gain today of $1.75 in the pre-market. So, woe to those who bought in early on in the profits of BuzzFeed. But yeah, I'm curious to see what he's gonna do for it. It feels less like the end of an era than maybe the beginning of a new one. SPX. All right. That's the rewarding brief. I'll get him right on the phone right after this. Opening bid is next. Is Brian Savage.
Pamela Abbott's top priority is putting more money in your pocket. As governor, Abbott will eliminate the income tax, lower property taxes, and follow President Trump's lead by slashing regulations.
Thank you, Pamela. Doing a great job.
Pamela Abbott for governor.
When shopping for personal loans, paid in switch rates can be deceiving. You can count on Credit Karma to help you find more accurate rates, because Credit Karma uses your credit profile to show you real offers with clear terms without hurting your credit scores. No smoke, no mirrors, just personalized rates. Download Intuit Credit Karma to get started.
Memorial Day, the start of summer. Flags are up, grills are hot, and across America, we're celebrating our heroes. Omaha Steaks fires up the celebration with incredible savings on legendary steaks. Plus, you'll get 8 free burgers crafted with premium aged American beef. Military families save even more. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV today.
B13, N45, N34, O67, N41, O61, G57, N32, I16, B6, N43.
Ni hao. Welcome to Club Vegas. Experience the thrilled jackpots in just 10 spins. And every 10 minutes, enjoy free games for nonstop fun. New to the game? A generous welcome bonus of 10 million coins will be awarded. Immerse yourself in the authentic casino experience right from the comfort of your phone. Download Club Vegas now and let the good fortune come to you.
So there I was on the side of the road, my car broke in. I didn't have the funds to fix it, so I downloaded Flexible Finance. And instantly I had $500. Get up to $500 in minutes.
Even with bad credit. Download the Possible Finance app and get money today.
Oil match. TVIC.
RKLT. HIMT.
Oil match. Download now.
RAL.
Nice hit. Almost there. You win.
TVIC.
At Habitat for Humanity of Horry County Restore, we accept donations and sell human gently appliances, home goods, building materials, and more, all at a fraction of the retail price. Every sale helps us to partner with local families to give implementation of care, safe, and affordable home furniture. With 2 locations in the U.S. and Guam, we're open Tuesday through Sunday. Shop, donate, volunteer.
All right, we're about to open. Okay. New York Fang is building a little bit more strength. Netflix bouncing. Good morning, everyone. All right, so Netflix, a little pop there. Microsoft pulling back in a little bit. NVIDIA as well. Microsoft. Futures are off 26 handles. Microsoft. Okay. Nokia is up. IONQ. Okay. What's going on with AAOI? AAOI. Okay. Inside day starting off. AAOI, GLW. These are going to be bullish into the future. I mean, think about what they do. Inside day, GLW, LITE. Fiber optic cabling for all these data centers. They'll be fine. Oracle pulling back a little bit inside day. Okay, ARM holdings starting to bounce. It might be an opportunity on ARM holdings. I'm going to buy a little bit of ARM and see what it does. Let me look at the 1 minute chart. 1 minute chart is oversold. Okay, it's starting to bounce. ARM, I'm going to buy some right here, right now. ARM holdings. Come on. Freaking Thinkorswim is so slow. 5 seconds to get a option chain? That's crazy. Okay. Buy a 40 delta, 45 delta, vertical. Okay. Okay, it's not going to let me in. Not going to let me in. It's moving really fast. ARM. Trying to get into some June calls at the 45, 50 delta. Okay, they're making people chase this. ARM. Okay, I can't chase it anymore. Maybe it dips a little bit. Okay, I'm going to cancel this order. Cancel. Okay. It jumped from $2.25 up to $3 within 30 seconds, a minute. They kept raising the bid. Let's see if it dips a little bit. Okay, futures down a little bit. Let's keep an eye on Trace. Okay. Okay, we got positive gamma, so dips should get bought. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA on the move. ARM is ripping now. ARM. Okay, ARM holdings, big reversal there. Future's still dipping a bit. Looking for dips to get bought. We got a little bit of support right below at 73.75, 0-day. We've got a 94 percentile. Any 99s on here? No 99s. No 99s. Nope, no 99s. Okay. So Microsoft, bounce and dip. It opened way over here. Opened over there at 418 and change. Big dip there. Okay, NVIDIA looking pretty good. NVIDIA on the move. For those of you trading it, NVIDIA looks like it's going to keep breaking higher. NVIDIA. Okay, top of the list. NASDAQ 100, App 11, INSM, IDEX Pharmaceuticals, Netflix, and Dexcom. Those are the top 5, followed by Marriott, Alnylam Pharmaceuticals, ALNY, Centos. Okay, Centos is a leading economic indicator, so whenever that pops up, we always want to pay attention. This needs to start trending. If it starts trending up and to the right, that would be bullish for equities and the economy. All right, right now it's a double bottom, obviously. With a bid, it's up $1.25. Centos, okay, Dexcom, DXCM. Nothing there. Okay, these are bouncing. Netflix. Okay, Netflix still in a descending pattern. NVIDIA looking the best. AAOI, that was dipped. Now it's moving. AAOI. Crazy.
That's impossible. I mean, that's the thing. You talk about apples and oranges. You just, more about the getting to buy reasonably priced companies that will last for a long time by piling on a massive amount of debt. You did that very successfully.
Stock is crazy. Frano, I don't know why you got me into this. All right, I have GLW as well. I don't have any LITE. There goes ARM Holdings. ARM ripping off the low. Okay, oversold at the open. Okay. Okay, NVIDIA still moving. NVIDIA looking good off the low. Oversold stochastics right at the open. Dip and rip. Okay, these look pretty good. Semis. Micron dip. Okay, DRAM, DRAM, the ETF. Okay, that dipped as well. SNDK. Okay, that dropped $62. Now it's ripping here. SNDK. SNDK dipped $62. Now it's rising. Okay, there goes ARM Holdings. ARM running. Wow. This is nuts. This is nuts how volatile these things are. Okay. 204 to 213. ARM. 204, 213 in minutes. Okay, AAOI. Why is Starbucks? Why do I have Starbucks on here? Starbucks is moving lower nonetheless. Let's see. I should have Palantir here. Palantir, PLTR. Not that. PLTR. Palantir, are you bouncing? It's like a 2-second delay with Thinkorswim this morning. Okay, Meta on the move. Meta, thank you, Frano. Meta below the current range that we put in last week. All right. So yesterday we tested the low. Now we're making a new low in this range over the last 9 trading days. Today is day 9. NVIDIA still going here. NVIDIA. Okay, market. This is what the market looks like right now. So we can see healthcare, consumer staples getting most of the action. Futures off 29. So we're starting to see a little bounce. Okay, for those of you that like taking risk, we're looking for this to turn. Looking for that hedge flow line to turn back up and start trending over the next few hours. I'm not talking about a little uptick and then turn back down. We have positive gamma, so that should work to help stabilize the markets. All right, it looks like Brent just updated gamma. All right, so I'll leave this on the screen for 1 second if you want to take a snapshot. Otherwise, I'll put the snapshot in the gamma channel. He's late this morning. Okay, that wasn't available before the open. All right, so I'm going to post that in the gamma channel as Tuesday morning update. Tuesday morning update. Okay. Okay, so what did he say? S&P has resistance 7,400. Yep, 7,350 support. Risk pivot has shifted to 7,290. 74, 7,290. Okay. Okay, so let me just update the banner here. Okay, the banner. Take a second. Resistance 7,400. Pivot is 7290. 7290, 7290. Okay, and this is 12. Oops. 12. Support is 7350. 7350. Positive gamma. Okay. Okay, so that's updated now. We got positive gamma. Looking for a bounce. Watch that hedge flow line. Okay, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA, more importantly, is on the move. So do we get any kind of updates today? What's going on? Jensen Huang left off of Trump China trip list? Huh, that's weird. News didn't load. Okay. Jensen has left off of the China. Huh, China trip. That's bizarre. So is that bullish? Looks like it's bullish. Okay. NVIDIA can't make this up. Okay. And it rips. Okay, so it might take some of that off. Let's see, NVIDIA. All right, so that was a nice little rip. I'm going to take some of this off. Take half off. Okay, take half off. All right. Okay, just took a little half off of NVIDIA. If it goes a little bit more. There goes Palantir turning back up. So ARM Holdings, that dip got bought. That's an outside day. Okay, ARM Holdings, outside day.
Or explore other game modes. Find treasures in co-op mode.
ARM,
Team up with your whole family.
outside day. Bullish engulfing.
Beat dice. Enjoy a game of
Bounce at the 21 day, right? 21 day? Yeah, 21 day.
We've been chatting. I'm in veggie.
Wow. Okay. Uh, stocks up, ball up. Okay, VIX is higher. Okay, let's see what Core 1M looks like. Just want to check that. Core 1M. Okay, that's higher. Core 1M higher too.
But today, their Yahoo calendar, May 20th is NVIDIA earnings release day. So send me an invite to your NVIDIA earnings watch party. The first invite I get, I will try to show up and bring a 12-pack of Celsius, or at the bare minimum, show up on Zoom to say hello and give you some great analysis. Ahead of this fun, I am locked in on an aggressive call out City today on NVIDIA. Analysts and TPR is looking for $1.4 billion in revenue upside for the quarter versus Wall Street estimates. This is $2 billion in sales upside for the July.
Okay, Core 1M rising. This is bullish. Okay, so as some of these stocks pull back, some of those calls getting wiped out. People taking them off at the lows. Okay, ARM up now. ARM. Looking for a follow through in ARM. Okay, so a lot of pullbacks this morning. Okay, NVIDIA took half off at the high. All right, so it's already starting to drift a bit lower. Tesla. Okay, real quick, let's see how many stocks are advancing here. Advancing versus declining. S&P 128 stocks. This is the lowest we've seen in ages. 128 stocks advancing. So breadth is not there. If you got a chance to take some profits off in the strength, probably a good idea. Oracle dropping off. Okay, Oracle headed back to the 21 day, it looks like. Okay, so it's been in a nice trend up. Last time we bounced right at the 21 day. We dipped a little bit below it 9 days ago. Okay, let me, I got to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Well, look, to Art's point, I mean, they are investing in all the right places. They also announced their own CPU that's going to be competing with Intel and AMD's. They also have a partnership with Corning and that's in optics. Because optics is another bottleneck of the AI trade. So they are certainly investing in all the touch points of the AI trade, and it'll be interesting to hear the commentary from Jensen Webb about these bottlenecks and about the growth going forward. If you take a look at what the street is expecting, I mean, the street has 76 buy recommendations on this stock still. 76.
That's it? That's it? That's 76. We're on 176.
Well, it's the amount of analysts that Bloomberg is tracking.
Well done,
So
Annette. Well done.
for the consensus or the price target, the average price target. So you still have room to go here with the stock.
Thanks for rolling with my absurdity, I guess. But look, Brooke, I mentioned the SOX index. That thing is going absolutely fine. Every day I come into this office,
LVNZ. halted down.
and right now, it's
SUGP may resume in less than a minute.
and Intel. And I'm not used to seeing that. It's usually always NVIDIA,
CRCD.
NVIDIA.
LVX.
During the trading day just yesterday on Monday, and it really just goes to show that consumers or investors rather are really diversifying, taking a good look market where
FABC may res in 10 seconds.
and I think that that was
SPX.
moving into the end of the year. I also thought it was interesting just thinking of maybe how this company is going to play into other demand-driven industries as well.
CRCD.
From G-Month this morning, he was
CRCD.
saying that he's looking forward to hearing maybe non-hyperscaler demand, that maybe he's interested in how the company diversify even further. And also,
SOGP
right,
may
we
res in
can't
10
also have a
seconds.
conversation on their relationship with China, what that's going to mean.
WLK may resume in less than a minute.
You know, at the summit coming
BK.
up, they say that AI is not going to be discussed. It doesn't seem like Jensen Huang got that invite, but I'm curious to hear if there's any update on those sales to China.
Real quick, isn't there a better play here, at least for right now? Let some of this froth come off a bit and stocks blazing and NVIDIA, Apple into year-end had what could be a lot of new great product launches, and then all that be presented by incoming CEO John Turner.
Yeah, first and foremost, we know that Apple obviously had a magnificent quarter. Their 17 rollout was nothing short of spectacular. The 18 rollout is going to present a great deal of more technology with the foldable. And I think that the fact that we now understand that Apple's AI strategy was to be a fast follower. They're going to partner with the best chatbots and give you access to that. So that's most of the access is likely to come from the 2 billion Apple install base around the world. So I think that Apple is probably one of the best plays in the mega cap technology names.
Somewhat related, I looked at my bag this morning and I have 4 pairs of AirPods. I don't know how these things pile up, but I guess it's just the whole narrative on it. We use everything from Apple all the time. All right, I'm also captivated by what's happening right now in the fast food sector. I can't contain it. Yeah, gas prices are $6 down in the huge fast food market in California because of the Iran conflict. Yet the CEO of Petro and Chile have come
Okay, a lot of stocks running up. All right, let's see if NVIDIA can finish and continue higher. Microsoft is lower. So is Amazon. Google looking for a follow through. Meta coming back. It has a lot of work to do to get back into the range, the earlier 8-day range, and obviously break a bit higher. A lot of people are bullish on Meta at these lows. I think it was Brent mentioned it as well yesterday. Let's see. Let's take a look at these real quick. Okay, so all of these are over here on the right.
Chili shirt and then BK over there. Tom Curtis. McDonald's stock has been burning a lot of fat. Just reaching the lows not seen since August 2024. Wendy's stock has gone up in flames because
Okay, enough of that back and forth. Okay, all right, let's see. Bitcoin stocks, still cheap. Riot is still cheap. New York Fang. Okay, I don't need Goldman Sachs on New York Fang. Why is that there? Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, don't need those. Okay, I'm not sure why Supermicro's on there, or Reddit, Oklo. I don't need these on here. Coin. All right. So Riot, Bitcoin, these are still fairly inexpensive. Bitcoin, what's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin. All right, got rejected at the 200-day. Once we get above the 200-day, we can start planning on a trend. Buy the dip, sell the rip. Still trending up until it hit the 200-day and just got rejected. 2 days now, 3 days. All right, so Trace is still not turning yet. A little bit there. Okay. Trace is turning. Okay, watch these hedge flows. We've got a lot of positive gamma looking for this to bounce. Tesla still messing around. Meta pushing a bit higher. Number of stocks advancing. It's only 118 stocks, so the majority of S&P 500 are lower at the moment. We're 34 handles lower. Futures 34 handles lower. Got a big node right here. It's only 98 percentile, 97.9. So do we bounce there? Next level below that, 73.60, as you can see. 73.75 we're testing right now. Okay, what's leading again? INSM. I'm not familiar. INSM. Insmed. Okay, these are biotechs. All right, let's look at the biotech group. XBI, IBB. Okay, maybe get a bid there. ALNY, another one. I think it was Joe Knuckle over at Option Hawk. He was talking about the healthcare and med stocks maybe pushing higher today. All right, he saw something yesterday that he felt he needed to post that. XCOM, Netflix. These are the top 10 in the Nasdaq 100. ISRG starting to bounce, nothing there. Walmart, okay, Walmart was looking pretty good. Okay, look at the 1 minute chart on Walmart. It's bullish. Okay, oversold. Walmart's going. Hasn't taken off yet. Still in this consolidation. When is Walmart earnings? I had it on the watch list at one point. Walmart May 21st. So Thursday, right? Thursday after Nvidia earnings, Walmart. There goes Netflix. Okay, so maybe Walmart today. Okay, Walmart's looking pretty good. Do I want to buy some Walmart? I don't have any, do I? I don't think I do. No, I got Wells Fargo, but no Walmart. Okay. Walmart. Do I want to do anything? Walmart, see what the markets continue. These dips should get bought. Okay, I'm going to buy some 130, 140 call spreads on Walmart. Okay. All right, I bought 130, 140. These are out in June. IV won't be as high.
Memorial Day. Flags are up. Grills are hot. We're celebrating America's heroes. Omaha State greats.
All right, Nvidia, a little dip there. Nvidia dip. Okay, Apple continuation. Let's see, Apple. Okay, Apple got an upgrade from Wedbush. Of course, you know that's $400 strike, $400 price target. Okay, Apple's still pushing, looking good on the 1 minute chart. Apple up. Okay. Netflix still pushing. Nvidia, nice little reversal there on Nvidia. Just gave back 3.5. Nvidia. Okay, Apple's still pushing. Keep an eye on Apple for a minute. Apple, did buy some Apple. Let's see what that is doing. Apple. Volatile today, huh? Apple. AAOI is up. Apple is up. Okay, Apple. Somebody was buying 12,000 of the 350 September 350s yesterday. Apple.
Welcome to Market Catalyst. I'm Julie Hyman. 30 minutes into the U.S. trading day, and let's take a look at the major averages, which are under pressure across the board this morning. We got consumer inflation numbers that showed inflation coming in hotter than estimated, particularly seeing pressure from energy prices.
Hedge flows, no change in direction yet.
Food prices are up, and we're seeing a little bit of negative.
Microsoft starting to show some short covering. Microsoft.
Right now, the Dow is down nearly.
Okay, we missed this support level. Next levels are 73.60 and 73.50.
And the Nasdaq is off about 0.9%. Also, let's go check on what's going on in the bond market in the wake of this data. We are seeing a little bit of an uptick in yields here on falling hopes on the part of market participants.
Okay, Oracle starting to see short covering. Oracle short covering.
On our air said it conclusively, there will be no cuts this year. That seems to be increasingly the perception of the market as well. And the 30-year is above 5%. That is the threshold that investors have been watching closely.
Okay.
Basis points still. How is that looking in terms of this?
Okay.
In the S&P 500?
So
Tech is down the most, followed by industrials and
number of stocks advancing. All right, it's starting to pick up now. We were down to like 115. Now we're at 138. We're starting to turn back around. Let's see what that looks like. Apple's still pushing here. Apple. Okay, Apple. Let's see what breadth looks like. On the dip, a lot of you are short right now. Okay, so all of these are turning down. Okay, S&P equal weight. Equal weight. Okay, so equal weight, everything is pulling back. We only have about 140 stocks advancing on the S&P 500. All right, so we're getting oversold. Number of stocks above the 20-day continues to drop below 40%. Number of stocks above the 50-day are down below 50%. So we're looking for that hook upward. Core 1M is elevated. Core 1M. That's at 1080. That's where it left off yesterday. It did get up as high as 1142 and pulled back. Now it's starting to bounce again. So these calls that were very overbought, okay? So you can see what can happen very quickly. When these calls get overbought, 94 percentile reversal, risk reversal on many of these. Okay, IBIT. AMD way up here, AMD. Okay, they're killing some of these premiums. They're killing the premium here. All right, so a lot of these stocks that ran up. Let's see if NVIDIA can bounce now. NVIDIA.
Specific stories, I think, in our news, particularly in the case of Under Armour. But I want to take On first because it has been this really hot brand.
Okay, Oracle still seeing a low short covering. Big bearish candle today. Apple at the highs just got rejected. Okay, it's only 10:04. All right, so generally the first 30 minutes I don't do much of anything except take profits off the table. Looking for a trend after this 10 o'clock period.
Revenues across the board are up 8 to 9% in that role. So I don't know. I think there's a rhetoric versus a reality that's happening here, and I think it's worth pointing out.
So what is differentiating right now the consumer brands that are attracting dollars from those that are not?
All right, NVIDIA trying to bounce. Palantir was up, trying to bounce. Netflix still in a downtrend, Netflix, but it did bounce this morning. It's got a lot of work to get back up to the highs. Let's see, Keurig, Dr. Pepper. Some of the more defensive names are starting to see a bid. Costco, Walmart, all of these are higher. Walmart pulling back in a little bit now. IDEX Pharmaceuticals, Veterinary Sciences. Let's see what I haven't looked at J&J in ages. J&J, Merck, all of these are down. Okay, Merck trying to make a higher low. Not doing anything with these at the moment. I'm looking for a trend to see if there's anything that makes any sense at the moment. Which you could see consumer staples looks good, healthcare looks good, and even some energy names. Technology's off. Nvidia might save the day today. Apple and Nvidia are up. AAOI is trying to turn back up. Oracle's turning now. Oracle is starting to turn. Okay, so let's look at Oracle. Big bearish candle today. Most likely, Oracle is going to come back to the 21 day. All right, can I put the 9 EMA on here? Okay. Okay. 9 EMA. Okay, I've got the 9 EMA on here. So it's sitting right on the 9 EMA. So if it starts to bounce at the 9 EMA, typically when you get, it's about 60 to 70% of stocks when they start their new trend, they'll stop at either the 9 EMA or the 21 day, 20 day, whatever you use. So right now it's stopping at the 9 EMA. That's a good thing for Oracle. I already have a position, so I haven't done anything with Oracle in addition to what I already have yet. All right, so we're right at the 9 EMA. You can see 9 EMA is starting to turn. So we'll look for the 9 EMA or the 21 day to catch prices. We're in phase 2. So these pullbacks are what we look for entry. Okay, it's not usually a good practice to be buying on the rip. Right at the breakout, it's a different story. After it's already broke out, it's hard to buy into strength. It's more apt, or it's more intelligent to sell into rips if that's what you're going to do. Wait for these dips to get bought. Okay, you can see RSI's turn back down. Okay, there goes Apple. Apple's still going here. Okay, Oracle turning back up. Apple. So the powers that be know that these stocks are overbought. Okay, calls are extremely expensive. So this dip is helping them out, the dealers. Okay, Apple with the bounce now. I do have some of those 350s, by the way, September 350s that we mentioned yesterday and again this morning. ARM Holdings, looking for the dip to get bought. Bought some Walmart this morning for earnings next week. I'll sell before earnings. If that continues to trend, Walmart looked pretty good this morning. Walmart. Okay, we're inside day, looking for it to rise back up. Walmart. Okay. Walmart, WMT. Okay. And Costco. BJ Wholesale. Nothing there. TJ Maxx. Wow. TJ. Pretty decent discount on TJ. That place is always busy, so I don't know what they did. They must have missed the earnings or something. Dollar Tree. Nothing there. Dollar General. No. Five Below. Ross Stores. So retail is off right now. Retail will get a base at some point. So you get these run-ups. This has been trending since last year. So what I anticipate will happen is we'll start to see a base. So if you like these stocks like I do, I like Ross Stores and TJ Maxx, looking for a base, looking for a cup and handle or some other sort of base. You've had this nice gain. You could see a Fibonacci retracement that looks like this, taking this low over on the left, run this up. So that would give you right about 382. Okay, 382. Somewhere around in this area between 382 and 50% generally is what you'd be looking for. You don't want to undercut previous bases, but you do want some consolidation now. We won't do anything with Ross Stores or TJ Maxx. I have no position there in retail. Since took those off into strength a long time ago. Watching tech, in particular the picks and shovels, which have been seeing some buying. Let's see what Caterpillar looks like. Caterpillar, Inside Day, Cummins. These produce those diesel generators, diesel, natural gas, etc. generators, GNRC. Also with GNRC, many of these with hurricane season in full swing now into the October period. It starts to pick up really a lot in June, so you'll see these probably catch a bid. Baker Hughes is also starting to base. I took that off before it dropped too much last week. Okay, I'll get back into that. Oracle, okay, bouncing at the 90 MA. Let's see if it does, in fact, bounce. And if the hedge flows start to change direction, we're looking for hedge flows to turn. Nothing yet. We're right at the support level. Let's see, non-zero day, 0 day. Let's see if that's changed much. Go back to the open. Here's the open. More time. Okay, this has fluctuated quite a bit. This one right here, 73.50 and 73.75. Okay, see 73.75. See how all of that came off just now? When I scroll back and we build back up. Okay, so it looks like we could bounce here. Arm holding starting to bounce. So if you didn't chase it and you were looking for an opportunity, an arm, that might be your opportunity here. ARM. Okay, a little dip at the VWAP. It could flatten out. This could be a flat VWAP kind of day too, so be aware of that. Futures are turning back up. Futures turning back up. Okay, MACD and stochastics oversold down at the bottom. You see that? RSI and MACD shown. Stochastics not shown. RSI rising, MACD turning on a 1 minute chart. 3 minute, that's a 3 minute chart. Okay, so let's look at the 1 minute. Okay, starting to turn up. Okay. We've been saying for weeks now. Okay, this is week 5. This is week 6. This is week 7 without any kind of pullback. This is a decent pullback. We've had pullbacks like last week on Thursday, but then we opened up on Friday and gapped up and kept running. So the moral of the story is it's getting much more risky going into NVIDIA next week. We got OPEC on Friday. Okay, watching for this to turn. Okay, watching for a turn here. Watch that hedge flow line. Okay.
So I'm always curious more having this shoe conversation. Like, is there like what is the new hotness, right? What is the thing that's coming up?
Okay, so while we're waiting on the markets, I've been working on some scripts with a virtual private server. I use Ionos, IONOS.com, Ionos.com. You can rent space on their server. It's like $2 or $3 a month. It's like ridiculously cheap, and you can run your own scripts. You can have Claude do the coding. I know Cayman's been working with Claude. Aaron has been working with Claude. I've been working with Gemini. It's a little bit more problematic, but I finally got a script that's working. And what it does is it sends a result to Telegram, which can vibrate on my phone. I also have a window open on my Apple, my Mac, that updates every 30 minutes. So I'll get an update here shortly at 10:30 if there's anything worth taking a look at. All right, Microsoft turning very quickly. So once I get this working well, I'll share the script with the room. All I'll do is take out my token for my Telegram channel and my ID. I'll send you the script. And what it does is it finds stocks that have high relative volume. It also finds stocks that are showing what's called a velocity, a change in velocity, capital velocity, which institutions use to identify stocks. Actually, it's institutions that create the alert because they pile into stocks, and a lot of people don't see it until after the stock's already made quite a move. And RVOL, it'll be calculated pre-market versus during the day. So that's helpful because I don't think Thinkorswim allows you to do it pre-market. I'm not sure. I know Grover has a script that he runs in Thinkorswim that does something similar. But I wanted it for my phone because I want to be able to, if I'm out doing something and I get an alert on my phone, it's a lot easier for me, obviously, to run back to the office or to just make a trade on my phone. Anyway, that'll be in the near future. I got a script that's finally working properly. Netflix is still going here. Okay, so this is the S&P. S&P is turned up. Okay, we're at VWAP. All right, Netflix. Nice little reversal. All right, it's one of the nicer days, bullish days on Netflix in a while. Figures I took the NXFL. I took that off a couple of days ago. I still have Netflix options. I believe I should probably have June because everything I own is June now. Netflix. Let's see, Netflix. August. I have August calls for Netflix. They're $15 out of the money. The 100 strike. $13 out of the money right now. All right, so Netflix, if we can make a nice reversal and see institutions come in and buy, Netflix is looking pretty good here, actually. Even if you're just day trading it, Netflix, don't buy it up at the high, wait for the next dip. So Netflix, if it's going to continue, you'll see an opportunity probably in the late afternoon, somewhere around 1 o'clock, 1:30. You'll get your 1 minute chart oversold RSI. Let's see Netflix right now. Netflix. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, you can see it was oversold late yesterday evening. Okay, gapping up today and running now. So you run the risk of this pulling back on it. It looks pretty active volume wise. So usually later in the evening, I think, let me see if Apple was an example yesterday. Apple, if you look at it yesterday over here on the left, okay, you had a couple of examples where we had oversold conditions right after 12:45, and if had you bought and put a stop underneath, this is a pretty good strategy. It works most of the time if the stock is bullish. Okay, the caveat is the stock has to be in a bullish trend, and stochastics rising. When that's happening, that sets up a perfect scenario where you buy the dip on the 1 minute chart, like we did yesterday, when RSI is oversold, because stochastics is telling you the likelihood it's going to close in the upper half of the daily range. One of the biggest problems that new traders have is they buy at the wrong time. They buy at the high of the day when RSI is up here, and they wind up selling because it pulls back on them. If they could just reverse that and buy when RSI is oversold, when the stock is in a bullish trend, they'd do so much better. Just making that one change. Okay, 6 minute trading, this is exactly what you want to see. There goes Apple. So you don't want to take Apple off right here. The other thing is, when do I take profits, Vinny? Well, you take profits when, depending on the time frame if you're trading. If you're trading a 1 minute chart, you want to wait for this to get up to here oversold and maybe start to turn down. If you're using the 60-minute chart, you want to use the 60-minute chart for your ins and outs, right? So this is probably going to keep trending. So you probably won't get stopped out by that green line, the 20 EMA. If you bought this morning or yesterday when RSI was oversold, when we mentioned it, I posted it in the trading room, probably around 12 o'clock or so, 1 o'clock, as a potential trade. Let's look at Netflix, another example. Okay, oversold at the open. Let's see. Microsoft is turning right now. So this is probably an example here, RSI. And the only difference with Microsoft is it's got to be bullish. This is a 50-50. You're flipping a coin with Microsoft, right? Why? Because it's in consolidation. Likely that it's going to get back up into the range, still consolidate, but the 1 minute's a little bit more risky when you buy the oversold RSI. Hopefully that makes sense. And the 60-minute, you have a sideways range. So you probably could get back to the top of the range in the next few days. So you need to have at least, I don't know, June options. I wouldn't be buying May at this point, except for maybe a quick day trade. NVIDIA, another example, NVIDIA, okay, it's above the 60-minute 20 EMA. So this is a likely candidate. It's bullish. So you want for RSI to get oversold like it's about to do right now. So we'll watch this one, okay? This is a good example. The 1 minute chart, okay? So let's see how far this pulls back, NVIDIA. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It feels like it's much later. It's only 10:22 a.m. Okay, there goes Palantir. Maybe let's shift to Palantir real quick and see what Palantir looks like. Palantir, oversold, not quite. It's not in a bullish trend, is it? No, it's sideways. So Palantir, we should know that. AAOI, sort of oversold. Daily in a bullish trend, starting to run that upper band. You see the bands are starting to open up. So if you get enough time, if you buy enough time, say June or July options, we took out this high, 192. We came back in, but this is likely to continue. Watch your RSI. This starts to go. You can put a stop underneath 189, 190. Okay, that's a $5 stop on a $200 stock. Okay, Meta. Okay, Meta, another example. Okay, Meta was oversold at the open. It's not bullish, so this is a little bit of a caveat. It's about a 50-50, flip a coin probability. Apple's more of a 90% probability. This is like 50-50 because it's at the low of the range. It's not trending like over here in April. So when you take the strategy, you have to know what the prerequisites are. All right, so Meta's starting to go here. Watch Meta. I have a position Meta. Bought some yesterday. I believe I posted that, right? Meta. I posted it yesterday. If I didn't, I do have the Meta 625, 630 call. All right, so it's $25 out of the money. And that was because I saw somebody, it's the July 625, 630. I believe it was Option Hawk talking about it. Maybe not. There goes Meta. This is day 9, right? Day 9 on Meta. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so day 9 on Meta. Okay, this looks set up. Meta, day 9. RSI, 1 minute got oversold. Now it's running. Someone bought Meta yesterday.
Yeah, look, actually, I mean, the earnings season has been obviously remarkably strong. At least in my life, I've never seen an earnings season, an earnings beat trade average.
I have July 625, 630 calls, 630 call. 625, 630, July, right? Okay, so the dip got bought. All right, that looks good on Meta. Okay, let's see how far this goes. Okay, Meta. Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute Meta. Okay, still going. Okay, Apple's at the high of the day. There's Netflix at the high of the day. Meta still stretching its legs. You know, this is what you would expect institutions to do as far as liquidity. If you watch any YouTube videos, you talk about liquidity. Where is the liquidity on this stock? Anybody answer that question? Where's the liquidity? Where do you think the liquidity is right now? Where are everybody's stops? Most people's stops are down below, right? That's that 8-day range. So if this does work, I think it will. Looks like it will. This will produce like an outside day, a bullish engulfing candle. Will be up here above yesterday's high. It'll become obvious they took out people's stops that were trying to go long. We drop below, take them out. Volume picks up and reverses. Okay, same thing with the highs. A lot of times you'll get these pops above a moving average like this. Where do you think the liquidity is? For anybody that's short, their liquidity is up here. They got stops, so they'll take the stop out and they'll reverse it. So the original direction for this, for any shorts up here, was right, but they'll take the stops out and then reverse it themselves. So you got liquidity above, liquidity below. That works intraday as well. So watching Meta go now. Meta. Okay, ARM is still pulling back a little bit. ARM. Okay, it looks pretty good here, Meta. Okay, Meta looks pretty good. I'm just going to keep an eye on RSI. RSI. Okay, looking for that turn and trace. Okay, some of you are looking for this to turn back up. It's purple. Okay, if this whole background was red, I'd have a lot more problem with going long on a dip. Okay, see how much purple there is down below? Now you can really see it. Okay, a lot of positive gamma. You want positive gamma. Positive gamma supportive. A lot of people selling puts. AFRM, a firm had earnings. Thank you. Thank you, David. AFRM. AFRM had earnings. AFRM being told that AFRM had earnings. It's setting up. Okay, one more time. If it pulls back one more time. A little bit more difficult because it's a tight squeeze. But if this does take a move, which direction? RSI is above 50, MACD, stochastics. These are setting up, need to turn back up. This would be like maybe a week or two swing if this does turn. So once this gets going, it got a nice volume yesterday. Thank you for that update. That looks pretty good. Bollinger Bands are tight. Looks good.
Drives really rich down into valuations across the board. That's usually what we're quite worried about. Right now, I think we can look through it. We are able to look through it because, of course, we can say, look, that's largely a reflection of higher oil prices. It's largely a reflection of what is happening in the Middle East. Once that fades, that actually front end and therefore also long end yields should come out.
Okay, NVIDIA came all the way back. Okay, so if you like NVIDIA, I like NVIDIA. It's still on a bullish trend, so the likelihood is we're going to get bought, okay? Now, we're right at the breakout high. Yesterday, we broke above 217, pulling back. So this is a good setup. This is a good setup. All right, it's oversold right now. It's making a higher low. I'm going to take some NVIDIA here. NVIDIA. Okay, what do I want to take NVIDIA? NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA. I want to buy some NVIDIA here. Okay. Monitor, trade. Come on. Thinkorswim's a pain in the butt. NVIDIA. Okay. I'm not going to take it yet. I'm going to wait until it starts to turn. NVIDIA. Well, I could put in a limit, but I don't want to do that because this could keep drifting lower because futures just dropped a little bit more. Futures just dropped off a little more. Okay. Hedge flows dropping pretty dramatically there. Okay, next level is 73.50. Okay, you see this, see the node over here on the right? Okay, that came in, that is a little bit more profound, right? That wasn't as bad this morning. All right, 9:30. All right, wasn't even there. Okay, if you can, scrolling forward over to the right, you'll see that red building. See it building? People are buying puts. Many of you in the room bought puts. You can see them buying puts right there. And that just keeps getting redder and redder. Now, if we jump back up, at this point, a lot of these will monetize, and we could get a nice little Vanna tailwind. But for now, stocks are still pulling back. Okay. Okay, Netflix still pushing a bit higher, but everything else is pulling back. Okay, Netflix starting to see some profit taking. Meta looking for that to follow through. Okay, futures still pulling back.
Low tick alert -800.
All right, that's our first low tick. That might be a capitulation selling at this point. Let's see if we get a reversal at all.
Coming up, Amazon's latest play into the express delivery space. We'll get the details next.
Where are my contacts? Maybe you should keep your eyes on the road again. I have to be able to see first flow. Take driving very
Starting in less
seriously.
than 10 seconds.
Yeah, well, that's what Progressive Snapshot is for. Personalized discounts that safe drivers don't have to pay for bad drivers' mistakes. Are you really saying I'm a bad driver?
APLC. SMTQ. SOXS. TSLQ. TZA.
This isn't mom's house. I have to pay. We're celebrating your birthday.
END.
Oh, I love that for you.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays. This laid-back beach house is right for some, but off-brand for others. Find exactly what you're booking.
Okay, we're still pushing lower. Netflix is still pushing higher, showing relative strength. All the chips have pulled back a bit. Okay. ARM Holdings back down to the 9 EMA. Was a bullish engulfing. Now it's showing what could be a shooting star if it closes down here at the low. All right, so let's look at some of these. NVIDIA pulled back from the high. Big pullback. Trapped a lot of people. Took some liquidity. Same thing here. Where's the liquidity? Liquidity is up here at the high. People buying the breakout, getting stopped out on the reverse. Okay, so NVIDIA watching that. Apple trying to hold on to gains. Apple, it's at the VWAP, starting to bounce. Netflix, nice reversal candle at the highs. So long as this doesn't fade and give back all of today's gains. So we're just sitting here waiting. It's a little bit more than an hour into the trading day. Tesla pulling back. Tesla's been up a lot lately. Tesla inside day. Outside the upper Bollinger Band. RSI overbought. Okay. Volume looks good the last few days. That looks like institutions. Let's see if they buy this today. It's in a bullish trend. Stochastics is embedded. So looking for the 1 minute chart for an oversold condition. It's oversold now. We'll keep an eye on Tesla. This might be a nice reversal area. Okay. Would be nice for the markets to bounce. But Tesla's oversold, so we'll test this strategy real time. Okay, so watching for this to turn. Oversold. Bitcoin pulling back a bit from the high of the day. The number of stocks advancing, 190. So we're over 200 there for a brief moment. Okay, let's see what up-down volume looks like. All right, there's your oversold condition. Okay, Tesla. I'm going to buy some Tesla here. Tesla, going to buy some Tesla. Can we get back to 445? I'm just going to buy some May 15s. 445, 445. 440. 442.50. Buy a vertical. 442.50. Let's see what we get here. All right, I just bought some Tesla. Really needs to get a little bit higher. Okay, a little bit higher. Okay, bought 442.50s for May 15th. Tesla. Tesla.
done kind of like last second. Someone mentioned talking about like a game that my friends and I play, and they thought it was
Let's see. Here's Tesla. Let's see if this works. Might get rejected. Could turn out to be a bear flag. Needs to get.
exactly yes. I will. I'll buy like paper towels for Amazon. I want to have 2 boxes of paper towels. Not because I'm hoarding, but because I like and I feel rich. We got like 2 things of paper towels. Those things are expensive. That's it's crazy. So I like to
All right. RSI oversold. We're looking for that to follow through. We got a little oversold in the morning. Then we made a lower low. Looking for this to turn back up. S&P is starting to turn. turn. Bitcoin's turning back up. Okay, so Tesla's in a bullish trend inside day. Stochastics rising, embedded. So probably because it's embedded, maybe about an 80% probability. Okay, watching for the follow through. RSI rising. We'll run this. We'll trade this back up to 440 and then reassess if it gets there. Probably gets rejected. S&P is starting to turn. That's going to help a little bit. S&P. Okay, we're at 180 stocks advancing. We were at 190 a few minutes ago. Earlier, I guess about 10 o'clock, we had about 200 stocks advancing. We dropped down as low as, I think, 110, 108, something like that. So a good many of stocks got oversold real quick. Meta still flagging at the high. Meta, we talked about that a few minutes ago with RSI oversold, rising, Meta. Okay, so that's Meta. I'm going to keep an eye on Tesla, though. Got to keep an eye on Tesla. Okay, so far, so good. All right. Netflix still going. Apple still going. Okay, if we get up here around 438, I'll bring my stop up to flat. ES continues to turn. ES continues to turn. Okay, we got hedge flows. Now, what has to happen in the next, over the next few hours, otherwise this will be a lower high. It's going to roll over, and we can come down and test some of these levels over here on the left. 73.50, we're just above that as we bounce. They got these two levels here. Okay, so purple, though, is good. At the present time, purple is telling you dealers are going to buy dips. Okay, they're buying the dip right now to hedge their positions. Oracle's turning back up, shorts covering. Same thing with Microsoft. Apple's back to the high of the day. Netflix. Okay, that looks good. We're looking at Tesla. Inside day. Okay, it's stalling right here. I don't like the way it's stalling. You can see that shorter term moving average turning back up, crossing. Prices above both. Okay, don't do it, Tesla. Keep going. Keep going, Tesla. Palantir turning up. Netflix at the high of the day. Netflix. Okay, Netflix at the high of the day. This might be the day that Netflix reverses. We're, yeah, down there at the low. Netflix. Okay. Nice reversal candle so far. I'd like to see this volume, though. I'd like to see this volume above yesterday's volume. Okay, I'd like to see that volume spike. By the end of the day, be up here somewhere, say 83 million. That would show that institutions have been buying. Price actions acting like institutions are buyers right now. You can see across the bottom of the screen over here on the left. Okay, all this volume. Okay, it's been pretty decent all morning, and it's only 10:45. All right, Netflix still going here. Now, if this was all red, I'd be a lot more concerned. Right now, it's red towards the close, so we'll see how this plays out. Okay, we got a little bit of resistance there. 99 percentile at 73.75, just overhead. 98 percentile. So the 99 percentile right overhead. We're getting rejected right in that area. A little nuances today. Tesla, okay, dipping a little bit there. Tesla, stochastic, RSI, trying to get a trend out of this off the low. Palantir looks very similar. Okay, Microsoft trying to turn. Microsoft trying to turn. Shorts covering. Okay, oversold conditions at the open. Got a higher low. Microsoft, is about a 50-50 coin flip that this is going to push higher. A big disadvantage is that the S&P is not recovering yet. So, and we're up here on week number 7 without a consolidation. Okay, so we're week number 7 up here. You can see I extended this out back to 22. The last bear market, the trend break back in 2022, the trend break that led to the current uptrend, connecting the highs. Okay, thinking to myself that if we hadn't had the Iran war conflict, we probably would have just kept trending along and we'll get a little extended up to the highs, but this is not too unusual compared to if you didn't think about it that way, eliminating the Iran conflict. If you didn't think that way, then this move over the last 7 weeks has been huge. It still is, but I was starting to look at reference points perhaps, and then keeping these highs right along in here to give that parallel channel. Now that's all in a perfect world, of course. Tesla turning back down. Watch your stops on Tesla. Netflix still pushing. Netflix is acting unusually bullish compared to what we've seen recently. Okay, nice bullish return there. Figures I would have taken the NXFL off. Now that we get a nice reversal today. Netflix still pushing. Tesla back down to the low, so this is not working. We'll see if we get a higher low here. Daily inside day. RSI is overbought on the daily. Stochastics embedded. Okay, Tesla. Netflix. Nice run on Netflix. 60-minute. Okay, we're back above the 20 MA. So this may be the first day since the end of April where we have a chance for this to turn up over the next several weeks. Okay, so it took several weeks to get down here. Now we're starting to turn back up. Maybe the trend reverses on us and starts to become more bullish. We'll know soon, I would think, over the next couple of days. Netflix looks good. MACD stochastics oversold on the daily, even more powerful. RSI is rising from 30, more powerful on the daily. Okay, so here's RSI. Here's MACD stochastic. These are all getting ready to turn. Okay. Okay, Tesla looks like it's going to test another low here. Tesla. Tesla. Okay, dipping a little bit more. Okay, so we're testing a low right here. Probably going to take out some stops, people that went long right here. Microsoft turning up. Okay, Microsoft looking pretty good. Only problem was Microsoft is the range that it's been in. Bollinger Band's tight. We really need the S&P to bounce. We need the Qs to bounce, the Qs. But we have to consider that we've been up for 6 weeks. This is the 7th week. So not surprising. We're seeing a little give back, maybe 2 to 3% potentially. And VIX has been higher, so vol up, stock up. All right, so if you're thinking that something might happen in the near future, maybe you buy the 20 or the 25 calls, VIX calls, maybe out in after Nvidia earnings, maybe June. I like to do the monthlies. I don't like doing the weeklies. So the 20 or the 25 makes sense. All right, we just made a new low on Tesla, so that didn't work. Okay, so Tesla didn't work. Okay, we just made a new low. RSI oversold again. We're going to have a higher low. Looks like it could be a higher low. Lower low on Tesla. Price, higher low on RSI, looks like. All right. Nvidia pulled all the way back, Nvidia. Okay, we'll give this a little bit more room. The markets will give it a little bit more room. After all, this is looking a little better. You can see defensive stocks over here on the far right are coming into play. Okay, Walmart, Costco. Bought some Walmart a little while ago this morning. Walmart. Okay, looking for that to continue. So the 1 minute on Walmart. Okay. Oversold late yesterday, but it's been staying pretty much above 50 all morning. MACD turning up. All right, so we're looking for this to continue into earnings next week. It's the day after Nvidia earnings. I won't hold it into earnings. I'll probably sell it on Wednesday when Nvidia, right before Nvidia earnings, provided we move a bit higher. All right, looks like Tesla, they just took out some stops on the low here. Tesla, higher low. You note that RSI is a higher low. Price made a lower low. This is a good setup. Okay, let's see what else is going on here. All right, let's run a scan of, let me just grab my script here. Let's see. Daily script, where are you? Daily script. There you are. Okay. For this morning. Okay, so I'm going to just edit this here. Okay. All right. So where are the trades today? Please list the top 20 stocks with the best probability follow through, curated from the strongest sectors. As of Tuesday morning session, May 12, 2026. And are not overbought this morning, i.e. RSI above 80 on the 60-minute time frame. Okay, rank candidates, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so let's see what this pulls up. QUBT. All right, so immediately I want to start looking at the quantum stocks. AA, not AA, IONQ. Okay, that's off the high of the day. QUBT, QUBT, QUBT. Okay, that big gap up today. All right, so but that's overbought. So you messed up there. Overbought 60 minute. I specifically asked it not to look for these. Okay, Micron, PACS plug power. Mondo mentioned plug this morning. PLUG, plug power. All right, that's up this morning. Just making a higher low right now. So plug might be an opportunity for you. Plug power. Mondo mentioned it pre-market, I believe. Okay, plug power. Coming off the low, there's your oversold condition. All right, now if it does get back above the 100 period, this looks better than the Tesla setup because the 100 period on the 1 minute chart is actually trending higher versus Tesla, which is still drifting lower. So more probability of a bear flag on Tesla or two. Let's see what Tesla does. But QUBT, not QUBT, plug power looks good. Plug power. Marvell. Okay, what's Marvell doing? Marvell. MRVL. Marvell. Still consolidating. Marvell. AMD. Let's see what AMD looks like. AMD. Okay, these are pulling back. Futures still haven't bounced. Futures still haven't bounced. All right, ARM holding still fading. ARM. All right, the chips look like they're going to take a break. Okay, we said that we've been looking for a base for some time. A few weeks ago, we had this one little dip, and then we got buyers again. MACD, S&P though. S&P still dealer hedge flows continue to move lower. So this is what I was saying before. This turn that we saw a few minutes ago needs to turn into a trend, not a lower high, lower low, which is what it looks like right now. So we're an hour and a half into the trading day. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Tuesday, May the 12th. My suggestion was sit tight because it looks like we're going to fade all of the semiconductors. Tech could go with it. We look like we might have some rotation. We've been looking for XSW and IGV to rotate in the software stocks. All right, so IGV, not yet. Not yet. Microsoft, not yet. It did look good on the 1 minute, but this is still descending somewhat like Tesla. All right, the 100 period, the dark red line, still descending a bit. Okay, so that's not working. Tesla's not working. Apple, the difference here, look at the 100 period. Okay, and we've got a bullish trend. Apple working a lot better. 60 minute is up and to the right. Daily, stochastics is rising. Not only embedded, but rising. Okay, got an upgrade from Wedbush. Looking good on the 1 minute chart. Everything's working for this, whereas Tesla's not working. Okay, Tesla just dropped off a bit more. Tesla, so that's not working. That's not working. Okay, so you probably got stopped out on Tesla. I probably did too. I'm not looking just yet. Let's see. Vertex, Netflix. Netflix is still going. Netflix looking pretty good. It's at the high. Netflix 100 periods up and to the right. Looks like it would be a bullish engulfing if we had taken out yesterday's low. We're taking out Friday. Making a nice reversal so far. We're back above the 60-minute 20 EMA, so the probabilities are getting a little better that the trend might reverse on this one. We might get a trend break. Okay, I'm going to wait a few more minutes to see if the markets can hold this level. Oracle, a little short covering at the low. That could turn Oracle's back down to the 90 MA. It has broken a downtrend over the last several weeks. The second week of April, we broke the downtrend on Oracle. Okay, we broke the downtrend. We're below the 60-minute 20 MA at the moment. So we need that to get back above. 1 minute chart trying to turn. Notice the 100 period is pointing down, so higher probability that we don't reverse dramatically today. If anything, bear flags. Okay, dailies on it. Might come back to the 21-day again before following through. Bitcoin did make a nice little bounce, but that rolled over. So we got some risk off. Looks like risk off today. Okay, Bitcoin. We're gonna have some risk off today. So if you had planned on doing something, and if you had planned on doing something today, and you were hoping that maybe you get more of a bullish follow through to trade, I would say go do whatever it is you were gonna do. Come back around lunchtime and see if there's any strength in the markets, because it looks like we're risk off at the moment. IBB, biotechs, that looks okay. IWM, we're looking for that to lead. That didn't happen yesterday. That's another risk off signal. Junk bonds, probably lower as well. It is below the 50-day, so that's another risk off signal. So this is a risk off day, folks. Okay, so limit the number of new positions you might be taking. I'll do the same. Tesla, that already has failed. Tesla already failed. Plus, we've got VIX moving up, tight Bollinger Bands. We got NVIDIA earnings next week. NVIDIA completely reversed this morning's run up. Okay, NVIDIA. Okay, we had a nice run up in the morning. Do we get oversold and turn back up again? Notice where the 100 period is, that red line. All right, so this is kind of neutral. Maybe we'll run back up to it, but I don't know. I don't like the odds. We just made a new low S&P, so people need to be more cautious right now. We're up 7 weeks. Okay, so a fade is possible, more likely than not. Okay. Daily looks good. RSI is overbought, starting to turn down. All right, what's working? Nokia. Nokia was up this morning. Okay, that faded already. Okay, Nokia. That gap down, actually. BlackBerry. Okay. Netflix still going here. Take two. Take two. All right, that's trending. Take two. Take two. RSI is rising. Okay, 60-minute. All of this looks good. I just don't like the markets at the moment. Most of the chips, if you got any chip positions, most of those are pulling back a bit. Apple's at the high of the day. Okay. Apple maybe take some profits there. That gets drawn down with everything else. Okay, AAOI. What's the deal with AAOI? It was up, it's down, it's up, it's down. A lot of momentum players in this one, obviously. This was up to the top of the candle earlier after dipping this morning initially. It dipped again. We're going to go. Tesla still drifting lower. Tesla. Google, maybe Google does something. Google. What's the daily look like? We know it's up there at the highs, but it has pulled back the last 2 days. It's at the 9 EMA. I want to get back into Google. Been looking for a pullback to get in. Palantir is pulling back as well. Palantir still in the bottom of this base. Oracle. Okay, pulling back below the 9 EMA now. People looking for a bounce at the 9 EMA, probably throwing the towel in, waiting for it to get to the 21-day to judge again, reassess. Oracle. Netflix showing relative strength at the moment. Netflix 60-minute, we're above the 60-minute 20 MA, so we'll see if this fades this or if it shows a little more strength. Morning session. AAOI, IONQ, IONQ. Okay, off the highs of the session, IONQ.
Now, how sustainable is it that our forces and our ships are over there right now? How long can we just feasibly leave those ships?
UNH is up quite a bit. UNH, so defensive healthcare. Okay, UNH. If you still have UNH, still in this one. New highs. All right, we're still in this one. That's looking good. Still in it. Not going to sell it yet. I got June options. I can roll them out. Have June. Will roll out. Okay, you see muscle here. RSI muscle. All right, so when you get RSI like this, okay, UNH, whenever you get RSI looking like this is showing muscle. Strength of trend is persistent. It bounced off the 9 EMA, which is what we're looking at Oracle to do, but Oracle's still got work to do. This is continuing. Technically, we got a lower high on RSI, even though we're showing muscle. Muscle is just telling you that it's not overbought so much as it is showing persistent strength and trend. You can see since it got oversold and it ran back up, got above the 50 and the 200 day, you got a 50, 200 day cross coming, UNH, 50, 200 day bull cross, golden, this week. Okay, UNH. A lot of you are still in this one. Okay, so Luigi, whatever his name is, last name. Okay, so we bought this over here around 250 or so, 260. I believe Aaron and a few of you are in this long term. All right, so we're headed back up to 400. Okay, what is my... Yeah, I did roll these up, actually. All right, so I had 350s. I remember rolling these up because, if you recall, I was concerned about any of the options that I had that were didn't have enough time in. All right, I did roll 400, 410. Okay. Okay, so we're very close there, looking good. Okay, hedge flows. All right, the selling has dissipated a little bit. The hedge flow, the dealer selling has subsided. So we're seeing if this is going to hold or not. 73.50. That is a 98 percentile. This was 99 percentile at one point, and we lost it. Came back down. 98 percentile. Let's see what this does. I'll keep the screen on this for a minute. If you're thinking about buying the dip on the S&P, the trend, the bias has shifted from bullish to bearish. VIX is up. Prices are fading. My guess is that we could stay pretty weak. We don't have to pull back dramatically. Okay. We don't have to pull back dramatically. We can consolidate at the highs. That would frustrate everybody, bulls and bears. Or we could pull back, which, you know, that's a pretty decent probability too, because we've been up for 7 weeks straight. Now that we're up 7 weeks as of yesterday, we're pulling back in. So if you have June options, I'll be looking at July and August now as well. NVIDIA earnings next week. This is looking good though. UNH is looking good. UNH. Okay, UNH looks good on the weekly. Daily looks good. 1 minute looks good. 60 minute is trending. Whatever you use to trend, whatever you use to enter, whether it's the 1 minute, the 3 minute, the the 60 minute, or the daily, use that time frame to trade it as well. Don't shift down to a lower or a higher. If you're going to buy on a 1 minute, like David's mentioning, IONQ, RSI is oversold. The daily, we're up above the highs here, so it's possible, David, that this fails. All right, look at the 100 period is downward tilted, so that's telling you the likelihood that this continues lower is higher, even with RSI oversold. Same thing happened on Tesla. The 100 period was downward trending. This didn't work. This run back up, RSI oversold, didn't work. We made a lower low. Let's see if this changes direction in the afternoon session. So watch that 100 period moving average on the 1 minute chart. The other thing, David, with IONQ. Okay, look at the daily. Let's look at. Okay, so this is okay. It's at 80. It's turned up, so maybe we get a little bounce here. We did see some other names gapping up today. Qubit, QUBT, Quantum computing popped up. Okay, what other stocks here are on this list? Zebra, AMD, Palantir. You're looking for Palantir to return. Intel. I was looking for a dip on Intel. Okay, ARM is pulling all the way back. Intel's pulling back. So the likelihood is these are going to continue to pull back. Amazon still pulling back. Affirm, that's one that David mentioned. Affirm, AFRM, Affirm. Okay, it's trying to get above the 100 period. If you look at the daily chart on stock charts, AFRM, you can see that the squeeze is still on. Okay, MACD stochastics are recycling. They haven't turned yet. Netflix is making new highs. All right, Netflix is behaving like institutions are buying. Okay. All right, so let me just mark up a chart here. Netflix. Market. Showing relative strength. Netflix. Netflix hasn't stopped turning, hasn't stopped motoring higher.
In some of the great schools are out there working in AI and autonomy. And then the Secretary of Defense did the same thing and eventually not only pushed it as an innovation. I saw AI when coupled with robotics really gives you autonomy, which is going to be the future in so many ways. But importantly, also in early 2020, we set out a set of ethical principles for AI applications.
Netflix looking good. So if you're going to add to Netflix, that's probably going to work.
So that you replace the part before it
SOXS,
middle of an operation, or
SNTQ,
managing your personnel far
CPH.
better. So there's so many things you can do
BTZ.
with AI that we are doing now in many cases, but the potential is really unlimited.
WOK.
IONT, TECS, BTZ,
At Spectrum,
WOK.
great connections shouldn't come with compromise.
IONT,
Now, doesn't have
All right, let's see what Netflix.
CS,
Netflix. Let me just check Money Magic's Netflix levels. 88 and 90. All right, so we're back above 88, right? Above 88. Yeah, we're back above 88.
And what better way to stay relaxed than Candy Crush Saga? Stay calm. Download Candy Crush Saga today.
What happened to all the challenges
SNTQ,
and all the motivation
TCS,
start?
CORD,
Did everyone
MUD,
already hit their goals?
SSG,
Did they achieve
TSLQ,
everything they were hoping for a month ago?
XXL.
ZSL,
Motivation is alive. The plan is the truth.
TDIC, SOXS,
TDIC.
RNA meresentence IONC, RGTZ, SNTQ, GDST, CORD,
XXL. CPH.
Boring apps? Tika's got a better idea. Flip your card right and unlock the castle.
Okay.
TDIC.
CSL,
Warm Tika.
Looks good.
Freeze is solid.
CORD,
Okay, Tesla's still dropping here. Tesla, that failed miserably. Netflix. I should have heeded that 100 period moving average on the 1 minute.
GDST,
Could fade a couple of days. All right.
As you look into the future of combat, are drones and other autonomous systems, I look at what even Elon is doing with his robots. Who knows where that can go? But are those still complementary to jet fighters? Are they still complementary to humans?
MSTZ,
Yes. I don't think, look, I think they'll always be used together in certain ways, and depending on the situation, one will lead, the other will follow. So, for example, you can use the drones, for example. We do it today for cruise missiles to take out enemy air defenses so that you can clear the way for manned fighters. They can do other different tasks. So I think the same is true with regard to other parts of the military. Just last month, maybe earlier this month, Ukraine for the first time
Mhm.
using both autonomous aerial drones and autonomous ground.
Okay, Palantir just made a new low this morning. S&P just made a new low. Netflix at the high of the day. Netflix. Junk bonds below. This is risk off. Junk bonds are showing risk off. You also see that with breath. We told you in the weekend video that breath needed to start improving across the board. That's not the case. We're fading. NASDAQ is right at zero. It faded back to zero, but not below zero, which is interesting. So maybe tech does have some potential. Right now, we're overdue for a pullback, and that's exactly what we're seeing. So I would figure that that's going to be the case for now. All right. So if you're thinking, oh, I want to go long, I would hesitate right now. I've already had one failed trade this morning with Netflix not working. Walmart. Let's see what Walmart's doing. Walmart Okay, Walmart has a good morning so far. Walmart, that's helping out. Okay, that's still trending. Walmart also trended. Walmart's also doing well. Walmart.
And accuracy levels and things like that as we expect. I think that's if I were back in the position right now, that's what I would expect of our A systems we have deployed. I'm sure there's more, but we need to get the smart people,
Mhm.
the engineers, and the programmers, but also the ethicists and the warfighters to talk about how you go about doing this. You know, I'm sure you know the numbers better than I do, but you know, there are fewer numbers of young people listing in our armed services.
Walmart showing relative strength.
Is there a solution to help boost those numbers over the next few years? As a lot of these conflicts, China, Russia, Iran, you name it, they're not going anywhere. Yeah, I mean, the numbers are stunning. When I worked this pretty hard and I've written about it, you know, of America's youth today, there's, let's say, between 30 and 34 million each year. 78% are unqualified to serve, 78%, and the top reason is obesity. And then from there, you get into drug use and mental health issues, and maybe just not smart enough. And I mean, the issues go on, but we cannot have a nation where 78% of our youth are unqualified to serve. So I think first and foremost, we have to think about how do we get our kids in better shape, and how do we get them more engaged, and how do we make sure, of course, always stay away from drugs. But in this area, because not only you always need fitness in combat, but as our military becomes more and more technical, right? We're relying increasingly more on AI and autonomous systems. We're going to need young people who understand, who are smart enough to use this technology to implement it. Because it's not necessarily going to replace, but as you said earlier, complement. It'll be a tool. It's just another tool that young people use to fight future fights. Just a couple more before I let you go. The president's trying to rebuild our Navy. I mean, build some amazing new ships. How
Walmart.
gotten done. I think there's been some reports that it's not moving as fast as the president would like. But again, these are complicated ships being meant to serve in some capacity for the next few decades. Yeah, look, he's got the right instinct. In fact, when I was defense secretary in 2020, I put forth a plan to expand our Navy from the current level of
All right, tech is still dropping, so is the S&P.
370-man ships, but importantly, we had a plan.
Bitcoin is off, or we got risk off everywhere, so especially in tech and semis. Walmart continues to ramp higher. This is Walmart. Okay, Walmart's still ramping higher. 60-minute on Walmart. Okay, it's a range, but looks like we could take out the high. Last week, a week before, we had 2 days up before hitting the upper Bollinger Band. So maybe the upper Bollinger Band should be our target. We got these wicks over here at about 131.75. This one here and this one there. Okay, weekly. All right, so weekly, it's been holding the 10 EMA all this time. This is week number 8, right? 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Week number 8 since pushing back above the 10 EMA. So this is 1 week ahead of the reversal that we had everywhere else. Palantir is still pulling back. All right, Apple turning back up again. Apple. All right, trying to turn back up. Apple.
What signal has that branding change sent to our adversaries, and how might it change how they think about things they may or may not do to us? You know, it's hard for me to say. Look, the folks who adopted that, readopted that name, if you will, thought it would show a more aggressive stance toward adversaries. Look, my view is the military has always had a strong war-fighting posture and ethos, and I didn't see much of the name change. In some cases, though, allies have said, look, we think it's too aggressive for an America that's been the benevolent superpower.
IO and Q pulling back.
Each country's going to address it simpler. I think more important than words and names is how we act and behave and posture ourselves out in this broader
Okay, S&P is still dropping off. S&P. Okay, now we got a lot more down here. Looks like we're headed to this level. Once we see this turn back up, you'll see some of these levels change as people sell puts. Some take profits, monetize puts, so we're still trending lower. The hedge flow line, we want to see exactly the opposite of what we're looking at if you're bullish, all right? So that hedge flow line just keeps dropping. That's telling you the dealers, as prices move lower, the dealers are selling futures. I'm sorry, buying futures. They're long futures to the downside, okay? All right, so it's getting really dark purple down here. Deep purple, if you will. Getting deep purple here, which is support, okay? So we're coming down to support. Okay, in the morning session, which is kind of good when you think about it. Institutions tend to show up in the evening session. Do they push it back up a little bit? If for some reason, like last week I told you, if for some reason we managed to rally, I'd be reducing my exposure into strength, okay? Just like last week and the week before, I've been telling you that I've been taking profits off, reducing my exposure. If I had 25 calls, I got down to 10 or 5. Still participating on the upside. Still wanting to participate if we continue to make a seventh week higher. But knowing that the markets are way over our skis, the probability of dropping off becomes much higher probability. What are we at? Your weighted signal is at minus 211. Okay. All right. Thank you, Grover. Okay. Grover talking about the average true range for NQ. Okay. The daily range we normally see. All right. So when we get down to a level, 100% ATR, even on the downside, there's a possibility of a bounce increases. So we'll be watching the weighted signal for it to turn back up and for this hedge flow line to turn back up as well. We'll come back to that in a minute. Apple's still hanging out at the high. Consolidating now. Netflix doing the same thing. Netflix. Okay, Walmart. Walmart showing relative strength. Okay, so healthcare stocks like UNH doing well. UNH. Okay, that's showing strength. UNH.
SRL may rise in 10 seconds. OKLS. NHA may resume in less than a minute. BWEN. BMNZ. SNTQ. NCEW hauling to the upside.
Welcome back. It's me, Kenny Polcari, and this is Trading Talk.
Hey, Kenny Polcari. He's pretty cool. Kenny.
Who's the chief market strategist at Interactive Brokers, along with Brian Sawsey, who's the executive editor here at Yahoo Finance. It's going to be an exciting discussion because it is Big Tech Week. There's a lot happening this week. We've got 5 of the major companies reporting this week. On Wednesday night, Microsoft and Google. On Thursday, we've got Apple. So get right to it, Steve. first of all, thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure. And Brian, this is a shift for us. It's usually me in that seat and you in this seat. I'm only here to ask you why or how $8 gas will impact that earnings. Come on, baby, get out of here. Let's go. Let's go. All right, so Steve, let's start first about just kind of your overall view of what this week is going to bring and what people should be thinking about.
Well, there's a lot to unpack. I mean, first of all, Wednesday is like the mother of all market days, right? I mean, in theory, it's volatility personified. In reality, stuff doesn't always work out that way. Let me explain why. First, we have the Fed meeting at 2 o'clock. We get the announcement. Then 2:30 is Powell's press.
Which is interesting because this is Powell's, seemingly so, his last FOMC.
Yeah, because over the weekend we learned that Senator Tillis is going to support Kevin Warsh. Personally, it didn't really meet the announcement from Janine Pirro did not meet his criteria. Oh, by the way, it wasn't the other criteria supposed to be an end to the Lisa Cook investigation, which they've been silent about. But I'm not gonna throw a senator under the bus. It's not my job.
Do it, Steve. Do it. It's kind of, we're wrong with that.
It's behind us. Right. Although if I were Powell, I would not leave the Board of Governors until this is well and truly done, because that one line at the end of Pirro's statement would freak me out. And he's a lawyer. He doesn't need my legal advice. That would be mine to him.
Yeah, I think that's just Janine probably protecting herself. I don't know. I don't think.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Okay, well, in any event, I think he is done as chair, and so this will be his last hurrah. They're not. I think there's no expectation that they're going to.
All right, we continue to go higher. All right, we're starting to get a little bounce here. So people freaking out, throwing away shares. Let's see if this reverses at all, or if we continue to fade. I mean, we don't have to pull back. So that's the other thing about the S&P. Just because we're at the highs, overbought does not necessarily mean we need to pull back dramatically back towards 7,000 or anything crazy like that. We've got, as you can see, we've got purple, positive gamma. Most of this is purple, positive gamma. Let's go look out. Let's go look out into the future. Let's see how institutions are positioned. Let's go out to next week. Okay, you can see. All right. So if you recall, several, maybe a week ago or so, I looked at the Wednesday of the following week. We're coming into Wednesday, and we still got a little bit of purple into Wednesday this week, the 13th, tomorrow. That is pretty clear. You can see down below all of this purple. That's all positive gamma down below. Now we have some red up here at 7,500. So that's going to be highly volatile. And that's for next week into 15th. That's Friday. Into next week. You can see this all clears out after OPEX. You see that? This is this week prior to OPEX. To the right of the center, you can see down below the dates, 16, 17, 18. As we proceed into next week, all of these options are going to need to fill in. There's some red up here at the highs, 7,700. There's no way we're getting at 7,700 unless there's an end to the war, and even that's kind of ridiculous. The takeaway is all of this positive gamma. A lot of this, more than likely, a good bit of this is going to evaporate after OPEX, which means to the right, that makes a lot of sense. All of this needs to fill in. And we'll be filling in into the month of June. So we're going to have to start rotating or rolling our calls out if we have any, spreads, whatever. But we have a lot of support below. So that kind of tells me that maybe we just stay up here, right? We just stay up here and consolidate in time rather than pulling back dramatically, because this is telling me below there's a lot of positive gamma below. All right, so the odds are that we're going to have some support below 7,400. Does that make sense? 7,400 right in this area, 7,350, 7,400. Okay, 7,300 is right there. All right, so we really need to hold on to this area, 7,350-ish. Okay. Go back to today. 73.50 is right here. We need to get back above that. Later today, we've got some volatility. Looks like all of this red starting to build up. Netflix, Tesla. All right, we'll look for these stocks to show any signs of a reversal.
And Elon, they didn't say anything in the press release or the slide deck. You hop in the earnings call.
Whoa.
They earned $20 billion coming in this year. That company only spent $8.5 billion last year in CapEx. This is a meaningful acceleration. And what did the market do? It sent Tesla shares down. Why shouldn't we expect the same damn thing from all 6 of these companies coming up? Maybe except Apple, because it farmed out its AI to Google. So we'll forget them for a second. But I'm looking at really some potentially big CapEx from all these companies, and all these stocks get hit.
Well, the theme before, the theme until recently was we switched from all cap spending is good, and we're just going to reward companies for spending money, to we're going to we're going to be more judicious about it, and we're going to be concerned about whether the business model.
Okay, Walmart, Netflix.
So magical business models, right? Like very few assets, very low fixed costs, insanely high margins.
Netflix starting to fade from the high now.
I mean, they're probably thousands of people. Well, that's another key, right? But Meta's telling you that maybe we got to tighten the belts around people.
Nvidia is starting to bounce. Intel. I don't know if I'd be buying any chips at the moment. I'd be waiting on chips. Over the next few days, we'll see what's in store for the S&P 500. But if you've been here for any length of time, you've got a 6-week rally. Even if you missed the first reversal week that we talked about. Okay, the first reversal week, if you recall, we looked at the previous April reversal. We saw that lower low on that first bullish candle there after the dip. We took out a lower low and then reversed on the week. That's what we were looking for this time. Exactly the same thing happened. We took out the lows, took out all the liquidity down below the stops, reversed it, and then started this follow through. So even if you missed this reversal week, you've got a good 4 weeks up, continuing to do well. Bottom line is, as we were saying last week, reduce your risk. This is what we're looking for. Either we pull back, consolidate. It's 7 weeks up. So you shouldn't be expecting to see this just keep going without some sort of respite or consolidation. Okay, so that's what we're doing. We're overbought. RSI showing strength of trend all this while from oversold into the end of March, rising into April. So we've had all of this time to make money. Don't give a lot of it back. Reduce your exposure. If we get a bounce, that would be the best scenario. Get a bounce right here on the S&P. Let's get a bounce. If we start to run back up towards 7,400, I can't speak for everyone, but I'm not going to assume that it's all over with. This little dip is all over with. We're probably either one going to consolidate or two going to pull back. I don't think we're going to make new highs. Could be wrong. I mean, if something happened with Iran and a deal, yeah, that could happen, and we could bolt up towards 7,500. I don't see that happening. The odds of that happening probably 5%. I don't know if there are poly markets. I don't know if it's got an odds of Iran. Somebody check out poly market and see what the odds are. You know what? Let's just do it right here. Let's do it right here. Okay. Referencing poly markets. RE poly market. What are the odds of a Iran deal before end of May? Yep, I said 10%. Pretty close. Pretty close. All right, so 10% probability. I'm not willing to trade on a 10% probability. If it was a 90% probability, that goes without saying, right? We'd be all over it. But with a 10% probability of it not happening, we're up 7 weeks. All right, so technically this won't be a seventh week if we fade a little more. But the odds of a pullback are more dramatic. So what do you want to do, Vinny? What do you want to do? What I want to do is buy some June at the earliest, June VIX calls, say the 20 or the 22s monthly. I want to buy monthly, not weekly. All right, so I want to buy some VIX. And if Core 1M comes down a little bit more, it hasn't yet, Core 1M, so no need to really hedge. Actually, Core 1M is ripping higher. So that's telling me maybe we get a bounce in the S&P. If you followed anything I've been saying this morning, you know I'm all over the place. So what do you gather from that? I gather from my all over the place conversation, junk bonds down, IBB's up, Bitcoin is rejected at the 200 day. What I take from that is do nothing. Now, if you're trading short intraday, that's a different story. But for anyone trading a swing time frame or you have options, sell some into strength if we manage to get a bounce. But I got so many mixed signals right now. We came into the week, I believe, with 8 bullish. Let me go see here. I think we had 8 bullish, right? We had a 9 bullish, 8 neutral, 3 bearish. So that right there in the weekend video, that portion of the opening monologue where I talk about the signals, all right, 9 are bullish, 8 are neutral, 3 are bearish. That's basically neutral. Out of 20 signals, the majority are either neutral or bearish, and 9 are bullish out of 10, out of 20. So that right there tells you that you should be taking profits in the preceding week, like we told you we were doing, and stick to maybe day trades. A Core 1M still moving higher. So going back to what we were talking about before, okay, Core 1M is rising. So even though these are expensive going into NVIDIA earnings, okay, NVIDIA is way over here. It's possible that these could continue to rise into NVIDIA earnings and OPEX on Friday. It's possible that these can keep going because Core 1M is not pulling back below 8. Okay, Core 1M would have to be way down here below 8 to tell you that everything is super, super overbought call-wise and due for a big pullback. Does all that make sense? All things considered, everything I talked about in the last 30 minutes, probably going to stay up here near the highs. S&P. Probably going to stay up here near the highs. In this zone, I would say 72.50 up to the highs, 74.28. Can we stay above the 9 EMA? That would frustrate everybody, frustrate the bulls and the bears. Netflix turning back up. All right, so Netflix turning back up. Okay, Netflix showing relative strength. Walmart holding near the highs of yesterday's session. Walmart got earnings next week, Thursday after NVIDIA earnings, Wednesday. Okay, so we got Thursday. Pre-market, Walmart. Netflix, we talked about. What's Tesla doing? Tesla's starting to bounce. Okay, so it's below VWAP. It's probably going to stay below VWAP. Tesla inside day, very strong week. Jensen Huang is not going to China with Elon and the president and whoever else is going. So Jensen was not invited. That's kind of weird. On that news, NVIDIA kind of ran up early this morning and then faded very quickly when everyone realized what the news actually was. All right, so we're below VWAP. VWAP is downward sloping. Okay, there goes Google. Google's starting to turn up. So if you like Google, oversold, it's in a bullish trend. Let's take a look at Google. Okay, Google. Don't forget the healthcare stocks like United Health. We got a position there. Google, you've got a bullish trend, RSI showing muscle. MACD is embedded, but it's turned down a little bit. So Google might get a follow-through pop there. Okay, there's your RSI oversold at the open. We're making higher lows. Google's probably going to keep going. I wanted to get back into Google. I'm going to try it. It's a bit risky. It's a bit risky on Google. The markets could stay right here and just kill theta. So I got to go out in time at least by June. Google, or I could buy GG. What is it? GGLL? GGLL? Google shares. What's GGL? What is Google? Google GOOG direct sound GGLL. GGLL. Okay, that's 140. What was the other one? Google. Let's see. Alphabet Hedge TO. Granted shares 2 times long GOU. Okay, that's at 35. So that might be worth it. That might be worth a shot. Google long term. Okay, Google long term. Let's just take a look. Google GOOGL. Back in July now. Google earnings growth 81%. You know that Pelosi's have deep in the money calls. And they also have 5,000 shares, I believe, of Google. So this might be worth a shot. Might be worth a shot. GOU. GOU. Okay. Or just buy Google proper. GOU. GOOG.
Just got re-rated by 45% in 4 weeks or so. Right. I ask is how normal is it to have $1 trillion added to market cap of the company?
Oh, that's May. I want to go out at least to June, right? June. Google. June. Google. GOOG. So the 40 strike is pricing in a 39 delta. So basically 40% probability I can make it back up there. I got spreads. I see 400, 410 spreads on Google. Open interest suggests that people are interested by a vertical. So I'm going to do that 400, 410. 400, 410. I'll scale in because there's a probability that the markets can also pull back. So I'm going to do that. I'll buy 400, 410 for June. Those are going $300 with a possibility of a double. All right, so I bought the 400, 410. So now keep in mind that we're in a bullish trend, but stochastics and MACD are starting to turn. So this might not work. RSI oversold this morning, making higher highs, higher lows. Let's see if it can at least get to green on the day. Google. S&P starting to bounce. So I bought 400, 410 for June. All right, 400, 410 for June. Okay. Google, 400, 410. Google. June, 400, 410, 310 filled.
Endlessly buy the rumor and not sell the news to actual news. I'm not going to say that far, but right, the oil market has stopped.
Looking for a bounce.
started lifting a bit. So the oil markets and the bond market are
Bullish.
kind of out of gas.
9 EMA.
Again, so this is where earnings season
Okay. Longs are very susceptible
price pressures as a result of that, or demand reduction as a result of that.
to fail
Let me ask
in this 7th week.
Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, and Google. They're coming up.
NPWR.
What's your kind of broad view? Do you think that Meta's going to get hit because people are going to be concerned about the capex, but yet Google's going to be fine? Do you think it's going to be all the same? Do you think there's going to be differentiation?
I think there will be differentiation, but I can't.
Okay, Google, can we get a little rally?
I'm not an analyst on either.
So I'll look at this as a day trade for now, but I want to have enough time if I change my mind or want to add to it, I'd go out to June. So S&P is trying to rally. Google, all right, rally S&P. S&P is trying to rally back to VWAP. Now, don't be under any illusion that this is going to just rip back up to the highs. I think what's going to happen, if we're lucky, we'll get back to VWAP. If we're lucky. Right now, we're showing a little bear flag. So just check the stocks that are showing relative strength, like Netflix. That's at the high of the day. Walmart was at the high of the day, drifted a little bit lower. Apple was at the high of the day. That's kind of taking a break. Meta still has some work to do. Okay, I have to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Look, I'm in a position that it's funny. I own Apple. Someone owns Apple. I'm going to die with my Apple. Apple's not anything that I trade it. So, if Apple gets hit, I'll use it as an opportunity to buy more, right? If it takes off, I'm not going to buy it. And that's the same way with Microsoft. I feel the same way. I don't own Meta, and I don't own Google. I just own both. But Microsoft, I still view as an opportunity. It's still negative on the year, even though it's had this big rally off the low. But I'm looking for that one to actually, if that gets hit, I'd be a buyer.
Well, and I think that, and that's still a very pervasive attitude. That's why we never really sold off on the first
Right.
I mean, you both have been around for a long time, right? The closure of the Strait of Hormuz was the blackest of black swans, right? We were supposed to, what I'd always planned for in years of managing risk for an options market making book, was you figure you get $150 to $200 a barrel of oil, an immediate 10% correction in the S&P 500, and a big flight to quality in the dollar and the short end. We got maybe to 144 in dated Brent. We barely got to eventually. We didn't quite get to an S&P correction. We kind of almost did out on NASDAQ. And actually, we have kind of the opposite. Because short end rate, we did have a bit of a run in the dollar, but that was largely because short rates went up because of price fears and taking out 50 basis points of cuts. If I had said to you, under any normal circumstances, we would be in an environment where bond yields would go up 35 basis points. We would take 50 basis points in cuts off the table, and yet stocks would zoom higher and be at all-time highs. You probably would have said this sounds preposterous.
Right.
But that happened. But it happened. And that tells you the power of the buy the dip mentality. And I think it's anyway generational.
Yeah, I agree.
I think, well, they've been rewarded.
Well, they've been rewarded.
That's exactly that is right. There's been a dip. You bought it, and you might be pressure for a little bit. By and large, and they bank. They know. That was exactly it. You've been rewarded. If you've been through a couple of cycles where the rewards aren't always immediate,
you're not so quick.
If you came of age after 2009, which at this point a lot of individual and professional investors have, you haven't sat through a long downturn. You had a rough, call it 10 months in 2022. Right. Then a down year very slightly in 2018. By the way, midterm election years. Right. But other than and 2020 you had 2020 and April of 25 you had substantial downdrafts, drawdowns, but they were resolved.
Okay, trying to make a higher low here, S&P.
We could talk about this for another hour. Sure. I just want to ask one question. Did you two make this up today? You both wear purple shirts. I mean, very interesting. It's almost the same shirt.
No, here's the thing. I knew you guys were both and I didn't want to wear my same getup I wore my shirts. I came here, look at my sleeves, I wear purple shirts.
Okay, NVIDIA showing signs of a pulse. Microsoft, ditto. Google, no follow through yet. Google, all right, so chopping around VWAP. Okay, we still haven't seen hedge flows bottom out and turn up. Hedge flows still haven't turned up. They haven't bottomed yet. Okay, so VWAP possible. VWAP is still down and to the right. So bearish bias for today. Shouldn't be any surprise. We got a bearish candle for the day. After 7 weeks up, this being week 7, wouldn't be that surprised to see some consolidation. I mean, it's much needed, right? So I'm not telling you something you haven't already considered. Last week we talked about taking profits off into strength, reducing your risk, but still being able to oh. All right, S&P rolling over. So anybody who thought that the markets were going to just keep moving higher, probably getting trapped. Okay, getting trapped here. Bear trap, a bull trap rather. Tesla's still moving lower.
At 12:01 Eastern Standard Time this morning, we were blessed with 309 pages of the Clarity Act right for markup this Thursday.
Okay, so we're looking for an evening session. short covering perhaps, maybe giving us a little bit of an opportunity to exit any positions that we're looking to exit. Right now, the bias is lower, bearish. So just keep that in mind. If you're trying to go long, you're fighting the trend. You're swimming upstream like a salmon. Imagine how difficult that is visually. So just sit tight. If we do get some opportunities later in the evening session, we're watching for stocks like NVIDIA, for example. That's one of the candidates that I'm watching. Google as well. This looked like it could have bounced, but not yet. Netflix showing relative strength. So anything that's showing relative strength, if we get a rally later today in S&P, that could help, not hinder Netflix. Microsoft. Okay, if we can manage to get the S&P to bounce in the evening session, this might be an opportunity as well. Some of these stocks that are at the highs that have earnings still showing relative strength, like INSM. Biotechs seeing a little bit of a bid in the biotechs, IBB, INSMED, INSM, INSM, that's the top of the list on the NASDAQ 100. So that's reversing. If I go here and look at where are they? Biotechs, IBB, this is the top 20 stocks on the IBB. All right. So that's the NASDAQ biotech ETF. Okay. All right, Z Labs. Let's see what these do here. Any of these turning up? ARGX. Somebody mentioned ARGX last week. Okay, we've got Biogen making, looks like it might make a new all-time high. Didn't this one work on an Alzheimer's drug? I think it was Biogen. Maybe Amgen was working on one as well. Okay, just looking at Gilead. Okay, Gilead might be a probability there. We got higher lows. Just need to get above that 50-day, the red line. GMAB, IBB, Illumina, Insight. Okay, these are trending. Okay, some of these are trending. Moderna, MTD. Okay, NBIX, Neurocrine Biosciences. That one's trucking higher. Intelia, nothing there. Okay, Novavax, NVCR, Regeneron, and Repligen, nothing there. Tech. All right, so borderline BRTX. This is one that Frano has traded in the past. BRTX, I think, right, Frano? This one has come a long way over the years. Seem to recall you buying this back in the 2022, 2023, or having a position back then. I think you're probably out, right? Yeah, out by now. So that did very well. Oracle, looking at that Oracle. Inside week, Oracle, testing the 9 EMA. All right, so bearish bias day. So I would not be that active. I'm not that active today. Maybe maybe the evening session can save some of these trades from this morning. It's 12:05. Let me switch channels here. Let me switch channels.
Jump up and down and say, okay, I'm going to add to positioning because I'm getting the momentum factor down 2.8%. I think you just have
Netflix.
All right, so you're mentioning higher rates right now. Part of that is the CPI story. The fact that it's higher than expected.
Where would you rather buy Netflix? Would you rather buy Netflix at the high and have this downtrend to deal with, or would you rather buy Netflix at the lows potentially showing a higher low if it gets above the 10 EMA. I would say if you're a long-term trend holder, you have a good probability of about a 30% gain. Once you wait, if you wait till it gets back above the 10 EMA weekly and that turns up between 95 and 100, you could start to scale in here. But for longer term, you're looking at a 30% move there. Okay, so at least 30%, maybe even 40% from here, right?
What's been flying, obviously the semis are now 15% of the index. Crude's up 4%. I think these are and we're taking a breather. We've run a lot. The SMH is up 25% in the last month, 50% year to date.
Okay, yeah, so it'd be about 40% back to the highs. And that would probably, it took how many months to get down here, right? About 10 months to get down here. So I would double that. I would have my horizon for a retest of 125 probably by the end of next year. So if you bought a little bit now and start to add to Netflix over the coming months, that might work. I don't see Netflix moving much lower. Just given earnings. Okay, just given the earnings Netflix posted. Okay, it would be better to see earnings growth increasing, but it was compared to the last earnings. If you recall, that was actually earnings were actually growing then. Revenue growth 16%. So by next quarter, this number is probably going to be measured against this pullback. It's going to be a positive number. $112 billion in reported revenue for the quarter. Okay, they came in at 70 cents versus the consensus, which was 76. So they missed by 6 cents. Is that enough to drop it as much as it has? I think this is probably a good bet. Netflix is going to be the number one in streaming for the years to come. So any dips, we'll be looking for signs that institutions buy. We want them to do the heavy lifting, and we'll follow along. So Netflix having a good day today and a good week so far. Okay, so Netflix can't complain. Big bullish day. Still has a lot of resistance overhead. So once it clears 95, we can breathe a little bit more easy. I have a small position in Netflix options. I would venture to say they're probably June. Let me just go check. I'll need to roll these out at some point. While I'm doing that, what is working is healthcare. Okay, so United Health, we've been in this one, seems like forever. When Luigi decided to shoot the CEO, I can't believe people think that was okay. It's just a person, right? I don't think anybody in our trading room thought that was a great idea. I mean, you might not like the company, but you execute the CEO. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. I guess I grew up during a different time. It just seems like people are okay with, if you disagree with someone, it's okay to take them out, right? That's really crazy. Anyway, we're back way beyond where 150 points from where we started buying after that event in the 250 zone. I believe, Aaron, you might have actually answered my question. Are you still in, Aaron? You still in? Are you still in United Health? Aaron,
shareholders and funds complain, why aren't we in the AI stocks? Why aren't we? And the manager says, well, which of our holders? Oh, Qualcomm. They have a data center client. But then they get to tell their investors at whatever quarterly webinar people are suffering through, hey, no, it turns out you are in the AI trade. See?
Okay, somebody bought 10,000 July to 685 puts. The Qs, somebody bought 10,000 of the July 685 puts. Fresh buy on the Qs, looking for more downside in the short term, or at least hedging. You want to hedge when VIX is at lows, okay, not when VIX is above 20 and rising. So puts are still somewhat inexpensive. Okay. So someone bought, some investor or trader bought 10,000 of the July 685 puts, the Qs, buyer of 10,000 July 685 puts. Thank you for that update. Netflix looks like it wants to go some more. Netflix doesn't look like it's done yet. Netflix. Okay, MACD stochastic Netflix. This is all set up perfectly if you're thinking bullish.
You think it goes to energy? I think first of all, it's Max 7. I think it's Max 7. I think there's a degree of defensiveness in the nature. Maybe it goes a little bit to healthcare, but I think first and foremost, it's Max 7. I don't know what you guys think.
Well, here's what I think. Is first off, nobody knows, right? Because the sentiment and
We got to take a shot. Though.
I'm going to the memification, which is what I'm going to call it, of any sector happens for reasons that the butterfly flaps its wings wherever it flaps its wings, and we find out about it afterwards.
Now we're talking butterflies.
I would say look at the
okay, Mac. Watch Microsoft. Microsoft might be a play here. Watch for Microsoft. Microsoft.
Non-technology-related factories on the back of the budget bill as well. You see this, by the way, in the ISM surveys. But look at energy, look at materials, look at industrials and financials. That's where I think you're coming next. Before we get away from this trade sector, also.
Okay, Microsoft coming off the low here. Okay, Microsoft coming off the low. It's not the best setup, but if you like trading this setup, you could get maybe a point or two out of this. If you're trading a 50 delta option, all you need is 2 points. You need to get up to 411. Price needs to get to 411. A 50 delta call should net you $100 if it makes it to 411. All right, so you have 5 of those. That's $500. Just weigh it against the probabilities. I'm having difficulty with taking longs. I just want to point out stocks that look like they could set up and continue, like Nvidia. Nvidia oversold. Nvidia is definitely in a bullish trend. It just pushed above the high, so invariably there's some shorts here that are eager to push this back down. 220 is probably the call wall, right? Let's go take a look at money magic levels. Let's look at Nvidia. Let's see, where are you? Nvidia, 220, 225. All right, so 220 is the first call wall. So that's why we're seeing some rejection there. Okay, so the dealers are short the 220, so they have an incentive to keep it below 220, Nvidia. Any move above 220, that kicks in buyers. Okay, we saw that this morning. We briefly moved above that level. Okay, and so what happened here? Okay, what happened here was we moved above 220, the call wall, and the dealers had to buy shares to hedge. Once that dissipated or slowed down, the dealer was able to close these positions once they drop back down. So 220 is still a big deal here. Nvidia, let's see, Nvidia. Let me see if I want to add to this. Nvidia from this morning. Nvidia. Okay, Nvidia. Okay. Nvidia. Nvidia. I'm going to buy a dip here. Nvidia. Out in past next week. Earnings. May 22nd. Can I just do June? I'll just choose June. I'll just do June. Okay, we're starting to move here. I'll buy like a 45, 50 delta. Okay, 50 delta is a 220, so I'll do 220, buy 220, vertical 220, 220, 225. Okay. All right, already starting to run this up.
This stock, BK, he's good. this stock became one of the 10 largest market caps in the United States yesterday. Does that sound just on the surface, not taking anything away from them?
Okay, NVIDIA, I'm in 220. I'm in 220. NVIDIA, 220, 225s.
You don't even really need supply to come on. The models will become more efficient at the way that they utilize compute to give the end user the same result. And that's the next raft of headlines, is companies coming out and saying, new technological breakthrough, we only need 80% of the compute that we needed 2 months ago. What do you think? That's like Thor's hammer hitting that whole sector.
Josh, you will find, and this is what you're saying, that semiconductors are indeed a cyclical.
Okay, put a dollar stop on that.
Eventually. And look, it's not the first time that the cycles got carried away and people say, no, this time is different. No, it's not different. Supply will come online, demand will come down, as you are suggesting, and price will come down. It's not like they just have no cancer, but they do have the hot product right now that everybody wants for now.
Well, memory is the most volatile industry by far, and you see it reflected in people wanting to South Korea. But I think what will also be very interesting.
Netflix at the highs. Tesla trying to turn back up. IONQ, AAOI, all of these trying to turn back up. Shorts covering. There goes Microsoft. Okay, if we can get a few of these to turn up, like Microsoft as well. Microsoft, Apple. Okay, Apple is just a flat VWAP, so it's probably just going to stay up here, Apple. Okay, like I've been repeating constantly ad nauseum, any moves to the upside, sell into strength. Okay, so this NVIDIA, I'll sell into strength.
Upcoming quarters in the near future, I don't think this is going to be the quarter. And I think, and I've talked about this 1,000 times, but the CUDA software platform.
Palantir turning back up. So a lot of stocks are starting to show the same type of signal. Palantir. Okay. Palantir is pretty flat. So trading the RSI oversold on Palantir when the daily is showing stochastics flat. That'd be great if stochastics started to turn up like it did over here. Okay. Back in the second week of April, when it turned up, that gave us a higher probability that closes would be in the upper half of the daily range. Right now, it's just flat. So this is like 50-50, flip a coin. Same thing that we saw with Microsoft this morning. Okay, Microsoft, 50-50, this keeps going. Same thing with Meta, 50-50. Took out some stops, 50-50 that this gets going. Okay, flat VWAP makes sense. Netflix, a little bit higher probability. Even though it's coming off a low. Netflix, significant change in direction. You got stochastics and MACD already oversold and turning. RSI oversold and turning on the daily time frame. So that's starting to set up what could be a multi-day rally. And Netflix, I'm not going to put too much emphasis on it, only because the S&P isn't really doing what we want. We're up 7 weeks in a row without a break.
I'm sure it'll be painful. I don't think this is the quarter where we need to worry about it. They give you simplicity because you don't have the requirement to stack chips if you're able to use NVIDIA's advanced chips.
Yeah, by the way, a lot of people agree with both of you. Give me 1 second, Jim. Price target raised by Wells from 265 up to 315. The Susquehanna from 250 up to 275. Susquehanna saying visibility extending well into 2027. To Josh's point, expect better results and guidance.
Yeah, you know what I feel we sort of blow by a lot is how much.
If Tesla gets above this 100 period moving average, that would be significant. We'll be watching for that.
Get more efficient and they don't need as much chips. You know where they're going to benefit NVIDIA is from all the investments they've made in the AI ecosystem. I mean, that's actually really smart. Maybe somebody who's a more value-oriented investor would have said, hey, they should have taken that cash and buy back shares or increase dividends. No, I think they've done something very smart.
Microsoft, like Microsoft, it's back above that 100 period moving average. Okay, it's back above the 100 period. It's kind of flat, but starting to turn up now. Maybe this keeps going. Microsoft.
He seems to be way more focused, and that's like, I don't know, a 2029, 2030 bull market. We're not even on the doorstep of that robotics revolution, and NVIDIA will be just as key to to all of those end markets, to your point, Jimmy, by virtue of a lot of the investments that they've made. And I think investors who are in the name and have been long term, they understand that this doesn't stop and start with when the data centers have run out of
Palantir emerging above the 100 period now. Palantir. Okay, all these are set up. Palantir. Microsoft.
that I've owned personally in the ETF. Josh talks about it quite a bit. I believe it's the best stocks in the market. It's benefiting clearly. If you want the investment in growing your production for sure, and optic fiber cable is critically important in the build out of AI data centers. Now, does that mean that Corning has not been one of the leading candidates for quote unquote these momentum horses that are just galloping higher in the second quarter? Of course it has. We know that. But understand fundamentally there is an embedded, really good story when you look forward with the lens being into the next several years. And if you are afforded a significant correction to stay, it's a name that, to me, without question, you want ownership with. Why? Because it has that relationship where NVIDIA is investing in their growing production.
By the way, just to put a number to this, our Christina President-Ellis and Ashley Caputo actually wrote an article over the weekend. NVIDIA embraces the role of AI investor, pushing past $40 billion in equity bets this year. So just kind of put a number on that. Snipe, I want to come to you. Jim, you're very bullish on all these investments. It feels like a couple months ago we were wringing our hands about the fact that NVIDIA was investing in these other companies. They were also customers. Is that no longer a concern?
Okay, I mean, yeah, we were wringing our hands about it. And I think anything that happens, we've got to look at both the bull and the bear side of it. But as I just said, I mean, I come out on this and I see it very bullish for something that Josh make a great point on robotics. That's a potential big use of chips going forward. But if there is some wall for where the demand for NVIDIA chips goes down, it's going to be because the AI models are more efficient, getting more profits, and NVIDIA is going to benefit from it. So to your point, Frank, anytime something happens, you have to look at the bullishness and the bearishness of it. I wasn't that worried. I wasn't in the camp that this is like, I don't know,
Circular finance.
Yeah, I'm trying to find one of those late 90s names. Was it Momentum or what was ticker symbol A?
You know what I got killed in? All the competitive local exchange carriers.
Yeah, exactly. And all the eight.
We got to get going in a second. Really quick, Josh, I want to come back to you. Autonomous driving, do you think that's also priced in when it comes to this stock?
Tesla, no follow through yet. Okay. No bounce follow through. Oracle still looking kind of weak. Looks like it's headed to that 21-day moving average. Oracle looks like it's headed to that 21-day.
NVIDIA's ambitions is to make sure that their GPUs power the entire autonomous ecosystem, and it'll happen. And one of the things that people don't fully appreciate yet, which will become more important in time, when you're talking about autonomous driving, you can't afford to have a technology where the car is trying to talk to a satellite in space to make a decision. These are chips on board in the vehicle. You know how much latency you can have? Zero latency. We have to have a car that can make its own independent decisions. If we're talking about L4 autonomy spreading across the globe, this is not like looking up a recipe for fettuccine alfredo on an LLM from your phone. So it is not priced in, and my evidence of that is NVIDIA is selling at a way below sector multiple. It has been for a while now. It's one of the cheapest multiples in this group of stocks. And that is because I don't think people have mentally gotten there where we start pricing in robotics and autonomy. I still think we're stuck on how many chips Meta's going to buy to put virtual legs on the bottom of Zuckerberg.
Yeah, to your point, we got to go, guys. To your point, Ben reaches out with this note saying that NVIDIA actually trades at a 20% discount to AMD. Yeah, that's part of this dream conversation with Jensen Wong. It was all a dream. Ben reads this message.
I used to read Word Up magazine.
Netflix still hanging on to the high of the day. Has yet to fade. No jinxing. Microsoft's got buy signals underneath this. Microsoft's got buy signals. Okay, Microsoft buy signals here. Okay. Buy signals triggering here. Microsoft buy signals. Microsoft over there. Microsoft buy. Okay, XLP looking good too. Okay, looks good. All right, so Grover alerting me to some things that we want to pay attention to. XLV healthcare has been dead lately. Triple bottom XLV. Yeah, triple bottom on XLV looks really good. Okay, so this launch, once we get back above the 50-day, same thing that we looked at on Oracle. When you get the trend break, you get the accumulation. You can see the accumulation, right? Stays in a range for 6 weeks. Once it breaks to the upside, gets above the 50-day, that's going to indicate institutions are live and have built positions. You can see over here all this volume back in late March. Okay, there's kind of a little bit of a mix here, so it's a little bit disguised. But when you get stocks like UNH on the move, okay, UNH, you can see what's starting to happen, right? Some of these healthcare names are getting. Let's see what Humana looks like. Humana, okay, Cincinnati Financial. That's insurance. Cincinnati Financial, Chubb, Travelers. Okay. UNH, SUM, some healthcare is showing strength for Mr. Flood.
Since I guess last fall, and now it's sort of in a no man's land. That being said, I do think that this is just a stock that's in the wrong sector. And one of the things that I've been talking about is just the utter futility of trying to add to any SaaS software names right now. People just do not believe that any of them have any kind of moat. I disagree. There's a hardware element to this name.
Humana. Wow. Those look good. Humana, Rosanna Dana. Remember Rosanna Dana? What was her name? That lady at what was that? Was that on Saturday Night Live, or was that Rowan and Martin's laughing? I forget. One ringy dingy. She's funny. XLV. Was it Lily Tomlin or something like that? Lily Tomlin? I would be surprised if Rob doesn't respond. Ooh.
It's hard to know which one will have the earliest wins. I think with Archer, they are focused more on things like military and law enforcement, things of that nature. Whereas you think about a Joby, they own the Blade helicopter platform, and as a result, they actually have $100 million in annual revenue coming in. Right now, the goal would be to transfer all those helicopter flyers into eVTOL flyers. They'll get that done, I think. So I'm bullish on the ecosystem long term. We have a ways to go, though, before you look up at the sky and see these on a regular basis over cities like Manhattan.
Yeah, looking at Archer pulling back about 5.5%. Joby, I believe, is down about 4%. Want to go to a big story from last week. eBay's has rejected GameStop's $55 billion takeover bid. Great interview with our Aaron Ross, Sorkin, Becky Quick, and Ryan Cohen. You can just Google that yourself. Joe and Jim, you guys own eBay. Joe, start with you. Your take on this.
Oh, I'm glad we got past this moment. I want to focus more on the growth of the business for today. The 136 million users, it's been 80 million a year. The
the significant turnaround that this company has exhibited over the last several years. They're doing a phenomenal job, and you're seeing it reflected in the growth of GMV. The sideshow that was last week with GameStop, that was never a reason, I believe, for anyone to step in and buy the company. Hear me out, though. Half cash, half stock. Sure. Yeah.
It was a fascinating interview. Josh, I mean, he's alluded to parts of you got to watch it yourself. Jim, before we go, one more.
Half sides.
I mean, I think
I like the math. There's 3 halves. That's
I think the rejection is part of the theater in this case. You know, it was a hostile takeover bid, so of course the company's going to say no way. The interesting thing is whether GameStop and their bankers, I believe.
All right, so XLV looking pretty good. Best in show right now. XLV, XLP. Okay, XLP. Okay, this is about to break out XLP. So watch your stocks like Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola.
This deal is something that we still need to pay attention to and see if they come back, because to me, GameStop and TD look serious. They look serious.
Yeah, I just don't want the viewers who are not in the name to buy the name specifically.
Fair enough.
Coca-Cola. All right, let's see. What else? PepsiCo. Not as much. Clorox. ConAgra. All of these. ConAgra. CAG. Walmart. Walmart.
But the vibe hug is a story that I think will continue for quite a while. All right, we're going to turn our attention now to Washington and some breaking news. We got our Emily Wilkins live on the Hill. Emily.
Hey, Frank. Well, the Senate has now confirmed Kevin Warsh to be a member of the Board of Federal Reserves. This is, of course, the first step in getting him to the chair position. They're actually voting right now, taking a second vote to begin to advance his nominee to be Fed chair. That final vote is expected to happen either late in the afternoon tomorrow, on Wednesday, or potentially on Thursday morning. We are seeing all Republicans continue to back Warsh for support, but so far the only Democrat to actually vote for Warsh this last time was Senator John Fetterman. And of course, there have been some concerns raised about his record, Fed independence, but that does not seem to be stopping him at all. And it does look like he is well on his way to be confirmed as Fed chair before the May 15th deadline. Right?
All right, Emily Wilkins with the very latest from the Hill.
Okay, Tesla making a new low here, so Tesla's not turning.
Stocks in the market. He's got an update on a few winners on his list. We are back right after this.
Oh, I have actually, I didn't realize I had Netflix shares. Holy crap. I know I had in FXL. I got Netflix shares. I just noticed that. I opened up my, in Thinkorswim, when you click on the little triangle, it shows you your total position. That was a nice little surprise. Okay, it's still down from where I bought it. Where did I buy Netflix? I think it was after earnings, right? If I recall, I think I bought the day after earnings or the night of earnings, something like that. That would be April 16th. Netflix. April 6th. Yeah, so I'm off a little bit here. April 16th. All right, in this area here, near 92. 92. So I'm 4 points off. 4.5 points. 4.5 points. 4 points. 4 points. Okay, so that's cool. 4 points. Looking for Apple to keep going. Looking for Microsoft to get a higher low, higher high. Get a bid there. Tesla's no bid. Tesla dogging it. Tesla pushing lower. Okay. When is the trip to China? Is that as we speak? Tesla CEO. Tesla CEO is part of a high-profile business delegation accompanying President Donald Trump on his state visit to China this week, scheduled for tomorrow through the 15th into the Friday. So that could be enough to send the markets in one direction or another. I mean, it's possible the news is just perceived as neutral, that it's already priced in, and there could be some sell the news. But as long as we see this purple background, especially this deep purple down below, positive gamma is supportive. So there you go. Okay, S&P trying to maintain the levels, 73.50, trying to get back above 73.50. Presently, NVIDIA, looking for NVIDIA to do something in, end of the day, maybe in the next hour or so, see if NVIDIA can run.
Truck maker Oshkosh Corp and toy maker Basics Fund say they have received partial tariff refunds, according to Reuters. U.S. Customs and Border Protection opened a portal in late April for importers to seek more than $160 billion in potential refunds after the Supreme Court ruled President Trump's use of them to be illegal. A Texas couple is suing OpenAI after their son died of an overdose in 2025 after allegedly using ChatGPT to get information about drugs. CBS News reporting the lawsuit claims ChatGPT advised 19-year-old Sam Nelson that it was safe to mix kratom with Xanax. Nelson's mother told CBS that she holds OpenAI responsible for her son's death.
I mean, I can see how attorneys can argue that point, but everybody knows you got to check this stuff. You don't just like take it for 100%. I mean, even some of the things that it came up with this morning. If I look at some of the stocks that I asked it specifically, where are the trades today, right? And I was talking about early morning. I was looking for stocks that weren't overbought, and yet some of these were overbought, so I had to take it with a grain of salt. All I want is a list real quick so I can check myself, but you can't look at ChatGPT. I mean, my son scoffs at his mother all the time. She's constantly showing him stuff that she picks up on ChatGPT. She'll just ask a question, and that's God's truth, if you will. He looks at her as like, that that fails so much, so often, right? Anyway, where are the trade? Let me just copy this, and I'm just gonna go evening session. Okay. Okay, where the trade stay place list top down with the best probability of follow through, curated from the strongest stocks as of Tuesday noon. Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, if you're relying 100% on what these things are telling you, you got a screw loose.
Is what Interactive Brokers is just absolutely feasting on. We're now saying $75 is our line in the sand. If you're up in the name from where we originally brought it to you in the 60s, that's where you want to protect profits. You can see that coincides nicely with that rising 200-day. This is a stock that obeys its rising 200-day. You could see multiple tests of that level, that rising 200-day, which is the yellow line, really going back to last fall. We think it'll continue to obey that line in the sand unless something materially changes in the market, but we want to protect profits there. The last thing that we wrote about is Goldman. I don't like this setup as much. The stock looks great, don't get me wrong, but you do have a lower high than the winter high. And so in my eyes, the stock definitely has something to prove. There are price targets on the street above 1,000. I do think if the bull market
UNH, I got people responding to UNH.
Especially if you get these blockbuster IPOs in the second half.
UNH.
Into the four digits, but again, I really need to see how this stock behaves on the next approach at those 975, 980 old highs, and we're not quite there yet. So I would let this one do some work before taking an entry.
All right, Josh's best stocks. One note, SIBO, not CBOE. Yeah, SIBO. Jason, you
no, but the ticker is CBOE.
No, I know.
Okay.
But they're our
Their
partners.
brand
They want to be called
Kevin,
friends.
Frank is correcting me on air. Can we talk about this in my dressing room? I'm gonna give you a pass this time.
Thank you. Listen, your graciousness will be remembered. Jason, I want to come over to you. The last stock he talked about was Goldman Sachs. Your take?
No, I continue to like Goldman. I mean, capital markets revenue continues to surge, and IB revenue was up 48% year over year. So I think the market continues to be constructive for Goldman.
All right, we've got to leave it there. Goldman Sachs pulled back 1.5% coming up. Our call today, while one firm says this struggling sector could be worth a second look. The debate coming up next.
Okay, UNH finally going to hit that 400 strike area. All right, so okay, still no bounce in ARM holdings. All right, so these chips, it looks like a fake out. I hate using the word typical or literal or anything like that. It is what it is. All right, so ARM holdings took out the highs. Looks like stops got taken out. Maybe we pushed above a call wall. I don't know. I'll have to check. But this morning, we got a nice little pop. It's in the bottom of this Darvis box. So the Darvis box, all it tells you is like which direction. Okay, so you get this Darvis box. I'll use the 21-day. If it loses the 21-day, then likely headed back down to this breakout level and the 50-day. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully it turns back up and starts moving in the opposite direction and starts to break out the top of the Darvis box. Whatever direction it takes, that's the direction you trade in favor of. So ARM holdings coming back. Okay, so completely reversing the morning pop. Looked like it was going to keep going. Okay, so these chips, I don't think anybody's surprised that the chips are giving some back. ARM holdings. Little pop, probably had like a 210 call wall or 215 call wall, whatever it was that got this to run up. Let's see, I'll look at Money Magic levels here and see exactly what the deal is. I know ARM is on here. ARM 255. Okay, so not even close to a call wall. Let's see what Brent has. Brent has Hero, ARM holding. Let's see what the call wall is on here. Call wall's 230. 230, so we're not even close to that either. Okay, so that didn't happen. But the put wall is 190. 190. Okay, 190 is the put wall. So the dealers have an incentive to keep prices above 190 and below 230. Okay, so if you're looking at ARM holdings, we're getting very close to 190. 190 is down here. Put wall. It's still moving lower. Netflix is trying to make a new high. Tesla's making a new low on the day. Netflix is making a new high. Netflix, new high. Tesla, new low. Okay, Microsoft finally turning the corner. So if you bought Microsoft, you're probably pretty happy. Okay, all you're looking for, at minimum, if you buy a 50 Delta call, you're looking for 2 points. So your stop, if you bought that dip there or this dip here, you're looking for $1 stop. You're looking for at least $2 upside. Okay, so 410. Can we get to 412? Stop underneath 409. Microsoft turning. RSI turning up. There you go.
But that may be an understatement in this case. Our eyes will be peeled over the next week or so for any sign of relief. Joe T, I want to come over to you. You have a lot of healthcare exposure. Your thought about this call of an inflection point coming up in the healthcare space?
I'm not sure. I think it requires really, as we spoke at the top of the show, a significant rotation away from the momentum factor, people chasing the growth strategy relative to value. There are areas of healthcare that are working so far year to date. They seem to be isolated to what Jason and I have invested in, some biotech names and some other areas as well, like Gilead, Amgen. You will get an extension of that if the market gets a more defensive orientation. Some of the names that I own are Merck. I think that
Netflix.
environment. You also see a return to medical devices as well if the market takes
Microsoft.
I think that's one of the
This
things
is
that
Microsoft, right? Microsoft.
really taken it on the chin.
Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft.
Stryker is a name that you own, Jason, in the medical device space, under a lot of pressure this year. Just looking at the chart, down about 17, 18% year to date.
Yeah, Stryker hasn't done well. Devices haven't done well globally. And AbbVie, obviously one of our names, down 8%. A little bit of a bump today. But again, when I look at this patent cliff and what we've been talking about in terms of biotech, I think there's an opportunity there. As it relates to AbbVie directly, Skyrizi and Rinvoq continue to grow, replace the sales that Humira once occupied. So I continue to like this stock, but we'll see how the tone shifts going forward in the second half of this year.
Jim, oh, sorry. No, this is interesting, and I want to just get this out because I know Jimmy's Jimmy's been in this name before. In the healthcare sector, one of the names that has the strongest momentum right now, CVS.
Oh yeah,
CVS.
yeah. Well, and Jason, you were in that.
I was. Yep.
I mean, I look at that quite often, Joe, and I want to be back in it, but I still worry about how much government exposure there is. The Medicare Advantage, all the rebates that come, and that's where the pressure is. Eventually, that pressure on the budget, on the federal budget, is going to get greater and greater, and that's where it's going to come down.
Yeah. Jimmy, you got some other ownership in healthcare, AstraZeneca, Vertex. In addition to AbbVie, you're also going to have Cheryl.
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm only in pharmaceuticals or biopharmaceuticals, so not healthcare. As we were just talking about, Joe and I see great dividends here. I see the obvious demand from an aging demographic. In all three of those companies, I see great science with full pipelines. So I like those three particularly in a subsector, pharmaceuticals, that I like.
Okay, no follow through. Microsoft. All right, so it just feels like anything tech related, software, otherwise semiconductors, probably semiconductors more so because software is trying to rotate in. So it's not just Microsoft; it's a few others like Workday, I guess. Workday. Let's see what that's doing. That's probably down today, right? Workday. Yeah, it's down. Palantir is down. Snowflake. Okay, so we need some of these software stocks to get a bid, but the markets feel heavy. They feel heavy. We've been up for 6 weeks, and everybody's elated, coming right back up to new all-time highs a few weeks ago. But let's see what Plug is doing. Plug Power still flat. Okay, so XLV, it's got a bid. XLV, XLP, defensive stocks got a bid. XLP. So XLP, you can look at stocks like ConAgra, Tyson Foods, TSN. Tyson Foods, TSN. Pilgrim's Pride, PPD. Is that what it is? Or is it PDD? No, it's not Pinduoduo. Pilgrim's Pride, PPC. Pilgrim's Pride, nothing there. What about Sprouts Farmer Market? That's breaking out. Okay, I think, Bill, you had this, right? Sprouts Farmer Market, SFM. Brother Bill. Breaking out. Aaron. Okay. The S&P not responding yet. Still no heartbeat. Microsoft just pulled back a little bit. Yeah, Aaron, where did you are you using the paid version of Claude? Should ask Cayman that too. I know Cayman used Claude. I assume that you are. I'm not sure what version of Claude. Um,
And we're back on halftime. Let's get to today's options action. Our Oliver Rennick is live at the SIBO Global Markets in Chicago with much more.
Thanks, Frank. A few standout shifts in positioning today. First, a flip in options volumes from calls to puts in SMH and QQQ. To be sure, not all those puts are being bought, but there is indeed a dampening of what's been nonstop call buying in tech. Where we are seeing bets on upside is in VIX, where traders are selling puts and buying a lot of calls, more than 4 times more than they're selling today in the volatility index. But even that may not necessarily be an outright bearish bet. Remember, index volatility has been very cheap compared to stock options. So it might just be the better deal right now to buy VIX calls. And finally, we do see some renewed interest in gold. Someone today brought in $7 million selling 6,380 strike puts in GLD expiring in January next year. 40 strike calls, perhaps a wild card trade that gold can resume its multi-year run if things get messy, Frank.
All right, Oliver Rennick live from the SIBO. Oliver, thank you very much. We now want to turn our attention to a developing story. Our Kate Rooney's live in Oakland, California, with the very latest in the Elon Musk OpenAI trial. Kate.
And Greg, so Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, is on the stand in the courthouse behind me here in Oakland. He is testifying right now that Elon Musk is suing OpenAI, wanted absolute control of the startup early on, thought the startup would fail. He just said on the stand, Musk said at one point, it had a 0% chance of surviving. Also said Tesla was going to start a competing AI effort, and that is why Musk parted ways with the company. Altman said on the stand, Elon Musk, quote, lost confidence in the organization, and did not believe we were going to be successful. Again, 0% chance. Second, and related, he wanted to start a new AI effort at Tesla. He says he didn't want to be conflicted in that. In response to questions from his lawyers about Elon Musk's attempt to have majority control, Altman said on the stand, I was extremely uncomfortable with it. It says at times Musk wanted 90% of OpenAI's equity as they started to talk about a for-profit structure and softened that at times, but it was always a majority stake. Testified also that Tesla and OpenAI talked about merging multiple times, not just once over the years. Says Tesla, the car company, does not have the same mission of OpenAI. Altman on the stand today has been reiterating this bigger point by the defense here that Musk actually wanted this to be a for-profit control. They argue was the deeper issue. It's not about mission creep. Also talked about morale and stack ranking and some of the devices by Musk, his leadership style, and that being demotivating, as Altman put it, to key talent. Musk, the backdrop here, he's suing OpenAI and Sam Altman on grounds that he was deceived. He has said that Altman and Greg Brockman, the president of that company, stole a charity. OpenAI denies that. We're hearing Sam Altman's side of the story today, Frank. Back over to you.
All right, Kate Rooney, the very latest from a very interesting trial that has big ramifications for that company and a lot of the AI ecosystem. Kate, thank you very much. All right, stay with us. Final trades. They're coming up on halftime. A quick check on the markets before we go to break. Stocks trading very close to their session lows right now. You can see the Dow is down just about 120 points. The S&P pulling back about 1%. The NASDAQ, the hardest hit of this group, of course, down about 2%. The small caps down even more. We will be right back.
all right, they'll be right back. All right.
1,600 in the next 10 days. Like I said, the probability of finishing out of the money, 79%, Diane. So all I did here was a high probability, short call vertical, collecting theta, and that is risk defined. Now there's risk. You're selling a $20 call vertical. You're collecting somewhere around $4. That would put the risk at $16, right? The width between the strikes and whatever credits you take in. So there is risk, as there always is in short verticals, both puts and calls, except you've got high probability on your side here, Diane.
Okay, so fall vertical is the example trade approach there for Sandus. Listen, again, Alice lean overwhelmingly bullish on this one. The consensus is a strong buy rating here. The average price target is honestly around where it is now, between 1,300 to 1,400. So it'll be interesting to see what happens after today. The high target is actually in the 2,000 range. We've got Susquehanna and Evercore over there with the high target. The low target's about around 1,000 basically, or a little lower than that. So we shall see if some momentum comes back into the memory space. It's certainly been parabolic as we look at the moves in Sandus, Micron. We'll see if they remember it. Good stuff there, Kevin. Always great coming together on these names and memory names in the tech trade. That's going to do it for us today on Fast Market. I'm Diane Kinghall. Alongside Kevin Hayes, our thanks to Joe Mazzola for stepping in. Download the Schwab Network app. It is available in the App Store and tune in 24/7 on SchwabNetwork.com. Stick around. We've got Next In Investing with Jenny Horn and Alex Coffey coming up.
Okay, futures trying to bottom this morning, but still into the evening session, lunch session. We still haven't bottomed yet.
You can just see and feel all the excitement around getting to learn a new topic.
Some of you want to get everything face to face with you.
All right, NVIDIA just rolled over.
Some clients like to be in the privacy of their
Microsoft, nothing is holding up well. So it looks like we're going to keep dropping a bit more. S&P, we hit this low earlier. S&P, 73.35 or so, 73.38. Let's see.
So we want it to be fun. We want it to
73.35 is right there. All right, we'll just keep this here. Low of the day. For now.
Where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on the guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas.
All the New York FANGs are lower except for Netflix and Apple. Meta trying to hold on. So is Microsoft. Chevron having a decent day. Apache. Everything else is just kind of taking a break. Okay, S&P 500.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Okay, still a lot of purple here. We're looking for some support.
The market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere at SchwabNetwork.com.
This is Fast Market, built for traders who want more than just headlines.
We walk you through trade ideas.
Yeah, it looks pretty accurate, Aaron. It's working well.
From options to earnings to volatility plays, we bring decades of trading experience to every segment.
With real-time insight across products and sectors, we deliver what active traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network at SchwabNetwork.com.
All right, blue owl starting to turn. Let's see. That moved back down, right? Owl. OWL. Blue owl just bounced. In a bullish trend. Yeah, I'm not going to take too many other longs at the moment. Chevron trying to turn up. Apache. Blue owls trying to turn up. Netflix is at the high, taking a little break at the highs. ABCD patterns likely.
The Dow, the most modest loser of the bunch here, but I think it's interesting when you assess, the market's really reaction to some more negative economic data. And I'm curious your thoughts, Alex, because even stripping out, some of the obviously impacts of energy, which I don't know if you can entirely do. I know if you take, of course, core and you eliminate the impact of fuel, you're still seeing some inflationary measures that right now I think was a bit of a surprise, but I don't really know why it was read as a surprise by the market.
Yeah, so I got to figure out how to say this where I don't dismiss everything that you say. I think it's coincidental that we're down on CPI day.
Okay.
I don't think CPI has anything to do with today. And the reason I say that is the bond market really hasn't moved for much of the session. We didn't really react when that news came out. To your point, what was the surprise? I don't think that there was much of a surprise. When you're expecting inflation numbers to be higher than they were previously, the question is just really how much higher are they? It's never going to be perfectly, expected. It was within that bound of kind of in line, especially when you're rounding from several decimal places down to one. So I look at this and say, okay, well, if it's not inflation, what is it? And I don't think you have to look that hard. I think it's the reason we've been as strong as we've been in this marketplace has been semiconductor stocks. Well, you type in SOX and you hit enter on the platform, you see the Philly Semiconductor.
Apple turning back up. Apple.
6.5% today, Jenny. I don't know that inflation's the reason that's the case.
Apple turning back up, starting to show a potential buy signal on Apple. Apple is showing a potential buy signal. Okay, it's in a flat configuration, so probably doesn't make it past 295 today. The top of today's range, the high was 294. Let's just say 295. 295. Apple's trying to go right now. Seeing a bid.
Despite all these inflation fears and crude oil, the majority of the market today is actually doing okay. It's just the most important, most volatile, highest beta part of the market right now that is driving momentum. Well, it's under a lot of pressure.
Okay, I think that is a great point too, because I was also following the move post CPI, and I was like, you can't necessarily attribute the loss today really due to that, because I would make the same point that it shouldn't have been a huge surprise. And also, we see moves like this. We've seen some pauses in this rally, of course. We've seen days of some pressure that has actually held. And I think it's tied to broader macro uncertainty that does tend to hit the high growth semiconductor space. You look no further than Seagate, for example, down 7.4%. Micron is down now 10%, just shy of 10%. Western Digital is down 9%. There you go. Those have been the leaders.
Names that are sort of that one derivative past that, the CoreWeaves of the world. CoreWeave is down almost 11% today. These are really big moves, and stocks that have made big moves to the upside, but are starting to, take a step backwards here. So if you're an investor in this space of the market, perhaps there's opportunity in some of these pullbacks. And it's not to say that what goes up must come down, because absolutely that is not the case. But it does show that when a stock goes as dramatically to the upside, it can make some pretty dramatic moves the other way. The last thing I will say is, and this is kind of, I don't want to say controversial, but let's say this goes against the grain of sort of how we think about things. When inflation really kicked in, it was sort of late 2021 and 2022, it became a reality. You saw rates start to go higher when the Fed took action. It was a surprise. It was something new in 2022, and you did see the market under pressure. There was geopolitics. There's a lot of stuff going on in 2022. But since then, the market has gone straight up. Rates have not really gone dramatically lower. And so, this again,
Is it going to go, perfectly in line with what we talk about all the time? But higher rates actually sometimes mean better performance for equities because for
All right, back to the top of the range. Probably going to stay inside the range unless we break out. If we start to break out, that would be significant, I guess.
it's why you've seen these things like
Okay, NVIDIA.
is partially because there's been
NVIDIA starting to turn up off the low. NVIDIA.
I mean, that's a really good point, and that I think speaks to the environment that we've been in now for years. It has been a very consistent bull market, despite, of course, we all have been familiar with some of the days of pullbacks like last April, but I mean, other than that, it's been pretty much a green, consistent market. So, interesting day. Yeah, I would completely actually agree with the take that it is more of the tech movement today, and perhaps less about CPI. I have a personal interest in CPI, but
we absolutely need to pay attention to it. You kind of you write it down. It's part of the macro conversation. If you think of sort of your investment decision as sort of either from the top down, if you're a macro first, you work your way towards your investments, or if you're bottom up, you start with, hey, I like, A, B, C, D, E, F, G stock, and the reason I like it is for whatever reasons. It might not.
All right, we just got rejected. Apple, no follow through on that. Okay, ARM Holdings. Going long. This is probably just shorts covering for now, but we had a nice pop this morning that got faded the entire move. So if you like ARM, this may work from off the low. It is a bit more risky because the markets are due for a more pullback. Okay, so it looks like ARM. I have the 230, 240, 230, 240 calls. All right, ARM. That's pretty far out of the money for June, but I have the 230, 240s, and those are starting to, they're back to flat on the day now.
Today we are looking at Harmonic. Shares actually initially jumped almost 7% after their earnings, beating expectations, raising their guidance, but now pulling back, of course, I'm sure, tied a bit to the overall market.
Yeah, a lot to get through here. Let's talk some of these earnings movers and some of these more next-gen stocks, starting with Zebra Technologies. Not everything's down today, Jenny. You type in ZBRA and you get 16% to the upside, 35.
Okay, weighted signals turning. Grover's weighted signal is turning.
Today, as we did see, they reported better than expected financials.
Turning.
Raised their fiscal year 2026 adjusted earnings guidance now.
ATR 100%.
And also did issue some strong second quarter earnings guidance.
NQ.
Overall, their CEO did highlight this organic growth across all of their segments and regions.
Grover.
Led by strength in their manufacturing end market, but they also highlighted contributions.
IONQ, Tony. IONQ. IONQ. Okay, well, it's the breakout levels 52. Breakout levels 52. Breakout zone is 52.
Over 300 million in share buybacks. And as far as guidance, again, they mentioned that they did actually increase their guidance going forward. And it's interesting to me because this news is now up 16% over the past month. We have seen a pretty decent run, of course, in the month so far. We're still in the very preliminary stages of May.
Pull back the breakout on IONQ.
If you look at the last, say, this year so far, we're only up about 4%, and so it's not necessarily been the most volatile players, but has fallen at least below prior to today's move. It's 50 and 200-day moving average. So today, we're at least nearing now that longer-term trend of its 200-day moving average.
Yeah, no doubt. It's more of a recovery on a technical basis, but this is one of those stocks when you start thinking about the manifestations of AI and you work down that chain. It started with NVIDIA, and then it was okay, there's other names that make GPUs, and it was data centers and power. Eventually, you're going to get to, well, let's put this stuff into action in, robotics and automation and sort of that physical manifestation of AI. That's sort of the wheelhouse of Zebra. This was more of a hardware company, but they've been focusing and pivoting towards prioritizing, a little bit more software heavy and, AI-driven automation. And so I don't know that they'll be a winner or not, of course, but I can tell you that they're working on some of those projects that I think are going to be a big topic of discussion in the next couple of years.
I do too, and I think especially being able to really talk about the way automation is helping, not hurting the business. It's not the same as the case right now for a lot of these names exposed to various technologies. But unfortunately, shifting gears into now one of the more laggards of the session, putting that lightly, and that is AST Space Mobile. Another name we did preview in yesterday's show, down 14% today. But mind you, this name has been all over the place as we've seen a lot of volatility, and frankly, most of it the upside tied to the heightened interest right now in space travel. And also, I think this is hugely linked to some of the enthusiasm tied to the expected IPO of SpaceX. But nonetheless, seeing some movement after weak sales. So they did report weaker than expected.
Okay, ARM is turning.
There was still a silver lining, I will say. They did maintain their full year guidance. So losses did come in around 66 cents a share. Sales were just shy of 15 million. That was, I mean, modestly beneath what the street had been expecting, but I will say that was at least well below what we saw just a year ago. But again,
Okay, ARM coming off the lows. Okay, let's check out S&P is back up. Okay, ARM Holdings turning off the low. Okay, if this gets back up to 210 or so, that would be nice.
Profits expected now, but not until year 2028, at least for consensus, based on their annual sales hitting 1.6 billion. Revenue is right now being still heavily derived from their satellite networks, but of course they're focused on building more and more of these space-based cellular broadband network, which of course is similar to SpaceX's Starlink, which has already more than 10 million subscribers. So it's the nature of, to me, investing or trading in this space is you're going to see these high growth, very oftentimes frothy names, that you're also going to see these big moves frequently to the downside, because I mean, it's just the nature of a very high growth space.
Yeah, and because so much of that growth is anticipated and pushed out into the future, you see this with a lot of these kind of small nuclear reactor names and in a similar space where it's like hopes on a technology really taking hold, they're considered, long duration trades. They're going to be not only sensitive to when they give us updates, but they're going to be sensitive to rates as well. So the fact that you have seen rates remain a little bit more elevated doesn't help these trades. These are trades that do better when rates go lower. But AST-TS is absolutely, firmly one of these next-gen type of names, and it's a volatile one. So for every day that you have that's, a green candle that looks, 10% to the upside, which it has had many, there's the give and take. You're going to have some of these 13, 14% down days too.
You definitely are. And that also is similar to the move we are seeing in our next mover today, which is GitLab, as we are seeing a bit of a tumble today, down about 8.4%. And this was per this SEC filing after they did announce on May 11th that they plan to reduce their workforce as really part of this broader effort to position their business for what they say is long-term success. So the plan is intended to optimize execution against their strategic priorities by channeling their operating structure. They did also say they plan to reinvest the majority of the resulting savings from that plan into various growth initiatives aimed at accelerating progress across their businesses that are, of course, tied to the agenda.
Okay, ARM Holdings continues to rally up here. ARM, I could add to it. It's doing fine, so I'm just going to leave it alone. But okay, so the dip this morning, some things getting bought off the low. I would just use it for scaling out into strength if you bought anything on the dip over the last 15, 20 minutes. What time is it? Okay, so they're already off. They're already off on halftime report. Futures turning back up. Okay, Grover's signal turning back up.
But they did say they'll be providing an update when we do get more details on their financials. That will be on June 2nd. So overall, a slide today, and this is the name that's now pulled back 37.4% on the year.
Yeah, this is absolutely one of those names that AI disruption is real, and it's generated a lot of uncertainty. The thinking being is, hey, a lot of these AI platforms are starting to generate code themselves, and if that starts to be more and more ubiquitous, that kind of commoditizes what GitLab is bringing to consumers. And so there's real risk here. That said, they're doing what they can to embed technologies and become an AI leader themselves. But the street has its doubt, as you can see over the last year. It's lost about half its value.
And also, our next day today is another one that has fallen on the year, but actually modestly so, and is higher today. So closing at the top of our show on a bright spot here, looking at shares of Wendy's, which is a name tried and true to my heart, but we are up over 17% today after a Financial Times report that Nelson Peltz's Trian Fund Management is now seeking investor backing for a bid to take the fast food chain private. And so we've seen discussions held in recent weeks with outside investors, including those in the Middle East, about financing this potential takeover of Wendy's. Now, Peltz and his associates, who have been longtime investors of the chain, they do currently hold a 16% stake, and they do continue to have a board presence. But the firm did push back in 2022 for more of these strategic options at Wendy's, including this potential sale. It then backed off in 2023. But the report did come after Wendy's last week did say
Okay, NVIDIA, nice reversal on NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA caught catching a buy signal here. Looking good. Okay, not a buy signal yet, but getting close.
And choose your customers do still remain pretty substantial barriers for growth. And so interesting because you think that in a time of
AAOI turning up. Okay, it looks good.
But nothing is affordable.
AAOI turning.
Fast food chains, I know that it is not as cheap to eat as Wendy's as it once was, but at least getting some potential backing here for an overall turnaround story that still definitely needs to prove itself.
I don't have a ton of thoughts on whether or not this will go through or not, but TD Cowen's Andrew Charles does have a view that is skeptical that this will ultimately result in.
Is that your script, Cayman? Is that your inspired script?
Price target on Wendy's, but nice move here today, and it shows that there's interest and starts to give you an idea of potential. I don't want to say floor in value, but an idea of what a company would be willing to pay for it.
Yeah, and at least today making it a pretty decent pop from its lows, which we were, just at a few days ago. So now 24.5% from lows and up 17.5% today. So a pretty nice day.
Yep.
We'll leave it there, though, for the top of our show today. But coming up next, time to look at some example trades and some key technical levels and two names we already got earnings reports from. Those being on holding, which is actually lower here modestly. JD.com, which is our winner of the group, which is up now just over 2%.
Yep. Netflix, a little fade there on Netflix. Looking for that to follow through eventually next week. Through next week, rather. This week, next week. United Health, good. Futures continue to rise, so we've got a nice little bid here. A nice little bid off of this level. 99 percentile, 73.50. So it looks like they sold. Looks like traders sold this level. Okay, so we're bouncing off that level. Notice all the purple, positive gamma, looks good. 99 percentile.
Service wealth management and anything in between. I think I'm going to be sick. We have to buy that now. Schwab.
Invest your way with Schwab. Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network. Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to look at the charts with our chart master and two names that we're seeing some post-earnings moves in, those being JD.com as well as On Holdings. And so tail of two different moves today, Rick, and I will say both not actually seeing huge swings, but lower after its earnings. JD.com actually somehow it's still higher by about 2%. And so as we do assess some of the key levels that you're watching here and on. We'll start off with the maybe worst of the two news reports. And I will say on has been more of a long-term story of struggle because, of course, they're in this very competitive, very internationally also focused space, being athleisure. So it has been more of a long-term story of pain here. Today's earnings not exactly helping. Of course, the move today not exactly helping.
Yeah, I think a charitable take on today's move is that it could be worse because at least we aren't making new lows relative to our 52-week lows at 31.41. We're pretty close, but we're not taking out that threshold yet. That could be the door to further downside. When one of these notable low points or high points in reverse are breached, it can trigger the cascade of orders that results in the breakaway price activity that technicians often remain on the lookout for. The broader picture is that you could have drawn a very short-term upward sloping trend line in blue here. That does seem to have been broken now, despite the recovery off the lows that we established earlier. But the longer-term picture, the downward sloping trend line that began with our last earnings event, now does seem to still be in play. We still do have this as the prevailing trajectory for our price movement here. If we were to consider some upside levels to watch out for should this stock start to recover, we have these lows that we saw here before our gap down, and then subsequently formed a high at near about 38.44. Also represents the highs that we saw before our gap to the downside that we formed during our last earnings event. So a bit of a stretch from where we are now, but just some things to consider in your trading plan if you do so choose to make a play on this name. When we look at our moving averages, we have our 5-day and our 21-day dark blue and teal weekly and monthly moving averages quite close together. Our exponential moving averages in this case coming around 34 to 35 roughly. That also is pretty much in line with our downward sloping trend line in white. So that could give us a breakout point. As I was saying,
All right, we're starting to turn. Okay, a lot of stocks have come off the low now.
It gives more sets of eyes watching that for potential breakouts. So that could be one area to watch as well. RSI trending lower here, downward sloping trend line. Dating back really to December of last year, you could argue here. For now, though, making new relative lows, still above the oversold area, but a good bit below that 50 midline. So certainly more of a bearish tilt based on this particular momentum indicator. Now our volume profile study, our blue histogram on the right side of the screen, shows that we have some pockets of trading activity that stand out.
Okay, ARM looking good on the reversal. ARM looking for more upside.
You can see there's a notable spike in trading activity that aligns with this old prior low as well. So we have dipped below that level. That remains now a potential resistance point to break above to the upside if the bull should recapture that area. Things do start to pick up again in this area here. 41.50 to roughly 47. Our point of control coming in at about 45.71. In this case, that's the heaviest trading area of all. So some pretty pronounced nodes in this name make it a bit easier to identify the areas of interest.
Yeah, and of course, I agree. Today's move, I mean, 2.5% move to the downside is not nothing, but I will say that given the grand scheme of things, it definitely could have been worse on what was still some pretty positive sentiment, especially actually shockingly out of China, which is becoming a pretty critical growth story for on here. But as we do
A nice reversal.
example purposes, Alex, I mean, say that we're looking to lead into hopefully some improvement here further, at least based on the fact that they did give guidance that was, I will say, showing those signs of things worsening.
Yeah, it's a company I think that has, fans of the product, and maybe they look at it and they say, I want to be involved, as Rick put it, make a play on it, and it's certainly under pressure. It's near its lows, and one way to do that is through a risk-defined short put vertical that's neutral bullish. And with that in mind, I just kind of looked at that lows around 31 and used that as our anchor point. So it's the May 22nd, 31.30 short put vertical. It's $1 wide, but again, we're talking about a stock that's trading in the 30s, so $1 is still, 3% of the stock price, give or take. And if you're able to collect 30 cents, it creates that, 30 cents on the dollar, a loose guideline that we're discussing. And it gives you the max loss of 70, max profit of $30 for every one of these spreads that a trader would do. Break even is 30.70. So we always look at it minimum quantity, but clearly this is a smaller per contract trade, just given the fact that it's $1 wide, it's a smaller underlying, and so you see max loss at 70, max profit of 30, about 2 to 1.
Okay, and I will say also.
Okay, we're continuing to drive higher. Notice the red zone in the right. Notice the red zone on the right. Prices could accelerate into that zone.
But now our next name is actually as earnings winners, and it's JD.com here, which is up now about 2.3%. So firming up here as you have seen that the Dow at least slightly slip into positive territory. So markets at least giving some footing here. But all that to be said, this name has actually looks like it's been in a pretty decent uptrend.
Yes, but with some caveats, I would think, because there's kind of the opposite situation of our last chart is that although we are moving to the upside, we did not break above this notable level. We had a small gap forming there at these old highs that we established after a gap down, notable low point there, breakdown point, and then a failure to recapture this level near 3150. We haven't really quite made it there yet, but certainly an interesting one, and kind of these China companies in general that are reporting earnings this week. JD, Alibaba, Tencent. It's a week too where President Trump, don't forget, is traveling to China to meet with President Xi Jinping for this summit that's expected to address a broad range of issues affecting the two countries here. So certainly an interesting area to watch now as we go forward. But after we had this gap up during after our last earnings event, the shape in question has developed into an upward sloping channel. Now, as we have that 3150 level that stands out to the upside, to the downside, 2960, a repeated floor that also matches.
Okay, we're coming into this red zone. We could see this scoot higher very quickly. A lot of signals have flipped over the last 45 minutes to an hour to more bullish. As we enter this red zone, prices can accelerate more. Okay.
Significant it is if it starts to change its own slope as well in response to the price activity. The shorter moving averages are more responsive, but they're less reliable and more prone to fake outs. So it's always kind of a balancing act with these particular indicators. We can see RSI improving. We do have this rather modestly sloping trend line in green pointing toward the upside here, but we are making new relative highs above our previous peaks as well. So the bulls would want to see a break above that 70 threshold that represents the overbought area and can be typically viewed as a sign of strength in a trending market when it is breached once more. So in this case, our volume profile shows that we are entering this area here close to where we topped out last time. This node between 31 to 32 stands out as a pretty clear area of heavy trading. If we were to keep moving upward, 33 to 34, nice even $1 exits here make a job easier for me for drawing my lines, I guess. But also down here, we have another node between roughly 2850 to 30, our point of control coming in right here at our red line near 29. So in this case, we do have some pretty notable areas of trading concentration that you could also keep in mind for potential support or resistance.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, definitely at least hanging on to a gain on the session, which feels like a victory here for, I mean, definitely there's volatility as we have seen a lot of these ADRs also be fairly, just volatile over the last several years, to put that lightly, actually. So appreciate that to Rick Ducat for all the technical setup. But now as we do look to trade JD.com again for example purposes, walk us through your thinking, Alex.
Yeah, I couldn't help but notice that relatively tight but defined range that the stock has been in as of late, between around, let's call it 29 and 32. And so looked at selling put vertical and call verticals around that to create an iron condor spread, basically looking for more of the same. When you have this sort of elevated, that's also keeping volatility a little bit bid for this name, allowing you to do this on a relatively short-term basis and still go outside those support and resistance levels. So dollar-wide spread, again, we're talking about a stock that's trading in the 30s. So a $1 spread is closer to 3.33% for this stock. And
Clearpoint Neuro, some people talking about that one. Clearpoint adding to that, Michael Biggs. Michael Bigger, if you know who he is, he does a lot of pairs trades. Okay, he's buying Clearpoint. Okay. Let me see here.
least fairly range bound, which is not something you can say for a lot of these other equities that have been very volatile. But we will leave it there for Chartmaster today. Now, coming up next, it's time to discuss the move to the downside we're seeing today in Hims and Hers shares. As we're down about 13.5% here in reaction to its earnings, we'll dive into what perhaps is giving the street some pause, and of course, the pressure we're seeing today coming up next. For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets, follow me on X at npetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotation, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Andrew. Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable. Wait, had a stroke? Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time. Financial consultant. I probably met 20 years ago. Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Okay, looking for higher highs and higher lows.
Welcome back to Next Step Investing.
Okay, signal is still bullish. We're about to push through. Okay.
Joining us, of course, is Marley Caden here in studio for a look at really what did not resonate. Because obviously we're seeing some pressure today. I will say that it seems like there's a lot of product noise tied to everything that Hims and Hers right now.
There is a lot of noise, but I think what didn't resonate, if you're just looking
Nice 60-minute candle.
they had an unexpected loss in the first quarter of 40 cents per share. And the estimate was looking for 3 cents in profit. So really that's sort of where the problems began. Revenue was up close to 4%, came in about $608.1 million, but that also missed expectations. So we've just got general surprising problems on the top and bottom line here. They had made a name for itself in weight loss drugs, and that was Hims and Hers bread and butter. And as they
ES,
are forced to move away
futures,
from compounded medications because there's no longer a shortage and they can't operate in this gray area where they're filling a need, they're pivoting now to these more expensive branded weight loss drugs, and that is really causing some problems. They did point to a $33.5 million restructuring charge that was tied to some inventory write-downs and third-party costs as a part of that pivot to some of those name brand drugs, more specifically Novo Nordisk's Ozempic and Wegovy. You might probably remember this ongoing sort of legal saga of Novo suing them for copyright infringement and making these copycat drugs.
All right, we're breaking on through. Dan Marino on the screen. What are you doing, Dan Marino? Oh, they're going over his YouTube's in the background. Okay, Tesla turning up, IONQ turn. Okay, all the stocks that we favor for a bounce are starting to turn back up. So shorts are covering. Nice.
Provider provided a more affordable option during what was a shortage that allowed them to compound their own medications. Now that is gone, so they can no longer do that. There is a potential tailwind here of peptides. We had a guest on yesterday called the hot peptide summer. Well, I can tell you it's not hot peptide spring based on the notes that we got. They're forecasting that they'll have good peptide growth, but there's nothing to actually show for it just yet. likely July to something that they can compound themselves. Then that could be a potential growth driver here for Hims and Hers. But it didn't show up in this quarter. It is, however, mentioned in several of the analyst notes that I came across. They have a real first mover advantage here. Bright spot, though, some are forecasting second quarter revenue between $680 and $700 million. That was above the consensus for $640.
Okay, Bitcoin still rising. Bitcoin rising rapidly.
That also just exceeded expectations as well. So not wholly bad, just
Bitcoin rising very rapidly here. Okay.
driver in this particular quarter that was going to lead to a lot of.
Yeah, it seems like the bulls in the thing are excited too, so there wasn't anything excitable about this. Like sentiment was pretty sky high, and it's
Okay, Nvidia turning back up. All right, so things are looking a little better now.
the clinic unnamed, but I got an email not that long ago. I think I've been to it once. Maybe it was like an urgent care, and it says curious about peptides? Question mark. It is the thing. Yeah, the buzzword, the buzz area of healthcare right now. But Marley, that same guest, I believe it was also kind of made a Netflix comparison. You want to kind of walk us through that?
It's Raul Shah from Shah Financial that we're talking about. He previewed Hims and Hers on Market on Close yesterday, and he coined the term hot peptide summer, and I thought that was great that that's a potential driver, citing this first mover advantage because they actually have the only domestic facility that could have FDA approval to actually compound peptides at it. So if that reclassification of peptides does happen in July, which is expected for, I believe it was 5 of the 12 peptides, they would have a significant advantage over competitors in terms of being the first mover and a bit of a lead in that race. But his thesis is that Hims and Hers is trying to be the Netflix of healthcare. They're trying to disrupt the industry. They're trying to have many offerings. It's going to change the landscape, not just be this weight loss drug race anymore. They're going to have more broad prescriptions. They're going to be everything from your labs all the way to the
Dan Marino, great quarterback. All right.
and it is one not in the same words I've seen echoed, but a sentiment that
Okay, Nvidia is still pushing a bit higher off the low now. Nvidia, Tesla turning back up. Tesla turning back up. Okay, so still lower from earlier. Tesla. Be nice to see this rip right through the 450 call wall. Tesla. Apple just sitting here. Okay. ARM Holdings. All right, ARM Holdings trying to go. I'm okay with the doji. I'd like to see this bounce a little further. ARM Holdings. ARM Holdings. IONQ. A bunch of these are turning back up. IONQ. Back above the, back above that 52 level. Pull back the breakout on the daily. I know some of you were talking about this one. I think Tony was thinking about getting in. I like pullbacks to breakout. Okay, pullback to breakout is just, we come back and retest basically. All right, so you come back and retest the breakout zone right there. And we bounce. RSI is still above 50. Volume over the last couple of weeks tells you that these traders are still in here. Investors are looking to buy. So they probably bought that dip on IONQ. Looks good. AAOI, that one dipped early this morning. AAOI, Frano was joking about that one. It's up, it's down, it's up, it's down. Okay. So this one's all over the place. It ran up this morning, most likely caught some shorts. Shorts covered. Took their positions off for a loss. Now it's reversing back up. So this is looking good. AAOI, this is, I think this has a lot of promise. A lot of these stocks in the fiber optic cabling most likely continue in the coming months. This is breaking out. Bollinger Bands opening up. Don Shula and Dan Marino. A good pair there at the Dolphins back in the day. ARM. GOW, ARM Holdings, ARM. Okay, ARM Holdings. Okay. Now, if we start to kick in some more volume here, we could see this make another higher high, 205, 206. All right, so if you're thinking about taking this, the indices continue to show some strength. If we continue to show strength on the S&P and the Qs, put a stop under 203. That's only $1. Can you get $2 or $3 upside? We'll see. RSI rising though. RSI rising. This is ARM. ARM. NVIDIA also looking good. Okay, NVIDIA also looking good. NVIDIA chips recovering from a shellacking from this morning. Big shellacking. Had a run up NVIDIA early in the morning. They got whacked. Came down, got oversold. We got earnings coming up. So, dip buyers are going to come in. Think psychologically, right? Anyone who's trying to play the earnings for NVIDIA next week, where do you think they're going to buy? Do you think they're going to buy on the dip after a bullish run? Or they're going to buy the high? Of course, they're going to buy the dip. How much further we can make out of this, I don't know. I'm not a clairvoyant, but take a shot. Take a shot, and it's starting to work. NVIDIA. Okay, even if you buy right now, let's say you take $1 stop, 217. So let's say you put a stop at 217, $1.50. Can you get $3 upside? That'd be 2 for 1, right? Can you get $3 upside? I would say, yeah. We hit 221, 222 this morning. So stop 217 or even 218 for that matter. If it takes out 218, you can try it again if it pops back up. Microsoft turning up too. Microsoft turning up. Okay. Not following through on this little 1230, 1245 run. I thought it would keep going, but nah, it dipped a little again. Only because the daily is still in this pattern. This Darvis box, if you will. Okay, Microsoft, NVIDIA. Let's see if NVIDIA can do something.
It was a very painful and necessary strategic bet that they placed on actually going all in on OpenAI as well. But the stories that we've been tracking this week, there's been lots of them, as you mentioned. One of the reports is around the fact that they've invested now $457 million reportedly into Graphcore. Now, this is a chip company acquired by SoftBank back in 2024. It's a UK-based company. They will work together on AGI, reportedly. It was once described, this company, as a rival to NVIDIA, but it didn't manage to make that traction commercially, like NVIDIA has, obviously, before it was snapped up by SoftBank. So they're obviously trying to invest a lot here. Masayoshi-san has spoken very highly of the company. They reportedly expected to commit more money beyond this 450-odd million here. And SoftBank has been making huge investments in AI across the board in recent years. As I mentioned, it's taken that big stake in OpenAI and also ARM, as we know. Another report that's been getting a lot of attention has been the fact that they've been holding these talks about a French AI data center project with Emmanuel Macron, the president over there. Now, Masayoshi-san is weighing a multi-billion-dollar investment in the country, according to these reports. He floated the idea as much as $100 billion. So Macron has proposed the idea. That was back during meetings recently in Tokyo. And as far as FDI, I mean, this is nothing new as far as what SoftBank is doing here. It sort of has tentacles that spread internationally. I mean, SoftBank already announced a project here in the US, in Ohio. So, as I mentioned, it is very much looking to expand globally. It wants to be part of that whole global AI build-out. And what's interesting
interesting is it's also looking to get into hardware, even though it's called SoftBank, because the mobile unit is looking to get into selling computing power and actually manufacturing large-scale batteries now. So the other report we've been tracking this week in recent days has been the fact that the company is actually going to team up with South Korea's Cosmos Lab and a company called Delta X to make the batteries. And this really marks SoftBank's foray into the neo cloud services and more into the batteries, as I mentioned, as it looks to get into hardwares. And so this is very telling as to, Masayoshi Son's appetite right now to be part of that whole entire AI infrastructure build out, as I mentioned, and to really be part of the global AI race. Now, not just in Japan, obviously, and that's really to meet the insatiable need that we're seeing internationally for artificial intelligence. But what I would say is that the financing has a lot of question marks around it, particularly because SoftBank already downsized, for instance, just recently plans for a recent loan. There had apparently been some hesitation coming from creditors. So it has actually been able to secure bridging loans in the past, and there was a report suggesting S&P Global had actually revised the credit outlook to negative after the OpenAI investment. So no doubt debt concerns are a big focus. The street, guys, is keeping a closer eye on this, particularly ahead of earnings tomorrow, as it very much has been taking these stakes in OpenAI, and people are just worried about the financing right now.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, does have its hand in so many of like the biggest, most major projects, but also does come a risk with of course these major financing of these various deals. So it's definitely an earnings event to keep on our radar here. Appreciate it, Sam Vadas, for all of that breakdown. But now to shift gears, as airlines are heading into peak summer travel season with a major wild card, of course, as rising tensions in Iran put fresh pressure on fuel costs and profit expectations. So joining us now for more on this is John Deal, Managing Director at Post Oak Group. John, first and foremost, thanks so much for joining the program today. When you listen to airline earnings calls pretty broadly, what are you hearing the companies say about Iran-related?
Okay, Applied Optical.
Jay, it's great to be here today. I think the thing that I'm listening to right now is geopolitical risk. There is massive uncertainty about what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz, what U.S. policy with regards to Iran is going to be going forward, and I think it's all about geopolitics right now. So that's the fundamental driver of jet fuel pricing currently, and until this crisis is resolved, it's going to be very difficult to say what cost structures are going to look like in the coming season.
Yeah, so John, if you're looking at this space then as a self-directed retail investor, you've got nothing, tying into anything. You don't have to look at airlines then if you don't want. Is that maybe the way to approach this if you don't have a feel for how this conflict's going to progress?
Yeah, Alex, that's a great question. If I'm an investor and I'm looking at this environment, airlines are the bellwether, but that's not necessarily where I'd be looking to put money. You want to look further afield. So the conflict, it creates an absolute wild card, and it's really just impossible to say where their earnings are going to go. But you want to look at other aspects of the supply chain. So, I mean, personally, I'm looking at oil majors, candidly, and particularly refining stocks that have exposure to refining capacity, such as Valero or Marathon.
Okay, so when finding, I think that's a really good point, because I was going to ask you about which carrier you right now are preferring, but I'm actually curious just overall. I mean, if you're saying, hey, perhaps right now it's best to maybe avoid some of the true airline plays and go into more of these like equities that are exposed to oil, what right now sticks out to you as far as potential winners, of course?
Sure, yeah, and that's a great question, Jenny. I mean, right now, airlines pose a major risk. I would say, to answer the first question, Delta is the interesting one. With the Trainer refinery, they've got their own refining capacity. It's very rare to see a large corporation of that nature with some vertical integration. So I think that's offsetting some of their cost basis. But with regards to other exposure in the marketplace, I mean, I think the interesting thing to watch is refining capacity and transportation capacity. So right now, I mean, that's Marathon Petroleum, that's Phillips 66, your midstream and transportation firms such as Kinder Morgan and Energy Transfer, I think, are going to be potentially significant upside, depending on how things play out. but I think they're already looking pretty good.
You know, kind of tangentially to this is the LNG and pipeline gas markets in terms of natural gas. And we know that there's a lot of desire for electricity worldwide now as data centers are popping up. And at least in the U.S., natural gas is plentiful. How does natural gas, how is it impacted by the conflict in your mind, if it is at all? Because it tends to be so much more of a regional commodity.
Alex, that's a really interesting question. I mean, that's a very macro question, but I would say this with regards to oil and gas. Geopolitical risk is creating a situation here where it's very difficult to optimize. So I think the name of the game going forward is going to be redundancy. So the trend I think that's worth watching is how companies are investing in redundant systems. Localized natural gas is a key component of that, especially with large energy.
Okay, no follow through yet. Okay, ARM. NVIDIA looking for a break higher. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA watching for a break higher in the evening session. Okay.
Pieces of infrastructure is largely going to be concentrated on areas where you have reliable, redundant power, such as on-site natural gas.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point there. And I like that, you know, I think it's important to discuss the airlines, but also the obvious major component right now, which is everything linked to broader energy. And so really great conversation. So appreciate your time today. That's John Deal, Managing Director of the Post Oak Group. Thank you so much for joining the program. But now coming up next, it is time for Under 30. We'll discuss the movement we're seeing today in shares of Harmonic, actually getting back some of that strength in reaction to their quarterly earnings.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends, so neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, the SIBO, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere, free on schwabnetwork.com.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech Check, Options Corner, Futures Focus, Technical Analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for Under 30, and we are looking at the move we are seeing today in Harmonic shares after we did see they beat first quarter earnings and raised their guidance, but shares have been volatile since we did get some of these numbers. So joining us now is George Tellez, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network, to tell us more why we've seen this give and take here, George. And so walk us through the report and sort of what stuck out to you within these numbers.
Yeah, I was just looking at it too. I mean, looks like about $15 at least earlier today. So Harmonic's actually a pretty interesting company. I think, you know, first off, the stock is volatile because of the market today. But at the same time, the company is making some transitions, which actually might be a good thing. It's essentially a communications internet company. Traditionally speaking, they were more software based, in other words, software-defined networking, but they're actually moving into distributed access architecture where they're moving into hardware alongside their software, which is a hybrid model dealing with, of course, network.
Okay, we'll continue to rise a little bit. Let's see if NVIDIA catches a bid here. ARM Holdings turning back up as well. ARM Holdings. ARM is turning up. Okay, that's looking better.
Posted 17 cents adjusted profit for the quarter. That was higher by 54% compared to last year.
Okay, we need to get above that red line, the 100 period moving average.
Came in quite a bit ahead of estimates, close to 122 million versus the 102 million estimated, and that number is also higher, 43% year over year. They also gave an increase in guidance for the full fiscal year to the midpoint of 485 million. But one of the things I noticed is as they're moving more into hardware alongside their software-defined networking to provide services that are used by companies like Charter Communications, Vodafone. These are some customers, including Apple as well. They talked about how their broadband revenue grew 43% and their bookings growth increased 87% year over year. So overall, a really good quarter for the company. And, this is a time where sometimes you see stocks that post some really good earnings get caught up in the volatility of the market. And I think that's the case here for Harmonic, at least today.
Hey, George, it must like what you're saying because we finally did see it slip back into positive territory, at least right now.
Okay, looking for some
Hey, at least making some moves today.
continuation.
Okay, George, tell us for all of that rundown here on Harmonic shares post its first quarter earnings. That'll do it for us for Next Gen Investing for this Tuesday. We have the watch list coming up next.
AAOI, big move here on AAOI, starting to move here. Okay, AAOI coming back off the low. All right, looking better. Let's look at the 60-minute. 60-minute bouncing off the 20 EMA. That's exactly what we want to see. We've got to get out of this consolidation range. The breakout, pull back to breakout zone. Not quite, but it came back to the 9 EMA looking for a bounce. AAOI and IONQ. It was a big trade on AAOI.
Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Okay, looking for ARM to follow through. Okay, looking better. ARM.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and live coverage wherever you are.
WOK. CGTL. WOK Washington Website.
Eastern time here on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the financial capital of the world. We're so glad you're with us. This is what's on today's show, all about tech. We got you covered.
Okay, AAOI, nice little reversal underway. Hopefully this can continue. AAOI. AAOI. Nice little drive to the upside. Okay, let's see if we can get back up in this wick. We're headed in that direction, that's for sure. AAOI.
The NASDAQ 100 down almost 500 points. Okay, that's losing 1.7%. You know tech is getting beaten down, and we're going to be covering some of those tech names in a moment, looking at some of the software stocks and memory stocks in particular that are getting beaten down today. In the meantime, you know what? Now's a good time to take a look at that heat map, because that really is part of the story here. We're going to look at names like Qualcomm, Micron, Western Digital, those names that were flying high and now are down 8-10%, depending on which one you're looking at. I mean, the Max 7 there all to the downside. But look at the bright spot. Eli Lilly, Johnson & Johnson, United Health, AbbVie, all of those names in pharma are doing very well. You're seeing some of the banks doing well, some of the staples doing well. Love this heat map. But don't look to the Max 7 at this moment. We had a guest on earlier today who really called the crown jewel of the Mag 7, Jeff McLean said, was Google. Out for that Google, that was his favorite. Taking a look at futures products right now, you see gold down 38 bucks, 46.90 a troy ounce, 101.61 on oil, up $3.50 right now. The 10-year bond yield has been creeping higher throughout this day, right? When I came in this morning, it was around 443, 44, 45, but now we're 446 as Kevin Marsh passes the hurdles and is closer to his Fed chair role. U.S. dollar 98.25 and Bitcoin 80,680. We're going to have a crypto segment, of course, for you later in the show, talking about stable coins in particular. So stand by for that. In the meantime, 2 hours left in the trading day, and here's you go, right? We're looking at some of the market moves, big names to watch. Joining me right here, Diane King Hall, taking a look at tech, which is really the leading decliner. I mean, some of it is not a pretty picture.
Yeah, no, when we look at the price action in the S&P 500, information technology has been the biggest laggard among them, but we're seeing some pressure on what had been the winner. So the market giveth and the market taketh away.
Okay, IONQ, IONQ with a nice little rally here. IONQ, IONQ. Okay, IONQ bounced off that 52 level, the breakout zone. Trying to break to the upside. 60 is a max profit on my calls. So we almost got there this morning.
Reassessing what AI demand looks like, what demand overall looks like, what supply looks like, or is memory just repositioning and is potentially on sale for those who've been waiting on the sidelines? That's the question right now. Analysts are still overwhelmingly in the bullish camp when you think about both Micron and SanDisk. For Micron, the street high target over there is 1,000. C.A. Davison, they have that one. They argue that AI has disrupted the traditional boom and bust cycle of memory, creating a structural shift that will sustain higher pricing for several years. It's not lone wolf. Deutsche Bank also recently, this month, matched that target, but not every analyst is on board with that 4-digit price tag for Micron. Over at Goldman, they're on the more cautious side. They've got a target of 400. For SanDisk, again, the street is overwhelmingly bullish on the name. Recently, you had Bernstein hiking its price target to 1,700. So today's move, though, it begs the question, is it a technical pullback that we're watching in memory space, or is something brewing there?
Yeah, I mean, the CPI came in a little hot, and yields are moving higher, and that pressures tech because they borrow a lot of money. A name like Intel, for example, which was on their board, it's up over 200% in 6 months. It can afford a bit of a pullback today. But
Microsoft, no follow through. IONQ trying to get something going. IONQ. Oklo is due out after the bell. Okay.
Actually under pressure ahead of its results. It's down more than 6%, and it's lost some ground so far this year, but it's been a year-over-year winner. Now, this is a pre-revenue company, so in terms
I don't
of
have any Oklo, so I have to worry about that.
another loss here. On consensus basis, the street is looking for a loss of 20 cents per share. That would be more than double the loss that we saw the same time a year ago. A year ago, it posted a loss of 7 cents. So again, this is a pre-revenue company, so it's not a traditional earnings story that we're looking for here. Investors will want to know, what do the milestones look like now? What does execution look like now? What does the timeline look like now? Because this is a part of that structural theme. We've been talking about the nuclear energy arms race. So where is Oklo with that? With the Aurora reactor, that's their flagship, operation there. So they are targeting a commercial pipeline here. They have things on paper, but when does it move from actual paper? These are the agreements, these are the contracts, to actual execution on revenue here. Analyst views are mixed on this one. JP Morgan Chase recently initiated coverage. They initiated coverage this week. They're neutral on this. They've got an $83 price target on Oklo here. HSBC actually has a buy rating. They've got an $86 price target. UBS also neutral on this one.
Okay, AAOI, IONQ starting to get something going here. IONQ, AAOI, NVIDIA, NVIDIA, Apple. Okay, flat all day, Apple. ES is starting to run into some lack of energy, I guess you could call it. Back up into the range, S&P. S&P back into the range, SPX. Okay, just above VWAP, looking for it to continue. Maybe it can continue. Okay, here's a 3-minute chart. MACD starting to turn. RSI is overbought now. Could fade a little bit, so just be aware of it. S&P. Okay, let's see what hedge flows are telling us. It stopped making new lows. They shut off the selling. We're headed up into this red zone. Okay, higher volatility in between 73.60 and 73.80, basically 73.85. So we could see prices accelerate in either direction during this, as we're inside of this range. Could go up, could go down very quickly. Okay, ARM Holdings looks good. Okay, ARM. All right, Netflix looked really good this morning, trailing off a bit as people take profits, quick to take profits and get the cash, make some money, go to cash. As we were saying earlier, during these rallies is when you want to be taking some profits off into strength, reduce your risk, because we are up 7 weeks. We have yet to pull back dramatically. So we're still off 40 handles. I don't know how much we can make up between now and the end of the day, but we got an hour and 50 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Tuesday, May the 12th, 2:10 p.m.
you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Intern, this place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies.
Your golf
Okay, IONQ's starting to motor a bit better. IONQ starting to motor up a bit better now. Okay, we're starting to accelerate. IONQ. So 52 was the pullback to breakout zone. We bounced at 52. We're up almost 3 points now from that level. Okay, I mean, all things considered, we've been up for 7 weeks. This is the 7th week since the low in April. Okay, 7 weeks up. You got to believe there's going to be some consolidation. I thought it was going to be last week. I even thought it was a week before that, but, here we go. We just keep going. Okay, so here's the daily S&P. All right, so wick. We could very well just consolidate right in this zone, right? We could consolidate like between here and here, that breakout zone. So somewhere in between, we're right in the middle. Okay, so we could be right in the middle right there. All right, so that's the high. RSI is basically sideways, showing strength. That muscle looks like a bicep in profile. Still strong. This is starting to turn. This is still embedded. So it hasn't dropped down below 80. In other words, it's just kind of sitting sideways. I'll just put this sideways too for now. All right, so mostly neutral signals. Okay, not bearish, not bullish, just neutral for now. We could just consolidate in this zone. That's what I'm anticipating for now. Weekly, Doji. Volume over the last 5 weeks, 6 weeks. MACD, we got rate of change turning up. So momentum can clearly continue to be more bullish. It's just all the other signals that we have, junk bonds, breadth. It's fewer stocks that are creating the move or supporting the move. We got bullish. We got positive gamma. So we know that for the most part, dealers are going to be supportive. S&P turning back up again. All right, trying to get through this level. Trying to get right through this here. Okay, and we'll see what happens. MACD and stochastic just kind of sitting there. MACD and RSI rather. All right, futures looks like it wants to go again. Futures. Okay, I got to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and it's interesting because you talk about the rivalry that's going on. JD and its rivals, Alibaba and Meituan, have been in a price battle, a bidding war, trying to have lower prices to bid up demand. I know that China has provided, the government has rolled out a lot of subsidies in recent years to sort of revive the consumer spending, but it is a tough sort of business. And you said Alibaba's also one that you don't necessarily have interest in at this time. Is that the same story?
It is. They're all trying to compete on same-day delivery and meal delivery and all these different services to the consumer. They're subsidizing those loss makers. That makes it tough for us to get too excited about the company until that kind of loss-leading behavior comes to a close.
Yeah, we'll be getting Baba tomorrow, Wednesday. We'll be taking a look at Alibaba.
Okay, S&P trying to push a bit higher.
There's Baidu, there's Pinduoduo. I want to move on, but you did say at some point you held Baidu for a bit, but not right now. Why is that?
We don't now. So we bought Baidu, I want to say in 2021. So they had gotten down to a very reasonable price. They were selling about 10 times earnings.
Mm-hmm.
And we thought that was very attractive for a couple of reasons. And we opened a position in them. And within about 6 or 9 months,
they had been experimenting with driverless cars, and kind of the tech crowd that had bid up so many of the driverless car firms in the U.S. latched on to Baidu, and it doubled in less than a year. And so my expectation had been, I can double my money probably in 4 or 5 years, but the market gave it to me in 9 months. I said, what a gift, I'll take it.
Right, and you got out.
So we closed out the position.
Understood. Are you big on tech in your Mellencamp fund?
We are not now. We think it's expensive, right? And so for all the growth that is happening in tech due to AI, we think that's all more than baked into the prices of the stocks in the space. So the last real, we own some Apple, we own some Microsoft. Last year we were buying microchips. So last year when I talked to you, I told you I was buying MCHP, which is an industrial chip manufacturer. They in fact saw the bottom, if you will, of their market in the last 3 or 4 months, and have come out of that pretty nicely. So that's a separate category, not the secular growth of AI, but a cyclical dynamic. We bought them at a trough in their business, and that's working out pretty well.
Understood. Other than that, you said that you used to be in a lot of tech, and
at
now
one
you're not.
time, the fund was about 22% tech.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Where did you go from what to what now in your tech position?
So tech is now 10% of the fund, but the heavy weighting is now in gold.
Gold, a lot in gold.
So
where do you think gold is headed?
Over the period of a decade, up. Between today and tomorrow, I have no idea.
Right. So it's a long-term play.
It is a long-term play.
You know, last but not least, since we were talking about China, let's talk about President Trump's trip to meet with President Xi, really to put the floor and make things look good and feel good, especially at a time where Iran war is underway, and it does affect China, this war. So, you know, China's not happy with us on that. You have the CEOs of Boeing, SpaceX, Tesla, Apple, BlackRock, Blackstone, Visa, all invited. GE Aerospace, I don't know if they're all going, but we have a few of those definitely confirmed. You know, what does this tell you about, for investors, is this a good thing? Is this a good look?
I think it is. There's been a lot of tension between the U.S. and China that really got kicked off by Trump's announcement of tariffs last year. That hasn't been in the headlines so much lately, but it would certainly be nice if the negotiations, if you will, came to some kind of a conclusion that is stable for the longer term. And so I'm hopeful that President Xi, President Trump can come to some kind of common ground on how the U.S. and China are going to interact for the next 4, 5, 10 years. And I'm hopeful that they can do that.
Yeah, I mean, before I let you go, I just really need to know, because you said you cut back on tech about 10, pretty much almost in half, from 22% to 10% of the fund. Without tech, can the S&P go higher by the end of the year? What are you planning on with that? What's your outlook for the rest of the year?
For the S&P, I really don't have one.
Right.
Because I don't own the S&P.
Okay, what do you have one for?
So,
any major index or ETF?
I think there is room for chemicals to go higher, because I bought them at a trough. And, the U.S. economy is not going into recession. So I think we were in a manufacturing recession up until about 3 months ago. So we're actually coming out of a manufacturing recession, and all of the sectors that do well with that will be fine. Right? You had a capital boom coming out of AI. And that capital boom and all the money being spent for the data centers and the power and the chips has kept the U.S. in general in a good position. But the parts that had been lagging are now coming up. So I think the economy is going to be in pretty good shape. The question in my mind is, when does that big CapEx boom start to tail off? That's what I'm looking for. The answer I got out of earnings last week is not anytime soon.
Right. And you have the manufacturing pickup that you like. Right. Jeff Mellencamp, thank you. Portfolio manager Mellencamp.
Okay, S&P is starting to push through this level.
Great to see you. All right, coming up, we'll take a closer look at the lead.
Okay, more stocks are turning now. Okay, looks good.
Data today. Tomorrow we got PPI. A lot to talk about, folks. And 10-year bond yields at 4.46. Be right back.
morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning Trade Live breaks down the macro moves and driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Wall Street to your screen. Morning Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Sometimes you could have done better.
All right, S&P continuation, looking good here. All right, looking good.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's
buying,
who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Tesla turning back up. All right, Tesla with buy signals. Tesla.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills.
Tesla buy signal.
Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time.
This is Fast Market, built for traders who want more than just
S&P continues to rally. Okay, we're headed into this red zone over here on the left. We got positive gamma above and below. Okay, positive gamma above and below. Hedge flows still haven't turned up.
real-time insight across products and sectors. We deliver what active traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network.
Netflix $1.50 off the high of the day.
Welcome back to the watch list. Zebra Technologies, one of the few tech names moving higher in today's session.
I'd like to see that hedge flow line turn up.
The company, now fiscal year earnings come in, and they're coming in between $17.70 and $18.30 a share. Sales growth between 10 and 14%. Baird upgraded the stock to an outperform after its earnings, and Zebra is up 15% right now. How do you like that? These are some of the S&P leaders: Humana, Ceres, and Trinity Electronics. Okay, there you have it. So want to take a look here at crypto, digital assets. Every day we always like to circle back and often looking at the crypto report. So joining me right now is Gabor Gurbax with me, CEO of Open Assets. So glad you're with us. We talk so much about stablecoins, tokenization. Where does Open Assets fit into this market?
Yeah, absolutely. So Open Assets provides fundamental infrastructure to some of the largest companies in the world. We provide infrastructure to the very place where we sit here at ICE.
Tesla continues to grind back up. Tesla. All right, there goes the S&P. S&P ripping here. S&P going.
Expected $6 to $8 trillion that will flow into tokenized assets in the next 5 years. And we're driving this revolution, and we're building infrastructure for the largest companies and governments in the world for it.
So, you mentioned where you have the size and scope here, right? You had Amazon Web Services, ICE, where we are right now.
Okay, it looks good. S&P popping back up.
So for ICE, for example, the tokenized
Looks
assets,
good.
what do they do here at the New York Stock Exchange and the ICE umbrella around the world?
I can't talk about the details of it, of course.
Of course not. Of course you can't talk about the details. So we don't want to listen to you then. You're boring.
Yeah, it's the we're in a moment of time.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, so that's, I'm curious to bring you up to speed. So that was
Sunrun CEO on home battery storage.
2 Tesla Powerwall batteries. And I'm like, is it safe to have 2 of these mega batteries in my house that can still only maybe power the house for a little? So we have a backup generator. It can go for 5 days as it did 5 years ago. I'm curious how that has come along. And the other issue was, and I'm not sure if this is still the case, it wasn't clear that we could sell the power back anymore and actually capture economic benefit.
Yeah, and that is, so first, as we know, the United States has different energy programs, policies all over, right? Because it's very much.
Okay, Tesla starting to accelerate as well. Tesla. All right, S&P looking very strong here. S&P ripping higher.
And that's another reason, frankly, for why we feel it's so important that we understand the sophisticated nuances of your particular market. But yes, I mean, the
Okay, there
reality
goes
is
Apple. Apple's also popping back up. All right, trying to get away from VWAP. Apple trying to pull away. It almost feels like keeping price action right next to VWAP. VWAP is flat. We need to pull away from VWAP, and it looks like that's what we're going to do right now. All right, Amazon. Okay, looking for Amazon to reverse back up. Amazon. That's looking better. Did I ever buy? I didn't buy any Amazon, did I? I was looking for a bounce. Amazon.
So I would say it also really depends on the situation of how much load you want to back up in your home. But for sure, our customers are seeing multiple days of coverage with their solar and their storage, and that is a big important.
Amazon turning up. Looks bullish. All right, 300 call sweep. A call option sweep with neutral sentiment was detected today for August 21st expiration. Total of 702 contracts were traded at the 300 strike, following 39 initial contracts earlier in the session. Amazon total open interest has climbed 5.4 million contracts, placing it in 99th percentile for the year. This indicates exceptionally high demand for carrying positions compared to historical averages. Despite today's pullback, the stock remains in a broader technical uptrend with an IV rank of approximately 30%, relatively subdued, meaning it's cheap. Calls are cheap. So do I want to buy it today? It did dip. I'm going to wait until I can see a bounce tomorrow, I guess.
Because what is happening is what I felt was going to happen, oh my gosh, over a decade ago. Because as a utility CEO, we were the leader in the nation in actually we were encouraging customers to put solar panels on their roof, and we were the first to get storage into homes. That was way back in 2015. And so we created the first power plant where we were operating these resources in a way where we were lowering the cost of the grid for all. So I have always believed in this technology because I was always concerned about consumers. Like, frankly, I was always concerned about consumers. I just saw the utility model with prices. I saw nothing
Amazon,
prices going up in the future. Climatic
Tesla,
which meant you had to spend more. And I saw that
Apple trying to pull away from VWAP. Apple's trying to break out here. Okay, evening session. Whenever this happens around 2:30, between 2:15 and 2:45, I always pay particular attention. Okay, 2:15 to 2:45.
We have 4 gigawatt hours of storage, which that's the equivalent of probably a dozen peaking plants. And we are working with utilities to export that energy back to the grid when it is most needed.
And we have to go, but there were so many companies, so many bad actors in this area as well that I think it left consumers generally a little bit skittish about, especially the financing. These guys, I know if you have a quick comment on that.
That is why we are so customer obsessed. That is why we are really focusing on ensuring that our employees are the ones that are selling the product, financing the product, and working with our consumers, because I so believe that is, at the end of the day, that's the most important thing, right? Is that you're ensuring you're giving an amazing experience to those that you serve.
Had people knock on your door from the solar company? Do you get this all the time?
I actually got an email yesterday from I guess, a semi-competitor here is about installing solar on the house.
Yeah.
It's an aggressive industry.
It's aggressive, yeah. And you said, well, wait a minute. But that's why, Mary, I appreciate you kind of breaking down, explaining where you guys come from on this.
Yeah. And I do like the sun.
And again, not to be aggressive, but I'm happy to talk to either one of you about your home.
I do like the sun, because if the sun goes away, we have bigger problems anyway.
Yes.
I'm not sure that NVIDIA, nothing will matter if that happens. Mary Powell, thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to take a quick break. Before we go, we wanted to highlight a notable headline from the Energy Information Administration, or EIA. U.S. energy production hitting a fresh all-time high last year. 4 straight years of growth now, being powered by 3 key drivers: natural gas, crude, and, like we were just talking about, renewables. That will be part of Brian's energy intelligence piece tomorrow.
Thank you for not calling it a newsletter.
Never. It's called Power Insider. To get it delivered straight to your inbox, sign up now by heading to cnbc.com/Power Insider or scan the QR code on your screen.
We need Arnold Schwarzenegger to do that voice from the movie. It's not a newsletter. From the, I don't know.
He was here, last year. We could ask him.
We should have asked him to do that, indeed. We got Krantz to do the Power Lunch stuff.
That's right.
There you go.
Coming up, tensions in the Middle East, rising fuel costs, MasterCard's Michelle Meyer, and what it all means as the summer season begins.
RXT.
Okay, Apple trying to follow through, push a bit higher, S&P.
HUT. BACH may resume in less than a minute. RXT. DGXX. AEHL. ALM. EENG. AEBA.
CGTL.
RXT.
Okay, NVIDIA's starting to accelerate now. NVIDIA's starting to come off the low. Okay. All right, this time of day, we're looking for these, second time of day, I guess you could call it. Whenever you're in a bullish trend like this, okay, whenever the markets are in a bullish trend, you got volume, you got earnings next week. Stochastics is turning up. It's at least above 80. We're looking for these oversold conditions to get bought. Oversold gets bought, a higher low, still pushing, going green on the day or trying to. NVIDIA. All right, so we had a nice little rally this morning that we gave back, unfortunately. A lot of this. Now we're starting to turn back up, so that looks good. NVIDIA. Okay, so it looks like they did buy the dip. We're looking for institutions this time of day to show up and tell us whether or not they're interested in buying. Okay, so it looks pretty good so far.
MasterCard is out with its annual travel report ahead of the busy summer travel season, of course. They're looking at global trends in the wake of the Iran war. We know jet fuel prices have soared over 70% since the start of the conflict. Airlines like British Airways, United, Lufthansa, Air Canada, all warning of higher fares and fewer flights this summer. Michelle Meyer is chief economist and head of the MasterCard Economics Institute. Michelle, it's great to see you. Broad takeaways. What are they?
I think the takeaway is that the consumer is still out there traveling, but they have to navigate all of these different factors that you talked about. So, of course, there's the cost of travel that is rising in many parts of the country, but it's variable. It's not uniform. You're not seeing the same type of increase. They have to control for the fact that there's different routes, there's different levels of safety in different countries, but they're doing it. It's really a story of a reorientation of travel, which has been the theme throughout the last few years in terms of consumers shifting and changing what they're doing and how they're behaving based off of the external environment.
Okay, so what kind of reorientation has been going on, and maybe this is now accelerating it or changing? What are they moving away from? What are they moving towards?
So one thing that we see certainly when you look at just the bookings into the future, into the summer travel, which is a critical part of the travel season, of course, is what happens in the summer. Europe is still hot. So when we think about U.S. travelers or overall North America travelers, 7 of the top 10 destinations are in Europe. So that's still out there. We're still expecting to see a lot of travel and a lot of traffic to the region. We're also seeing, of course, consumers try to figure out how to be as flexible as possible.
Right.
That's quite important.
Paris is number one still.
Paris is
Abu
number one.
Dhabi is number 6 still, with everything going on.
Yep. So, I mean, obviously that was flight bookings that were up throughout April. So some of those could have been earlier in the year. But one thing that stood out to us, particularly about Abu Dhabi and more broadly in terms of the Middle East region, big parts of India as well, is how much corporate travel has been moving into those markets. So we created a measure that looked at the percent of corporate travel relative to the amount.
And what you find is corporate travel is where the money is, Michelle. Those are the people paying the big bucks to sit up front, I'm told.
Well, that's part of the story. Yeah, but we certainly see a big shift.
Okay.
Addis Ababa, Ethiopia was on the list.
It was. Yeah, because it's a relative change. It's the direction of travel, the momentum that matters.
What else are you picking up on? So you're sort of saying there's not a huge. We spoke to the CEO of Wyndham Hotels recently. He said there has been no impact really from fuel prices on the consumer, and I mean he said like no big impactful nothing. And I'm curious if your data kind of echoes that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would say on aggregate, we are still seeing that activity, we're still in that spending, but it's shifting. I do think there is an important point around the reorientation, the reallocation of purchasing power, particularly when it comes to travel. But the other thing that I think is really important that we observed in our report as well is the influence of technology, the influence of AI to help consumers navigate this period of time. So if it's the case that traveling to one market doesn't seem comfortable or prices are not allowing for it, where else can you go? And how do you use technology to do that?
As someone that travels arguably almost weekly,
Yeah.
by car and by plane and by train and by bus and by whatever method. Look, I'm going to say something. It's a hot take. A lot of people disagree with this. If gas price increases kill travel,
It's not the gas.
it's not the gas price. And I'll tell you why. While gas price increases certainly impact a lot of families, I'm not denying that whatsoever. If you know the price of hotels over the last 5 years, you do more than anybody, Michelle, right?
All right, nice little rally. Looking for more upside. NVIDIA. See if we can't get back up to the high. RSI still. All right, it's starting to show some muscle now. Overbought. Might see a little bit of profit taking. Let's accelerate. If it wasn't for earnings next week, I would think, yeah, I would start to take some profits off. And maybe this runs a bit more now.
Well, I think you have to consider the window of time that you're talking about. Of course, relative to the pre-pandemic period, there's been inflation across the board. We had a price level shock that happened in many categories, including ones you spoke about. But it also happened in terms of asset prices. It happened in terms of wages and income as well. But then last year or so, a lot of those categories have been seeing disinflation, a considerable slowing in the rate of inflation. The level is still high,
Yeah.
but the rate of growth.
But incomes have gone up, and that's my point. If those things didn't break the traveler, I don't know if an extra $50 a month, and that's the average number, $50 a month, is going to break the traveler. If the $300 a night hotel room didn't, and the $200 average dinner didn't, a couple cocktails thrown in there. I don't know if $50.
Okay, Microsoft pulling back. No follow through with Microsoft.
Thinking about the fundamentals of consumer spending and what they look like right now. So the labor market, the household balance sheet, they're still supportive. The last 2 jobs reports were obviously very encouraging, but even if you look at a lot of noise.
Okay, IONQ is trying to get something going too. IONQ. All right, that's turned up. Trying to get to green on the day, maybe. Microsoft, no follow through on Microsoft. That's pulled back. Microsoft's pulled back a little bit. Tesla rising a bit. Tesla. Tesla.
They can very much think about where they can get the most amount of value, and that I think holds true in a significant way when it comes to travel.
Now, don't have to be price takers, and AI is helping with that.
Tesla.
Appreciate it.
All right, let's get over to Julia Borston for a CNBC News update.
FBI agents have reportedly begun interviewing current and former CIA employees as part of the probe into ex-CIA Director John Brennan. That's according to Reuters. Prosecutors say they're probing whether Brennan made a false statement to Congress in 2023 about the intelligence assessment Russia interfered
in the 2016 election to help President Trump. President Trump has long called the assessment a hoax. Authorities in Denver today identified the person who was struck and killed by a Frontier Airlines plane on a Denver runway Friday. Police say Michael Mott jumped over the airport's perimeter fence and was hit by the plane as it was taking off. The chief medical examiner ruled it a suicide. A new study by the University of Toronto using phone data suggests a roughly 42% drop in Canadian visits to the U.S. last year. That's much higher than Canada's official statistic that showed a 25% drop amid mounting political and trade tensions. According to the study, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina saw the biggest drop, with 65% fewer Canadians visiting the vacation spot. Powerland will be right back.
Ah, Myrtle Beach. Fewer Canadians, huh? Oh, boo-hoo-hoo. Boo-hoo-hoo. All right, so NVIDIA, all right, still climbing. AAOI still climbing. Apple looks like it wants to pop, but it's having difficulty getting through this area. Apple, okay, so flat at highs, 52-week highs. Microsoft pulled back. NVIDIA's looking okay. NVIDIA is trying to do something here. Hopefully it can at least close green on the day. IONQ still pushing. Palantir, what are you doing? Palantir, no follow through. Not a bad day. Bitcoin. Okay, Bitcoin dipped earlier. Now it's recovering. A lot of stocks did the same thing. Okay, BITX and IBIT. If they pass that bill that's in Congress for the strategic Bitcoin reserve, the U.S. is going to start buying reserves. So there are people in Congress buying IBIT. I like BITX as well. And Strategy and Coinbase, all of those for any bullish resolution to that bill that's in Congress. All right, so the New York Fangs look okay. Let's take a look at the New York Fang components. Okay, started off the week up here at the highs, came back down, erased all of Friday's gains before bouncing at the 90 MA. Does that mean we're going to continue? We're seeing muscle. Okay, got a higher high in RSI. MACD is still rising, and stochastics is flat but embedded. So we're looking for closes at the upper half of the daily range. Looks like we might close a bit higher, which would be good for Bitcoin, even though it doesn't really close technically. Stock charts will record where it was at 4 o'clock. It continues to trade after that 24/7. I assume it's 24/7, right? 365. Or is there days off? There are days that Bitcoin doesn't trade. I imagine Mondo would know, being more involved with Bitcoin. And Cayman, maybe you know as well. Okay, so my daughter's getting her first apartment in college, making me nervous. Charles Schwab. Okay.
The S&P 500, so he obviously is hearing the rumor mill and the whispers as well. To your point, every fund manager who mimics or has a fund that follows exactly the S&P 500, the Nasdaq, they have to buy every single member. So if this goes in, they have to buy it, and that's the point there. You have a lot of tech in this. Were you always so tech heavy? I mean, you have NVIDIA in here and Meta. So you're betting big on tech. You think there's still a lot of room to run?
Yes, we do. NVIDIA we had since 2005 when it was a $5 stock. It was making backup cameras for cars.
Bravo, Eva, right?
we use a VC lens. So everything we do is how a VC would invest. And all Magnificent Seven were holdings early on for us. And so SpaceX, we believe, will be the next Magnificent Seven. That's how. So every single holding that we have has a long-term horizon, and it has come out over entrepreneur factor, what we call our entrepreneur factor. That's our VC lens applied to the public market, and that has 18 attributes, are very qualitative or quantitative, and they're very strict. So every single holding has to go through this factor in order to be part of the XOVR ETF.
It makes sense, right? You have sort of an 18-point checklist. Yeah. You're the chief investment strategist, but acting like a venture capitalist and won't touch it unless it sort of meets your criteria.
Okay.
AI is going to be
NVIDIA,
a lot of this too.
little profit taking there.
Actually, in action, I don't know. Are you expecting to use AI in the future for some of this?
We already are in a big way. So a lot of our
Oracle, or a little bounce off the 21-day, the 9 EMA, Oracle. Okay, so the 9 EMA, we're just below the 9 EMA, so we'd like to see this by the end of the day. I'd like to see this back above the 9 EMA, and a follow-through tomorrow would be good. Otherwise, we test the 21-day a little bit more firmly, potentially, in this longer-term uptrend that we're looking at on Oracle, having broke the downtrend in April, the second week.
It's going to be very exciting, and you have 20% of your fund in SpaceX already, so positioned well there for that. Eva Ados, great to see you, Chief Investor.
Palantir trying to turn up. Okay, Tesla. Let's see what Tesla has under the hood. Can we go a bit more Tesla? Tesla. Tesla. Okay, let me go grab my lunch. I'll be right back.
That's when markets make headlines and traders make decisions. From earnings shocks to sector rotations, we're tracking the catalysts that move markets right into the close. Here on the floor, I bring you real-time sentiment from traders driving the action. And in Chicago, we break down the data, technicals, and trades you need to see before the bell rings. Live coverage of the close every single day. This is Market on Close, live weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
BWEN.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour.
Hey, investors, you know the market moves. Schwab is here to help you move with it. So, whether you're buying, selling, holding, or planning, whether you're ETFing or 401k'ing, saving, spending, or even retiring, you can count on Schwab for market insights, live support, powerful trading platforms, and 400 branches. All at your service, all so you can invest your way. Sounds nice, right?
I'm Sam Barnes, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
NVIDIA.
Welcome back to the watch list. Time for our big moves where we highlight outsized options trades taking place in the market. And these are real trades, and Rick Ducat has been all over it, and he's found the option traders and what they're doing. And guess what? A lot of these are in the financial sector. And so you're taking a look at some trades, but this one for Bank of America is a bearish trade. Rick, we want to hear about it.
Yes, good afternoon, Nicole. First of all, I want to give credit where credit is due. Alex Coffey, my bro from another show, helped me out with. There are new GPUs coming out all the time. They have to keep up with the demand from the people who want to build new AI projects. And so we believe that there's a market there, a natural buyer, which would be the people that are creating the new AI projects, and then, of course, the people that are holding these GPUs and leasing them out. So we think that is a natural buyer, natural seller, and that'll make a great market going forward and mitigate some of the risk for both sides of the equation. This is something that's not going away. We all know artificial intelligence. You talk about it on your show all the time, Kelly. The different stocks that are involved, whether it's in chips and software, your last argument that you had with the analyst. I mean, this is continuing to proliferate into our society. So we want to make sure that we are offering the marketplace a risk management tool. And I think Don Wilson and the folks at DRW and the folks at Silicon Valley with Carmen Lee have really come up with a unique proposal. And we're working together to create these futures contracts that we can help mitigate risk for many years to come.
Terry, how important is pricing transparency in what has been arguably a pretty non-transparent market for 99.9% of people?
HYMC.
Well, I think that's a really good question, Brian. As we're getting through this right now, I've looked at some of the charts, talked to Don a little bit about that, and we've seen some of the pricing on the rental. I assume that's what you're talking about on the rental of some of these GPUs. And they can be very stagnant, go lower, and all of a sudden you'll have a massive spike with a new innovation coming out. So I think the transparency of pricing is good on any product, Brian. So I think this is something that has gotten so big in the world that we live in, that transparency will help both the people that are creating the products, as I said earlier on AI, and the people that are going to sell the products to these folks. So it's really important.
Talk about literally please, how this is all going to work in terms of forwards and futures and all sorts of different settlement contracts. And this also, we always refer to kind of the benchmark H100 rental data. Would you be looking to add anything else to the suite?
NVIDIA moving nicely now.
That's the beauty of it, Kelly. I think working with Silicon Data, we will have the ability to be nimble and to put up new products up there, new indices going forward. Say NVIDIA comes out with a new chip and all of a sudden it's the latest and greatest. And so you need to have those GPUs out there. They have the data on their indices to go ahead and we can list a new futures contract for them in a short order. So we think it's really an exciting time because of what Silicon Data has been able to accumulate today and what they will be able to accumulate going forward in order for us to list new futures contracts quite quickly, depending on what the world needs at that given moment in time.
How would you compare and contrast it to the typical kinds of commodities that that are most heavily exchanged now, and their sort of arrival onto the scene? Is this a big break from the past in that sense, or is it just continuous with things like? Go ahead.
That's a great question, Kelly. And, you try to get your arms around this as the world continues to evolve. I don't know if there's a product that's been out there listed on an exchange that remotely comes close to this. I mean, you can say there's some characteristics between any product in this, but this is so different. We have such a concentration of risk in the AI world and in the software world versus some of the other commoditized products that we list on CME today, where they're dispersed amongst many different participants. So I think this is a different product which will allow it into more hands. So it's a little bit different, Kelly. So I don't know if I have a good analogy to say what it's like on an existing tradable product today.
Well, I think I'm not going to.
Rack space back up to the highs. Rack space after taking a little bit of a hit yesterday. Volume picking up again.
Prediction markets went from somebody betting on the outcome of an election and the weather or a sports game to a risk management tool as they're growing for companies that want to hedge specific risks. So prediction markets have evolved. Is this kind of the natural same line on the compute side when you look at like Silicon Data and DRW, the companies that you're partnered with, that they're trying to turn this one thing into something else, which to your point is the risk management tool, even if somebody is not just a compute trader, if that makes sense.
Brian, you summed it up very well, but I will say the difference between prediction markets and this particular market with GPUs, I outlined earlier, there is truly a natural buyer and seller, which makes a better market than some of the prediction markets. I could argue there are not natural buyers and sellers. There are just people making potentially a bet on something at that given moment in time.
So I don't know if I would tie these to the evolution of the prediction markets. As you know, the prediction markets are primarily retail-focused markets. I don't know if this would be the same with GPU markets and compute markets. They are more institutional driven by some of the largest companies in the world. So I think it's a bit different than trying to put the correlation with predictions and just retail.
All right, Terry, thanks for joining us on short notice on the big news item there today. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Kelly. Thanks, Brian.
Terry Duffy.
That was the most polite no I've had in a long time. More power lunch after the break.
All right, seeing some calls being sold. Calls being sold. For now.
Market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it, to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Good afternoon. It's 3 p.m. on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden, coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters.
And I'm Sam Barnes, coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a look at what is coming up on today's show. We will discuss the current mania in the market and how that environment compares to a market bubble. For Options Corner, we'll take a look at the technicals and options activity of Alibaba ahead of earnings tomorrow. And we have earnings after the close. We'll break down the report from Oppo as soon as those numbers hit the wires. But for now, Marley, walk us through what you're watching today.
Yes, Sam, Hims and Hers tanking today after posting a surprise loss in the first quarter. The company lost 40 cents per share on revenue of about $608 million, which also fell short of estimates. The telehealth provider said that it had higher costs following its pivot to branded weight loss medications, and those weighed on its results. AST Space Mobile also moving lower today after missed on the top and the bottom lines. Now, despite that miss, AST maintained its full-year revenue guidance of between $150 and $200 million, which was in line with Wall Street projections, looking for about $177 million. And eBay has officially responded to GameStop's unsolicited takeover offer, and the answer is no. The board rejected the $56 billion bid, calling it, quote, neither credible nor attractive, as it pointed to several reasons for the rejection, including uncertainty regarding the financing proposal. We'll take a closer look at the response coming up, but let's check in with the markets before we get to that and more today. We have a mixed picture now. The S&P trading 0.4 lower. We're at 73.82. The NASDAQ 1.5% lower, 28,868. On the Dow, we are at 49,775. That is now in positive territory, up by more than 0.1%. And the Russell 2K at 2831, trading down 1% and 1/3 right now so far today. On the 10-year, we continue to tick higher. We're at 447. The dollar at 98.18. Gold is lower on the day, 47.05 the troy ounce right now. Crude oil holding firm in triple digits. We're at 102.51 a barrel. That's up 4.5%. And Bitcoin 80,895, down on the day, but still above the 80,000 threshold. I do want to check in with Sam though and see what stories caught her eye today. Sam?
Yeah, well, these chips really taking a breather today, Marley. I mean, these were very crowded trades. We know that many of these stocks have had massive run-ups, and there was a view out there that this move was due for a pullback, even though today's move is really just a drop in the bucket when you look at the triple-digit gains that some of these stocks have made this year. But you've got names like Intel and Micron, which, of course, both hit all-time highs yesterday. Down, Qualcomm having its worst day in more than 6 years, SanDisk lower. Nvidia actually hit a record high earlier this morning and was one of the only names in the green before retreating as well. You actually had Wells Fargo going to $315 on the stock today ahead of these earnings next week. Mizuho also raising price targets on a number of names this morning. The firm taking AMD to $515 and Intel to $124. It also took Dell to $300. But not helping stocks are some of what you just mentioned, Marley, with the pushing higher across the curve. The 10-year now up, 6 bips at 447. The 30-year is back over 5%. It comes after that hotter-than-expected inflation print, which saw the headline rate reach the highest since 2023, thanks to those high energy prices stemming from the Iran war. But food, services, and shelter also ticked up, suggesting that inflation is perhaps now a problem beyond the Middle East conflict. So the Fed Fund futures have been pricing in somewhat bigger chances the Fed may actually have to raise rates. But Marley, I'll send things back over to you and Jenny Horn in Chicago for now with some of today's top readers.
So much, Sam. Yeah, Jenny, I was highlighting hims and hers at the top of the show, just keenly in focus today for a lot of investors following the surprise loss that they posted in the first quarter. So take us through these numbers and the reaction that we're seeing.
I mean, a pretty big move today, but I think that anyone that follows this name as closely as we do know that it's not a stranger to volatility. I mean, we rose yesterday over 4%, really no major news. So seeing a bit of a repricing today to the downside, of course, on the back of that surprise loss. Now, I will say the report was not all necessarily negative, as they did still give some encouraging tones regarding, I mean, not only just the market here that they do believe can be continuing to expand, but also, of course, the international presence right now that is continuing to grow and also continue to at least offer another leg of the pipeline. And so as far as that is concerned, we are seeing, again, surprise loss. U.S. sales were the major real contributor of some of the weakness here. Subscribers did still rise relatively modestly, but also it's right now facing the market that is more regulated. Obviously, there's more benefit to the fact that right now the U.S. government's backing some of these various developments, and so you see these like major players that are going up against in a very lucrative but also competitive space, being broader GLP-1s. And I think that right now you're tying so much of your expectations to being like a major force here. We're starting to see that necessarily not pay off as quickly as perhaps investors were hoping. And I think that we're realizing here with, again, a surprise loss in this quarter, that it is still very expensive to get into the GLP-1 space. And I know that what was mentioned, and I thought actually really interesting, was the ties to everything with peptides, which they did see as perhaps a more long to mid-term bright spot. However, it's going to be more of that long-term story to really see how this business plays out, because they're just finally, finding their footing. Now, they did raise their full-year revenue guidance, signaling that they do still see this strong overall underlying demand, yes. And again, international expansion actually also was an accelerant here. But right now, I think the story, if you're clinging on to like a bullish thesis, is that peptides in the long term could really be dependent on these branded GLP-1s.
Okay, NVIDIA, Tesla.
GLP-1s do add some pressure to margins.
Tesla end of day.
Offer this path to say higher margin proprietary formulations.
simulations, personalized accommodation.
Tesla in the day continues to ramp a bit higher. Tesla.
Long-term diversification. Their top or bottom line.
Okay, Tesla end of day. All right, NVIDIA end of day as well. Green trying to stay above 220. 220, there was somebody sold a bunch of calls at 220 trying to put in a ceiling for NVIDIA for now.
A very interesting report, about a 13% move to the downside last I took a look at Hims and Hers. Very similar move to the downside, though, in AST Space Mobile today following its earnings.
Another one that was seeing actually a pretty major move yesterday, obviously tied to, the broader, really growth story we've seen behind a lot of these space-linked names. And also, a name that right now is also just seeing some...
Okay, NVIDIA trying to, there goes NVIDIA popping now.
So it's important, I think, to look at just AST Space Mobile, because that's the report we got today. The quarterly results do show that right now we are in more of this difficulty of operating being a high expectation story. So shares falling pretty substantially, though they did still maintain their full year guidance.
NVIDIA popping up, trying to get back up to 221. The high this morning, 221. All right, let's go to the 3-minute. Evening session, RSI oversold. Always, most of the time better, because then you can wait for the S&P to turn. If S&P turns, it gives you the tailwind. This morning, we didn't have the tailwind. We had the prices moving lower. All right, looks pretty good. Tesla. Netflix off the best levels of the session. Netflix. NVIDIA. Let's see if we go anywhere. We got less than an hour to go. Yeah, whatever.
People are double and tripling orders to make
Chanos.
sure they get the supply they need. And we saw that, and that's one of the reasons why earnings collapsed so dramatically in 01, 2000.
Chanos. I mean, how many times has he been wrong?
Merrill Lynch didn't need 20,000 servers. They needed
Wasn't he like short big time on Tesla, and it just kept going at one point? All right, there goes Tesla. Tesla's on the move here. Speaking of Tesla, Tesla starting to rise. Okay, looking good.
That's the greatest unknown, is that you never know that you've wrapped too much fiber around the earth until you've already wrapped it.
Oh, what a profound statement, Mr. Wapner. You never know you have too much fiber until you wrapped it around. Whatever. That was an interesting comment. You never know until you do it. Okay. All right, that looks good. Tesla looking good. Can we get a nice little pop towards 440? Another 7 or 8 points. Doesn't usually happen early in the week. It's usually Thursday, Fridays that we get these big moves on Tesla. NVIDIA, there's a seller of calls at 220 that might put the ceiling in for now.
You're still short Tesla, right? Forever?
Oh, there you go. He just said he's short Tesla. Chanos just said he's still short Tesla. Hasn't gone anywhere. Ron Barron would probably disagree with him, right? Hasn't gone anywhere? Is he crazy? It's split, right? It's split. 22. Well, I guess if it's compared to 22, I guess, yeah. Hasn't gone anywhere. Chanos still short. Still short on Tesla. How they can manage to stay short when the market's going against them? Unlimited funding.
One more thing before we go. So you closed out the short that you had Bitcoin related MicroStrategy.
Yeah, that was our big short last year.
NVIDIA trying to stretch its legs. It's got somebody sold a bunch of 220 calls. Okay, so
the so-called premium YMNAV collapse. So we were doing it between 2 and 2.5.
a block of 50,000 July 220 calls sold to open at $14.65, ceiling close to 235. Okay, so they sold the 220s, but the ceiling is closer to 235 for now.
It was a little bit perplexing because the trade was so big. It was an $80 billion discrepancy alone, which is rare in these kinds of trades.
He's short strategy as well. So he's agreeing with some of you in the trading room. Chanos is short strategy, MicroStrategy strategy.
We'll talk to you again soon, I hope. It's good to see you again. Always a pleasure. All right, it's ours. Jim Chanos, thanks so much for being here once again at the Stone Conference. The president is heading to China for that highly anticipated summit with President Xi and bringing some
Futures back up. Evening session highs right now. S&P 500. Cash. Okay, so we broke through that little area right there of resistance right in this zone. Okay, so looks good. Can we fill the gap? We got time. Can we fill the gap? This would be crazy if we fill the gap here.
And Trump said no. He said, quote, I don't think we need any help with Iran. So Scott, showing us a little bit there how the war is likely to dominate the agenda for this summit, even as President Trump would clearly prefer to focus on trade and investment and other things. And as for that CEO star power, the White House has shared this list.
Okay, S&P. Yeah, S&P looking good, huh?
As part of the U.S. delegation. Tim Cook, Elon Musk, among the biggest names here, but there's also a range of industries represented, from Micron and Qualcomm in the chip space to Cargill in the ag industry, plus Blackstone, BlackRock.
Into the gap now.
But you will notice one name not on this list.
Okay, we're 20 handles off. 20 handles to go.
To Beijing, and the trip does come as NVIDIA is awaiting approval to sell its H200 chips in China.
They could make up 20 handles in a heartbeat. We got plenty of time.
All right, Megan, thank you. That's Megan Casella with the latest for us. Sports is the next frontier in Mark Lasry's quest for great investing opportunities.
Amazon turning up. Okay, Amazon. I'm looking to buy some Amazon.
Stakes in other sports-related enterprises. He's the co-founder, chairman, and CEO of Avenue Capital Group, and he is with us following his panel here at Zone. Welcome back. It's good to catch up with you.
Thank you.
Let's talk about this asset class of sports. And I'm curious, has it performed relative to your
Amazon.
expectations when you made such a big move with your first fund in that area?
I think it's actually been better. I knew when we started it, we were going to be in the first inning. What I've been surprised at is the amount of capital that has continued to go into this space. And I actually, I think it's great. And I think you're going to, pension plan.
NVIDIA's still pushing, just taking a few things off into strength.
Like why is the draw there?
We're starting to realize that sports is
S&P, Amazon trying to go here. Amazon trying to push above VWAP. Amazon. Okay. Watch Amazon here.
And they want to be there. Same thing as music. So it's going to be one of the few things that going forward, nobody's going to watch robots play. Nobody's going to do anything like that.
Can't be disintermediated by AI. Is that in one respect why valuations can continue to go up as you've got all this money coming into the pool?
I think it is because you know that ticket pricing is going up, sponsorship's going up, but more important, media, because it's the one thing that you can't record. Like, you didn't record the Super Bowl and watch it 2 years later. Like, nobody does that. Nobody is going to say, I'm going to binge on watching sports. You have to see it in that moment, and that's what media companies need, and that's what they want.
You don't feel like we're getting towards a ceiling in any respect? You know, I was following those reports on the Seattle Seahawks.
NVIDIA still pressing higher. NVIDIA pressing the 220 threshold.
$10 billion. Aren't you reducing to some degree the pie of people who are eligible, if for no better word, to have interest in to do that? Or what are your thoughts on that?
Look, when I bought the Bucks, believe it or not, when I paid $550 million, I paid the most that anybody had ever paid for a basketball team. I know that's hard to believe.
And that wasn't even that long ago.
No, it was 13 years ago. So at the time, every time a team sells, it's always
Okay, NVIDIA continuation.
I think if you look at what's happening, you see that it's just going to continue to grow because the demand for it is outstripping sort of what is available, and more people are watching.
So it's the scarcity aspect of it supersedes everything else.
I think it does. That's number one. Number two, what also people have come to realize is you own a fan for life. So if you're a Yankees fan and the Yankees don't play well, you're not changing your mind and saying, okay, I'm going to be a Mets fan or I'm going to be.
Yeah, for sure. That's pretty funny. Amazon looking pretty good here. Watching for Amazon to follow through. NVIDIA is still pushing. Apple, Apple's trying to take out the high of the day. Needs to get away from that flat VWAP. Apple.
I had always gone into this saying, well, of course it's getting harder for these things to sell at these huge numbers because it's hard to find somebody who can come up with the 30% liquid that you need to put down. And then I was speaking with somebody else this morning who said, no, you got it backwards. It's getting harder to come up with the 70% because the numbers are so big and you're asking others to put up all of this money for no controlling interest in the team whatsoever. It's
And that's true. I think that you're seeing. I also think you're going to see with the Seahawks. You're going to probably have 3 or 4 people who bid for it, right? It's not one. You know, when we were buying the box, you know, Wes and I were the only ones at that moment in time. And today you're seeing for everything. You saw it for the Celtics. You see for every team, there's always more than 2 or 3 people. So yes, the pricing keeps going up, and I don't disagree with you. I do agree with your point that the 70%, you know, would you put up $7 billion to have no say? You shouldn't. Let me put it to that.
Yeah, well, people of your ilk aren't used to putting up a lot of money without having any say. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about.
I agree with that, but there's still a lot of people who are going to put in 100, 200, 500.
Because the stock market's been moving.
All right, NVIDIA is still pushing here, or Amazon's trying to get going. NVIDIA is still pushing. Obviously, a lot of people will be talking about earnings and the prospects for moving higher. As we move higher, shorts are covering. They're taking positions, perhaps thinking that we're not going to move higher. Somebody sold 50,000 contracts at the 220 strike. Jason calling a 235 ceiling, 235. So that's another 15 points overhead. Let's go see what NVIDIA looks like here. NVIDIA, where are you? There's NVIDIA. Okay, the call wall. NVIDIA 220. All right, pushing above the call wall, that creates dealer. Okay, you can see here what calls are starting to get bought as we rise here. NVIDIA. Calls are rising, puts are getting sold as that blue line rises. Okay, we're at the 220, above the 220 call wall.
You can say, I want to get out, and we're happy to buy it at 80 cents on the dollar because we think it is going to be money good or you're going to get 95 cents.
You think you're going to have more opportunities coming up to do what you do?
I think there's going to be a lot more opportunities. You saw it today with the inflation number. As inflation is going up, that means the Fed isn't going to reduce rates. So if you have higher rates, that's going to cause more issues. You better have a GDP that's going to keep on growing.
Give us more to talk about. Mark, it's good to see you as always.
Good to see you.
It's Mark Lasry here with us at the SON conference. We're just getting started here live in New York City. Coming up next, Green Light Capitals. David Einhorn joins me exclusively. Just got off the main stage after talking about his best ideas. We'll discuss them coming up. And later, Toma Bravo's Orlando Bravo. He'll join me live to talk about the recent action in the software trade. Don't go anywhere. We're back on the bell in New York City after this.
Okay, NVIDIA.
LEGN.
TTIC.
All right, we just got rejected at 220. Okay, Amazon turning. Okay, turning back up. Amazon. Somebody taking a little profits off the table. Looks like those calls getting sold now. Can we continue? Can we continue? Our 220 call wall. Amazon still going. Okay, let's look at Amazon. Okay, calls. Somebody was, we were buying calls and all of a sudden, doop, somebody just sold. Puts being sold, producing positive gamma there. That blue line rising. Amazon sell calls at 320. Okay, that's a ways up there. All right, somebody sold 3,000 calls at 320 for July expiration, July 17th. Okay, they sold calls at Friday's level, 1,500 of those. They sold the 272 strike. Amazon, okay. Amazon moving now. Nice little move on Amazon. Okay, let's see. Amazon. Okay. Okay, we got 36 minutes to go. 36 minutes to go. Amazon cruising higher. Okay, we're oversold earlier near noon, 12:30. Now we're heading higher. I trust you can see this strategy, how this works with Amazon bouncing at the 21 day. Stochastics rising, not yet. So we don't have a good signal here, but RSI oversold and price oversold, looking for this. Okay, this is starting to get motoring higher now. Amazon.
I've always enjoyed it. I enjoy feeling like I can pitch an idea. It forces me to organize my thoughts, figure out what I really want to talk about. I enjoy the presentation. I enjoy the cause. The Soul Foundation has just been absolutely amazing, and I feel very lucky to be invited every year. So we just got you off stage, in which we watched.
So NVIDIA dealers have an incentive to keep prices below 220.
First reveals, let's say that here. Why did you choose Acadia, Centene, Fluor, our parent company, versus which you're a new shareholder, which you revealed in your prior letter?
Okay, Amazon looking really good here though. Amazon working. Apple trying to pop. Amazon's going. There goes Google. Google's on the move too. Okay.
Transform them into something a bit different than what they are today. Yeah. So it's 5 stocks really with a similar theme. Put me inside of your psyche, I guess. When to do what you do, is that a central theme that drives you as a stock picker? You're looking for dislocated situations, things that you feel are underappreciated and undervalued in an industry, by the way, as you've talked about in the past in terms of value investing, has all but gone away. Yes, and we're looking for misunderstood. So where we can have a difference of opinion from what we consider most other people's opinion to be. So in your April letter to investors, you said that you were, quote, putting capital preservation at the top of our priorities, and you wrote the following: with so little downside priced in, we're willing to risk missing out on a possible recovery to position ourselves to play more offense should one of the downside scenarios materialize? I mean, is that you saying that you think this market's wildly overvalued? Well, I have thought the market is very highly valued.
Okay, what's Walmart? Okay, Amazon's still going here. Can we get more out of this? Okay, Walmart, WMT, Walmart. Okay, that's off the highs of the session. Walmart looked really good this morning. Okay, do we follow through tomorrow? It looks like we might. RSI is rising. There goes Apple. Apple's starting to pop in today. Apple going. Apple. Don't know if it's going to go anywhere, but Apple popping.
Investors have been so conditioned over the last number of years that every decline is always met with a rapid and aggressive response by the authorities, and you wind up with sort of a checkmate or a V-shaped recovery. And so people are conditioned to not sell when things seem troubled. So if you sold during COVID, that turned out not to be a great thing. If you sold in 2022 or 2023, those were not such great things. If you sold over the tariffs last year,
Okay, Apple popping. Tesla going a bit more. Tesla.
And so people who are remaining in the business, they're very anxious to not sell into panics or negative news. And so when the war came, the market fell much less. If you said, gee, oil's going to do this and this is what's going to happen geopolitically in the world.
Tesla trying to pop a bit more. Apple taking out the range here. 3 minute. All right, we're trying to take out the high today. This is Apple. Apple. Okay, now Microsoft's turning. Okay, Microsoft is turning now. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft. MSFT. Microsoft turning up. Nothing really to see here. NVIDIA. NVIDIA trying to go some more. Amazon, Google turning up. All right, all the New York Fangs have turned for the most part. New York Fangs. New York Fangs. Okay, going into the close. Apple.
So you have a thing where no economics has been created. Micron makes extra money. Meta or Amazon spends more money. So it's just a transfer from one to the other. And yet right now, both stocks go up. So how does that work into the context of how you think about what's happened with the AI trade? I mean, there was a period of time. Yeah.
And Meta turning up as well.
You heard the types of stocks we're involved with today in the presentation.
Recovered from the low. New York Fang.
You were writing about a bubble basket, right, within the market, and I'm thinking to myself, like, Einhorn must be looking at this market right now and assembling a bubble dump truck to fill. Are you doing?
He's so cute. Wapner with his sayings. So cute.
And I don't have a bubble basket or anything resembling that in the portfolio. Do you feel like this period of time is any way like the
New York Fang's recovering.
I actually think it's a little bit more like maybe like 2007 in the sense that you can see some underpinnings that are facing real problems. I mean, gas prices are going up. The retail data that is beginning to come down is showing softening.
It's almost like he loves trying to call tops and stuff. Just the way it comes across. 6 weeks up, 7 weeks up. I can understand that, but bubble dump truck. It's not a bubble. Come on. We're just back up to where we were had we not had the Iran conflict. I showed you this chart before. Okay, so had we not had the Iran conflict to deal with, right, the trend would have just more than likely, because of earnings. Well, you can't know that, Benny. Yeah, you're right. I can't know that, but I can extrapolate that this trend can continue had we not had this dip because of the war. Yeah, we were overbought. That's okay. We're taking these pivots along here, these pivots here and these pivots here, and extending that out and just putting a line a little bit higher just so you can connect this 2022 over here and that high. So yeah, are we overbought? Absolutely. But considering this trend that rolled over in February, had we continued to run that trend, we'd be overbought, but not as much as it seems. As it seems is the word right now, or the phrase. It seems like we're more overbought than really are. With earnings and everything else, 84% beat versus a 76% 5-year average beat. Okay, so the S&P continues to climb. 84% companies beating, positive guidance. So yeah, we could be up here. Now, if the difference was, if we were like say at 60% companies beating and 40% missing, that would be a different story. But we're not. We're above a 5-year average. So to be at the highs makes perfect sense to me. Okay, Nvidia is still going here. Does that make sense?
Which is a hard milestone to get to in this business, harder than I think people would realize. And you've had a lot of ups, you've had some downs, and you find yourself here. What do you think led you to 30? I mean, how did you get to 30 years? Which, as I said, is not easy in your business, given the ups, downs, the LPs that you have to answer to. Sure. It's two things. First of all, you get to 30 years 1 year at a time, and you just pile one step in front of the next, and the time kind of passes and the business builds, and you get through things. The other is you have to be very resilient. It's not always going to go your way. Even when we're doing a great job, we're going to be wrong 30% of the time. Like if we get right 70% and wrong 30%, that's a great year. In a lot of years, we're going to be wrong even more than that because they're not all great years. And so you're in a business where you're going to be wrong an awful lot of the time. And if that bothers you and it wipes you out, then you can't make it 30 years. You have to know that the good days are good days and the bad days are bad days, and you gotta be resilient. If you had to hang one trade on the wall from those 30 years that you're most proud of, what would it be? I couldn't possibly. Well, you mentioned 07. I mean, the short Lehman thing. I mean, that's certainly a lot of people think about that. But Green Brick, Allied. Green Brick, I'm very proud of. We started a business for nothing, and in almost every metric, it is the best home building company in the country. I have a phenomenal partner who's been the CEO of that, and we've built this together into just really a wonderful business where there was nothing when we started.
Okay, Nvidia's still going. Okay, it looks good. All right, so shorts are starting to get run over, basically. Okay, Nvidia's still going. Can we get all the way back up to the highs? That would be really something. Okay, I'm going to sell half into this strength. I'm going to sell half of these 220, 225 call spreads. I'm going to sell half into strength. If we did get a dip again tomorrow, I'll do the same thing all over again. Okay. Selling half of Nvidia into strength. All right, so I just sold half of Nvidia into strength, 220, 225s. Nvidia. All right, Nvidia.
DGXX. WOK may res in 10 seconds. LQTA. HUT.
right. Okay, Tesla looking good too. Tesla. All right, nice Tesla. Thank you. Tesla. Okay, I got half a Tesla on NVIDIA left. I'll do some more here shortly. Let's see. Oracle's fine. I don't need to do anything with Oracle. Palantir, need that to recover a little more. Palantir, need a bid. Get back above the 50-day. We'll sort that out soon. Tesla. Okay, Tesla. NVIDIA, Amazon. Okay, Amazon. Okay, Amazon, looking for that to follow through tomorrow. Get a bullish candle tomorrow would be great. If not, we'll reassess. Amazon. Okay, there goes IONQ. IONQ just popped up. IONQ. Okay, nice little pop there through this level. IONQ keeps stepping higher. Okay. IONQ keeps stepping higher. We got this inverted head and shoulders. Okay, and then RSI MACD turning up. That looks good. Pull back to breakout. The 52 strike got bought. Okay, so Tony, if you bought the IONQ, we're swinging that. AAOI, trying to get back up to the evening session highs. AAOI, that's still off a little bit. AAOI, still off a little bit. The high was over here this morning. This is long term. This one's going to be fine. There was a big trade on AAOI earlier that Joe K or Jason, one of those two, posted. So we're looking for AAOI and IONQ to continue. Okay, that's breaking through this level, IONQ. Okay. Tesla continues. NVIDIA continues. Maybe I'll sell another half of NVIDIA. If we make it up to, say, 230, 222, I might sell a little bit more. Keep about 5 of these calls left. Okay, Palantir is starting to catch a bid. Probably just short covering. Palantir coming off the low here. Palantir. Okay, coming off the low. It's probably just shorts covering. We're stuck down here for the last 6 trading days. Need to get back above the 50-day, that blue line. So Palantir's got a lot of work to do. It's got to get above 146 and then 150. Okay, it looks better.
In a row coming into this interview. It's so hard to predict the market, but I really think so. In these software stocks, many of them are great.
NVIDIA.
They're in an excellent position for this AI wave, and they're pretty cheap. So I think we're pretty close to a bottom. You must think, though, that there are some stocks that are down a lot that deserve to be down because they have a greater probability of being disintermediated by AI, no? 100%. So, everybody's asking me who the winners and losers are going to be. There's a big debate about that. And people point to, well, if you're a system of record, if you have the data, if you have this mode, so people are trying to sleep at night a little better. Those are great attributes. There's nothing against that. But what makes certain companies very special comes down to one thing.
Apple just got whacked back down. Google on the move. Google. What did I do with Google? Did I buy some Google? I thought I did. Yes, I did. Okay, cool. So that's up. Google's up. Google. Okay, Google. I got some 385, 390 calls. I got some 390 calls and also some 400, 410 spreads for June. So that's doing well. All right, so it's good to see Google popping back up. Google back above VWAP. Okay, we're bouncing at the 9 EMA. Microsoft still not doing anything.
As long as those companies have the ability to leverage AI, you said the following quote: "There are the most incredible buying opportunities right now in the market. You just have to know what you're looking at and what you're buying." So I'd ask you, how
do you know what you're assessing within the SaaS universe is going to thrive with AI or be killed by it?
I tell you the three
Increasing contracts.
And the first two, we've done it for 25 years. That's how we got into the industry.
Increasing sales.
Bubble burst when it was really scary, by the way. The first one is domain expertise, deep domain expertise. We don't look.
Yeah, Palantir's definitely got deep domain expertise.
Point in time for these companies, but if you really know a domain very, very well, you have a big competitive advantage about how things get done in that area. The second thing, and I mentioned that, is leadership. Do you have a domain leader, a CEO who has spent 25, 30 years in that industry?
Tesla's still rising. Tesla's still putting on the Ritz. Back above VWAP now.
You need to see a percentage of bookings being agentic. You need to see a level of innovation like you've never seen before.
I'm wondering, of the 80 portfolio companies that you have, some of which you've owned for a while before we were talking about AI every minute of every day, whether you've had to rethink some of the companies within your own portfolio because they may be disintermediated in a way that you wouldn't have thought of 4 or 5 years ago.
You know what I call it?
You see this? I don't know if you can see this on the screen, but this is Tesla. You see where the pre-market session cuts off? Let me just see if I turn this off, what happens.
I think investors during the SaaS times got a little bit confused.
The whole morning session. The whole morning session. That's weird. Huh. Never noticed that till just now. Extended hours. You see where extended hours comes in? Right here. Extended hours starts at 1 o'clock, 1:30. That's weird. And it's got, I must have the wrong time set or something here. Okay, let me go to Eastern. That's probably what it is, right? New York time. New York. Where's New York? There's New York. UTC. New York. Yeah, New York +4. There we go. That's what it was. Okay, so it's like, what the hell? All right, that makes more sense now. Google. All right, look at Google. Google's got some short covering now. Nice pop back up to the highs. So the evening session, what happens after 2:15? A lot of times will tell you what to expect into the close. So we got a nice bid to cover. And prices rising. Or Tesla looking good too. Tesla, Google, everything's working now. Amazon, all the New York FANGs are looking good. Tesla. Okay, these are all rising. NVIDIA. Okay, should I sell more NVIDIA? What are you guys doing? You going to sell more? Probably should sell more and see if I can get a dip tomorrow and day trade it again. It was a little early today on a couple of things, Tesla being one of them. A little early. Had waited a couple hours, got a better entry. But Tesla's back to green on the day, or it should be for you as well. Netflix off the best levels of session. That's disappointing. Netflix was looking really strong this morning. Okay. Okay, we're only only $1 or something off the high, so that's not too bad. Tomorrow, maybe we push through the 9 EMA and up to the 21 day and start building a phase 2 markup uptrend. Right, New York FANGs mostly look bullish. Okay.
Of your software companies, because I mean, the way that Robert Smith has talked about it, obviously in the same business and a very well thought of and smart software investor too, is the ability to agentify the businesses that they have in their portfolio to, in some respects, AI proof them to make sure that they are the kinds of companies that will be able to grow into the future rather than be killed by it.
The way we think about it is, our companies are in the business.
All right, UNH, the bullish reversal on healthcare. Can we follow through? Healthcare stocks like UNH having a big last couple of weeks have been really strong. UNH looks like institutions. Let's look at the weekly. UNH. Okay, so that cleared this level. So you got a W-shaped pattern. When it clears the middle point, 371. When it clears that, you know that the bulls are definitely in control. Meaning, until it clears that level, it's always possible for it to roll back over again and the bears to be in control. But because it lifted through the middle of the W-shaped pattern, this is telling you that the bulls are definitely in control. So you have the W shape, okay? Boom, 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 and then boom. And this move through this level right here is what confirms it. Something that William O'Neill figured out a long time ago, among other people. At W shape, once you take out that middle pivot, that's the confirmation. So MACD, stochastic, everything's turned up, looking good. UNH weekly. MACD's fading a bit. Okay, Amazon's still going. Google's still going. Tesla's still going. There goes AAOI. IONQ flagging. Rackspace, RXT, that's one that Mondo mentioned, what was it, on Friday last week, Mondo, or Thursday, whatever it was. That nice follow through there. UNH. How much further? All right, so the next level up here is 400 and change, 417, 424. Okay, so maybe another 10 or 20 points on UNH. That would be good. Meta's moving. All right, so Meta looking better. Yeah, Apple looking better. Apple's 400 price target. Wedbush, $400 price target. Okay, RXT looking good. Okay. Meta looking good. All right, Tesla, nice little reversal on Tesla. Netflix, all right, starting to hesitate a little bit. Tesla still rising. Still got a ways to go, Tesla. NVIDIA, okay, looks good. Amazon, okay, Amazon's still stretching its legs. Google into the last 11 minutes. Amazon. Okay, looking good. Nice recovery, folks. Nice recovery. Congrats if you held your nose and bought anywhere at the lows today. Okay, we're still up 7 weeks. All right, so it doesn't change the thinking here is that we could probably hang out here more than likely. We could hang out here. The main reason why I'm saying that is because earnings are good. If earnings sucked, I would not be looking for prices to stay up here. If earnings sucked and we were down at 70%, that'd be a different story. Okay, why is the markets continue?
RXT. MRAM. QS.
Okay, S&P. All right.
WOK may res in 10 seconds. MRAM. SLNH. QS.
CPH up.
TTMI. SLNH.
All right. Futures at the highs here. All right, NVIDIA pulled back in a little bit, so taking some profits off there. Looking for more tomorrow, hopefully, is not a bad idea. All right, Amazon did pop up there. Amazon. Tesla. Tesla. Meta. Okay, Meta looking okay. Meta.
We're now in the closing bell market zone.
Okay, what's Meta doing here? Meta. Okay, we got 5 minutes to go. Meta. Meta. Can we get some follow through on Meta tomorrow? All right, Meta looking pretty good, right? Meta, Corey. Meta looks good.
What are investors supposed to think about the market at these levels? The biggest challenge that's coming up in all of my meetings is if I want to get defensive, what do I even do? It used to be years ago, you could say, oh, I know what to do. I buy, maybe some staples, telcos, pharma, they're big stocks. I can move some capital over. Today, the defensive stuff is way smaller than the cyclical offensive stuff.
With 5 minutes to go.
And then two, they're missing. So the worst thing is, you hit the iron to be safe and you hook that out of bounds. Like, you don't want to buy a defensive stock that misses. So I think people are really trying to figure out, A, do I want to time and get defensive now? Nothing's going to tell me. There's no signal from the DRAM market I'm supposed to sell it yet. So people are struggling with what signal, and then if I want to get defensive, what to do. And I don't think it's the same playbook as history where I just buy some staples. I think you got to be a little bit more thoughtful about, how to get defensive.
I mean, do you just buy what's been going up? I mean, that's the greatest challenge for investors in a market like this.
Totally. I think the play is it's still semis over software for me, but I think you have to shift a little bit within semis. It's hard to look at the DRAM ETF taking in $6.6 million in 6 weeks and think it's not at least 2/3 over or 3/4 over. So I think you're selling a little bit more of the stuff that's ripped and trying to find maybe a little more, sort of stable growth. Look, when I look at the market and I see Micron and I see Caterpillar,
about 60% of companies are guiding positive.
On next year's views. So the market
Micron being at the
about 40% are.
as we were talking about with Jim Chanos.
Okay, the 5-year average is 44%. We're 56%, 59%, 60%. Negative guidance only 49%, whereas 5-year average is 58%. Earnings surprise is double, almost more than double. Earnings surprise is more than double than the 5-year average, which is significantly above. So when you look at that 5-year comparison chart, make sure you pay attention to every line item. There goes Palantir.
Do you think the risk reward has gotten better in software?
No, because I don't think valuation is the way to pick software stocks. I want to buy the expensive ones anyway, so I don't look at it like, oh, Salesforce is cheap, so therefore the risk reward is better. I look at it, well, the ones that are cheap have a prior probability of being disrupted. So when somebody says to me, Adam, I think the market's not trading on fundamentals, my new retort the last couple of weeks is, how do you know? Maybe it's trading on 20, 30 fundamentals. It's assigning some probability of outcomes and earnings, and it's kind of right. Right, we all know individuals who are idiots, but the market itself in aggregate is smart.
Tesla coming in a little bit. Okay, Tesla. Meta still pushing. We've got 2 minutes to go. Meta.
And someone's questioning whether these stocks are trading fully on fundamentals, right? Like the ones back then turned out they weren't.
Okay, nice reversal. I don't know if you look at the 60-minute on the ES, but 3 bullish hourly candles. Big reversal. That's nice.
Somebody's saying, annualize that, it's $5. I'll pay 20 times its $100 stock. Well, now Micron's going to earn $100 next year. So it's clearly a different, kind of valuation if you in terms of what people are signing to next couple of years' earnings. So I don't think it's anywhere near as extreme. I think the question is if cumulative capex on data center is going to be 2 to 3 times the spending, how are we going to call them? What could go wrong? And I think it's either going to be financing, power, something goes wrong with a proof case where a big company comes back and says, wait a minute, we made a mistake here and we've got to now run things in parallel. Let's pump the brakes on the rollout. Something big.
IONQ trying to pop some more. IONQ.
The trade, and then the interim tech earnings are growing so fast that it's hard not to be overweight tech in an S&P portfolio.
I mean, that thing that might happen might not be for a year or two down the road. You just don't know. That's why these things can go on for much longer. It's why an irrational exuberance claim by Greenspan in '96 can go on until 2000.
Schiller got famous in part. He's obviously famous for many things, but he published his book in March of 2000. What doesn't get talked about is he started writing it in '92. Right? You're gonna get fired if you show tech.
And that's a wrap.
It's all timing, and everyone I know is trying to think, God.
Okay, folks. Listen, have a great evening. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com at the closing bell. It is Tuesday, May the 12th. Nice recovery from the lows this morning. We didn't close green on the day futures, but that's okay. We did manage a nice dip to buy. So if any of you bought the dips and sold into strength, that was great. Great setup across multiple names. So hopefully you did some of that. Futures starting to trail off a little bit right now. Looking for higher prices tomorrow. Have a great evening. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.